work, work, put in work, say work, okay, work, say work today, work, work today, work, say work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Number one in the street, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine on, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine on, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game.
the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, like easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do.
Repeat after me.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixing, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion. We put in this time, look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL. Once again, my name is Gideon Q, and this is going to be Terrence Icy Baby 12 to keep you guys company for the rest of today. We're already moving on from Swiss 3 to Swiss 4, and today we're going to see 2 qualified teams to make it to the next stage of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Once again, we want to thank all of our sponsors for making this work. Number 1, Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by ESL, and not to mention Snapdragon itself, Elite Gaming, making sure that your chipset is the best as ever, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy Drink, and as well as DHL. With that being said, if you guys are just tuning in, Terrence, would you like to see the current format right now?
Now, it's interesting enough because this is my first time seeing a format like this, right? It was a little bit confusing initially, but before we get a little bit details on how difficult the format is, let's talk about the open qualifiers on how the teams will be playing here. They'll be starting things off with 6-7 here. They played off the open qualifiers. Now they're currently in the open finals where they are going to be competing for slots in towards the next phase. And in this open finals, we have teams from all around the regions competing in with the previous defending winners from the previous season as well. But during the challenge season is where things get a little bit even difficult as well, because the 4 teams from the open finals will be competing with 12 MPL invited teams from across the regions as well.
And you think that's over? The open finals only has MPL teams? No. The tier 2s are looking to battle the tier 1s, and even after they beat the tier 1s in the open finals, the challenge season will have more MPL teams. And finally, the challenge finals, where only the cream of the crop, the best of the best, will be playing live in a LAN event in Jakarta. So keep your eyes open for it and also start booking your dates.
Yep, to give you guys a little bit more information as well, because based on the screen, we keep mentioning MPL teams, MPL teams, MPL teams. You must understand that each stage is gonna have invited MPL teams based on their respective regions' standing performance on their previous season's record. So obviously, you know, those in the bottom, you're gonna be playing in open finals. Then the later stage here, you're gonna see it goes up to like the 2nd, 3rd place, and then towards the grand finals, we have the first place of every single region's MPL champion. So it feels like every single team competing right now is going on a very, very steep hill, and the teams that they have to play against gets even more difficult because you don't really know who you're going to be playing up against next.
Well, it's great that you mentioned about this steep hill, because we're looking at the eliminated teams so far. We have Marlika Esports, Mista Esports, Z4 Pegasus, Game Lab, Zia Esports, Team SMGSG, Alchemy SG, and as well as Evil. This is only from the 2 regions so far, Philippines as well as Singapore. We have another set of teams that have already been eliminated from Malaysia, MLBB Esports, Hello Heli, Team Haken, as well as Madness Esports. Vietnam has lost the Big City Boys, Laos has lost Nightmare Esports, and Cambodia losing Logic as well as Team Max.
Wow, this is something I did not expect as well, especially from the previous representatives of the grand finals themselves for the SBS previous series. You know, to see a lot of these teams actually getting eliminated, especially also from the MPL teams as well. To explain a little bit more on why these teams were eliminated, right? This Swiss format is difficult because of the fact that to qualify into the next stage, you have to get a clean 4-0 victory, and you cannot afford to lose more than 2 games. And that is where things get a little bit dicey as well, because based on the screen itself, those are highlighted in the green lights are teams that have not lost a single match. Yellow are the ones that already lost a match. And if they lose 1 game, they will be eliminated.
That's why we call it the Swiss 6. 6 best of 3s need to be played. And if you drop 2, that means you're not going to be able to complete the entire run. Now, the teams so far that are very close to the qualification here during the Swiss 3, we have EVOS Icon, Aura Fire, GPX, and as well as Archives Esports. If they win their matchup, they will immediately qualify to the challenge season. Everybody else in the middle of the bracket currently with their 2-1 scoreline. Yes, they have lost that life. It doesn't mean that they're going to be eliminated just yet, but it will mean that if they win, they move on to the next round, and hopefully they make it to that quick 4-1 and then look to try and qualify.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit spicy as well, because as you know, we're only having 4 teams out of all these teams to actually qualify as well. And would you say it's fair or unfair to teams who, you know, potentially have easier teams to face off, especially if like, hey, if you get like 4-0 victories in a row just because you have like fighting teams that may not be as good as you think they were? All these things is, you know, speculations and rumors. I can tell you for a fact that all the teams were randomized. Nobody has like a free buy, and it's extremely difficult to predict who's going to be advancing as well. You can't exactly draft or play a composition against teams just like that. You have to be very, very consistent, especially when here in the SBS, it is a steep hill to climb for all these teams here.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. When we're looking at teams from previous SPS, this is the first time they're seeing the Swiss format. Teams like GPX and as well as Euphoria have been trying to keep that consistency. 3 wins for GPX so far, beating Logic Esports, Vista Esports, and CU Soon. Very notable teams here, especially CU Soon. But our champions from last season have already dropped a series against Aura Fire, an MPL team.
Yeah, this is going to be a scary one as well, because Euphoria Esports is the defending champion from the previous season, and for them to actually drop out here is going to hurt. But at the same time, this is a very, very brutal format, so it makes sense why they have to take a win. But yeah, like you said as well, they've taken a loss, means that in order for them to actually stand a chance to qualify, means they have to win their remaining series in order to qualify. So it's going to be only need one more win.
It's not going to be easy for sure, and of course there are eliminated teams like Game Labs, one of our favorites, coming in second place in Season 2 of the SPS. Didn't make it all the way, unfortunately, but that's the reason why the Swiss format can be brutal. It's one of those formats that, you know, reflect a lot of the old days of esports where you don't know who your next opponent is going to be. Preparation is going to be hard, so you have to solely depend on yourself.
It's a very different approach and strategy, right? Like usually you prepare against the teams you're placing off, you know, you're trying to capitalize on the weakness. Here, in this format, you're going to be focusing more of like being very disciplined, planning, you know, fixing your internal struggles, your internal teams, your comfort zones, etc. It's like, you're looking for the inner zen moments, you know, rather than just trying to beat your opponents.
Try to be, you know, your inner demons.
Yeah, inner demons. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I could literally hear it in my brain. But with that being said, if you guys are tuning in, what's going on here at the SPS, we got a highlight video to show you just to keep you up to date.
Mereka harus defense terlebih dahulu, tapi besar adalah top lane dan lagi pertahanan dari Sanko dengan adanya Immortal masih bisa dihindari dengan cukup baik, masih bisa bertahan. Tapi lihat dengan roll wave killing spree diamankan dari tangan Ivan, tapi lihat EVOS Icon, mereka masih bisa bertahan dan bahkan dibalikin lagi keadaannya di mana double kill diamankan oleh Ivan dengan adanya Divine Judgment dari Cryde yang di copy di tangan dari Sako.
Trong thẻ cháy những cái này cho lên drop, những cái này lên box CC, cáiการra Rafa, cái nàyการbox anti, cho Pedro Johnston,เป็นเล็กจัดก็โยนซ้ายกันมาเนี่ยแต่เป็นการดาวซันชอมอาร์เมนต้องรอตัวPedroนี่คือได้การมาไว้เซอร์วันนี้เป็นการบังคับช่วยคนไหนกันไหนกันบ้างที่ได้วันเป็นไว้เชิญปันแจ็คand wipe out
Dengan baik, dan bahkan kali ini dengan adanya satu buah kontes yang terjadi dan bahkan Ryujin yang berhasil untuk mendapatkan Lordnya, walaupun di sana Van berhasil dihilangkan 2 player dari Euphoria akan menjadi target operasi selanjutnya. Siso udah nggak punya lagi Win of Nature, bakal coba dikejar dan flicker kali ini energy impact dan Curse of Crow satu yang terakhir di mana Siso berhasil untuk dihilangkan. Lord
needs to get out as soon as they can, and Kim steals the call out, keeps his team alive, but they're all inside the real manipulation. Mel still keeping his spacing. Lord JM absolutely melted by the carry. Red Esports still has the marksman online. Amao in danger. He goes down, but they get the bloody hunt onto Kaiser, getting his immortality out of the way. As Mao will flick into safety. Mel dashes over the wall, but gets caught up by Supa. This is an important kill for the final slash from Red.
Now that you guys are caught up to date, let's have a look at today's schedule here of the Swiss Round 4. Match number 1, we're going to be keeping a very close eye on Rebellion Zion as well as Dewa United Esports. In the meantime, EVOS Icon will be taking on GPX for that first qualification spot to the next stage. Match number 2, we're going to be looking at Onyx PH versus RSGMY, Alter Ego X versus See You Soon, Red Esports versus Geek Slate, and for match 3, Euphoria Esports versus Munana Esports, Aura Fire versus Archives Esports, and Bigatron Beta versus TNC Pro teams. Let's keep in mind that the red highlighted matches are the ones that we're going to be taking a look at and broadcasted on the English broadcast.
Yep, if you're excited to actually watch the other broadcasts as well, you have to tune in the other languages to actually watch the stream, because there's just so much to actually talk about when it comes to multiple teams, right? We want to try and smoothen things out for the team, you know, and of course provide the most broadcast experience for all our viewers. So we are going to try and cover as many languages as possible. But for now, like Eden said, Rebellion Zion going up against Dewa United Esports. This is going to be a very interesting one as well, because today, this first series, we are going to see 4 Indonesian teams from the get-go.
Well, I mean, honestly, I would rephrase it to, it's very thematic with the amount of teams that are playing against each other. It's all about Tier 2s facing off Tier 1 rosters.
Yeah.
It's like that ascension for them. But let's have a look at what these teams are going to be playing for. The big cash out that everyone's looking for. The prize pool during the Challenge Finals for Asia Pacific is 150,000 USD in total, with a breakdown underneath. And remember, they have to make it to the Challenge Finals if they want to even qualify for a slice of this pie.
Yeah, exactly. So only 4 teams will have a chance to actually make it into the Challenge Final. So only 4 teams will have a little bit of taste of the minimum prize pool of 1,800 US dollars on the 12th place there, which is going to be happening during the Challenge Final. So 150 US dollars is going to be the total prize pool, and there is a lot on the line. But now, let's talk about, instead of the prize pools that we are talking about as well, let's talk a little bit more on how important it is for the ecosystem of every single Mobile Legends professional team out there in every single region, right? It's not every time we get opportunities for the team to actually compete with other regions tier 2s, because we are also fixated on our own regions, our own MPL. It's not every time we have opportunities like this, and I think when it comes to important moments like this is going to be a very, very important learning experience to try and adapt multiple regions' playstyle into their respective region over the next few months to come.
I'll do you one better. I think this is one of those moments where everybody just needs to witness it. And honestly, just watch the games live. The Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals will be held between the 21st to 23rd in July at Istora Senayan, Jakarta, where we had M4 last year. So get your tickets now and go on to esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets, and it starts off at 20,000 rupiah. Sounds like a lot. Do the conversion and you'll understand it's a lot more reasonable than it looks.
You know what I really, really hate? Jakarta, you guys are so lucky, man. Like, how can you guys have like so many international events? Like, I want to go. Like, I haven't seen a Malaysia international event for Mobile Legends since M1, man. I mean, okay, maybe MSC last year. MSC last year, but you know, I'm greedy. I'm greedy. But speaking of MSC, guess what?
We have your tickets available. So scan that QR code right now. It's free registration, so you might as well book it while you still have time. And remember that this is going to be happening. The event is going to be happening in June in Cambodia. So this month alone, plenty of traveling. And if you feel like you want to take that vacation, a month-long vacation, this might be your opportunity.
Yeah, book early. Trust me, if you want to travel, book early. Because he booked really, really late, and
I am here today missing my girlfriend's birthday so I can pay for her flight tickets as well as Airbnb just to bring her along for Cambodia. That's how far I am willing to go. I don't know about you guys, but hopefully you're in a better financial situation.
Hey, to make it feel good, you know, to make it easier, I'm going to make life a little bit easier. Your girlfriend will thank you very, very much for this very, very expensive birthday gift, because I wish I had somebody actually buy it for me, man.
Honestly, the most that she's asked for is like, hey, are you going to buy me Novaria or not? I like how she looks.
You just got diamond, baby.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, you're going to be converting a lot of your real hard-earned cash into diamonds to be looking at Novaria. But for these professional players, let's look at the stats, right? It has been picked 3 times in the total of its legalization here, the embargo being lifted from her starting from yesterday. And this is all, this stats have been collected from all of the games played yesterday. So 3 times picked, 4 times banned, and a win rate of 30%. 33%, so not exactly the best win rate so far.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult to actually gauge where Novara is in the current meta, right? Just because of how it's relatively new, and some of these teams may not necessarily are comfortable with this playstyle, because Novara is very interesting as a hero in general, just because it's kind of like a hybrid version of multiple heroes, right? So the playstyles are going to be a little bit different. So when I say about hybrid here, I'm talking about Faramis, I'm talking about B3 sniping, I'm talking about Yves in terms of playstyle. It's like it's a mixture of everything combined, and it can play multiple roles, but at the same time, it can be extremely difficult to decide when and how you're going to be playing this hero based on the kind of fights you're going to be taking in the fights.
I think a lot of it has to do with just the maturity of people kind of cracking the code of what exactly Novara is supposed to do and as well as supposed to build. We don't have that format just yet, and I think with the win rate, it's very reflective that teams are still trying to kind of understand how does this affect my draft? How do I, when are the right situations to actually pull it out? But with that being said, without further ado, we've got a bit of a, well, a short little funny haha for you guys. We got a video. Let's play it. Thank you, production.
Pizza from Pizza Hut, and the menu is chicken lover because it's very tasty.
Burger from McDo because we always order McDonald's.
My favorite food is noodles. In Indo mie ayam karena enak, bro.
In Khmer it's fine, but everybody is want to come here from another country is prohok. You guys know about that. It's not spicy, it's not sour, it's not sweet, but I don't know how to describe. A little bit salty. You can eat with rice, white rice. It's good.
Nasi lemak because I like the type of food that fits me lah.
Saya ni jenis yang makan apa yang ada. My favorite food is orang yang masak tu orang yang kita sayang.
I love Mel QT. And the man, he's got personality, he's really young. He's got some bangers. He's got some banger quotes for sure.
Dude, I am proud to be a Malaysian because in Malaysia, every single time if you visit Malaysia, we always talk about how great food is. And I like how I'm sorry, I don't like this anymore. I hate production because of the fact that they brought up food as a topic. It makes me a little bit hungry. But at the same time, based on so many countries here, I want to try and visit every single country and try all those foods myself.
Well, sucks to be you. Unfortunately, that's not going to be that easy. And more likely, after today, some teams probably don't want you around for a while. Especially, hey, look, this is qualifications and this is eliminations here. It's one of those times where you don't want to talk to a team after they just took a loss. Pretty much the same feeling, if not worse.
Okay, fair enough. So this is where things get a little bit more interesting as well because we're going to be looking at his teams. Who is going to be qualifying here? But for now, the team's going to be playing up on the screen here. First team is going to be Rebellion Zion, and the roster is going to be Cars, Vincent, Suelo, Heis, and Vid Janarko.
Yep, this team has been part of the MPL ID for a while, and let's keep in mind that there are no pushovers whatsoever if they're able to kind of hold their spot in the MPL, and ideally, this is going to be quite the matchup. As we mentioned at the very beginning of the show, this is, for a lot of teams, an ascension match, right? You're going not only looking for qualification, but Tier 2 teams looking to beat Tier 1s to show that they are worthwhile, and teams and people need to keep their eyes on them.
Yeah, when it comes to this kind of playstyles as well, obviously there is going to be a little bit more information from Rebellion Zion's past records as well. So the opponents have to adapt to their playstyles a little bit more. But the question here is, even if you know about them, can you play at their level? Or can you play similar to a style to actually counter their region as well? Because every single region plays a very different aspect of the game itself. Some may be micro, some may be macro, and over the years, it has been a very macro-oriented playstyles.
Of course. Let's look at the challengers here. Dewa United Esports, a team who has already defeated technically one MPL team from Indonesia, Geek Slate. It's Dixon, Lanaya, Keys, Azure Skies, and Sheikomo to represent Dewa United Esports, finishing second during their MDL. And you know, the region of Indonesia, and especially their Tier 2 teams, are a scary, scary sight. They're one of those teams that feel like they already had multitude of games and experience because of how early of the conception of MDL Indonesia.
Yeah, when it comes to Dewa United as well, when it comes to Indonesia in general, right, they're extremely fearless. They're not afraid to actually showcase what they're actually doing before. And to top it all off, Dewa United, they not only just beat Geek Slate, they also beat the first runner-up of the previous season of SBS, which is Game Lab, in the 2 format. So this is a team that they're not here to mess around. Despite having one loss against Eagles Icon, it feels like Dewa United Esports is put in a situation where it's all in or nothing right now. If they want to stand a chance to actually, you know, improve themselves or maybe even progress further in the tournament.
I mean, exactly. And the thing is, even though Dewa United lost against EVOS Icon, they're pretty much the only team they've lost to. Even looking back at their MDL, Dewa United was second, only next to EVOS Icon sitting up in first. So there's a lot of potential for these boys to go further than what people would imagine and maybe get scouted out for the upcoming seasons. But let's look at our 2 highlight players here. It's going to be Vincent as well as Lanaya in the jungle role.
Now, based on this stats as well, let's talk a little bit more in the comparison on their jungle heroes prioritization, right? Vincent is going to be playing a little bit of the previous metas. I would say the current meta's playstyle, which is tank junglers, whereas Lanaya is going to be leaning more on towards the assassin playstyle, bringing in a saber as well, which is very, very interesting. But Hayabusa is something that I think, even in the previous SPS season, we have to highlight a little bit more. It's one of the very few assassin junglers that still kind of fits in the meta, but relies heavily on your mechanical skills.
I would say that Lancelot probably kind of fits that role even better, but I think this is a good reflection of, you know, the stats you were expected to see from a tank jungler compared to an assassin, more assassin-centric style of jungler, right? Look at the GPM. When you are a tank jungler, you're power farming, you're looking to invade, you're basically uncontested, 808 GPM compared to 664. This could also be due to the fact that, you know, as an assassin jungler, if your opponent is playing a tank, you're generally not going to contest him for these neutrals, and thus is explained.
Yep, it is going to be a different play styles as well, right? Assassin junglers, you are going to be aiming more towards shifting a focus on the side lanes, punishing the gold lanes, or maybe even the XP laners if you're a little bit lucky, right? But now I want to talk a little bit more on the recent changes on the Molten Essence as well. Does this affect the junglers? Personally, I don't think it does, but it does affect the roamers or the XP laners when it comes to wave play to a certain degree if they decide to go for it. And I think yesterday's game, when in Red Esports, they actually tried to play their Molten Essence playstyle. It feels like they were always one step behind other teams in terms of wave clear. So there is still adaptation in terms of itemization of how the meta should be for tank heroes.
Exactly. No, I think this is really great because now it kind of gives a, well, at least it gives more value to Concussive Blast. A lot of teams, and especially for Lolita players, Tenacity usually was kind of like the way to kind of move in the lane. You generally had some decent wave clear. You get a Molten Essence, it's even faster towards mid-game. But now that that has changed, at least now there is that thought process, man, I need to take Concussive Blast. I need to be able to move out of that mid lane. So I don't know about you guys here, but this Ascension match is going to be pretty hyped. I don't know who's going to be winning this. Maybe you guys have a much better idea, so slam down your predictions in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, we hope you guys have gather your information from us. We've shared a little bit too much, but at the same time, what do you guys think of the match itself? Please cast it down. And now I'm genuinely curious here, despite the amount of information we've provided here. Okay, in the previous season, I have a very, very good track record in terms of prediction. I pretty much won almost near 98% of my predictions throughout the entire thing.
I'm hoping for a punchline here.
You know, okay, never mind. You just showed a little bit much here, but guess what? We are both on the same side. So
Yes.
Why don't you put it to one of the other?
Here's the thing. As Malaysians, we love this underdog story. I mean, half the time, most people clown us for being a joke of region, being eighth place region, so on and so forth. That could change this year, but until we prove it otherwise, we're still going to be just that. We do like we do like this underdog story. No, this is something I've really noticed around Malaysians, right? Everybody's rooting for the underdog. We're hoping that Dewa United is going to be able to ascend within the local scene professionally to try to make it into the MPL ID, at least their player roster.
Okay, to be honest, I felt like Dewa United, you know, just based on their track record, they beat Game Lab, they beat another team as well, and Geek Slate. And personally, I feel like they've got a lot of hunger to actually prove themselves, and that's what's maybe the reason that's going to be driving them to actually qualify. That's the only reason why I put 2-1. But like I said, it's 2-1 because it's Indonesia versus Indonesia, and you know when it comes to an Indonesia matchup, it is going to be pretty long.
Look, we are just realistic, right? We're not saying a 2-0. We're not saying anything else like that. But if you are hoping that this is going to be a 2-0, maybe consider a chipset that's going to help you win. The Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters, a chipset that's going to make sure that you have no other excuses about your device. It's all about your gameplay.
Exactly. When it comes to Snapdragon as well, they are the chipset that provides you one of the best experience for your phone. The processors actually gives you the running. You know, you could actually play 2 Mobile Legends in the same phone, but technically it's impossible for the software. But you know, multitasking is a very, very important tool.
Look, it's possible. It definitely is possible. And also, we would like to thank all the different brands that are currently under us in our lower third that you can see down below, just in case if you're looking for a couple of options that have the Snapdragon Elite Gaming chipset in them. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind when you're going out. But now, most importantly, if you're thinking, man, I don't these brands, there's so many of them, how am I supposed to choose? Don't you have one that you want to recommend? If you're looking for a recommendation, I got you covered. The Galaxy S23 Ultra, the flagship phone for Samsung Galaxy, is already out, and you can have it in your hands right now. So share the epic and level up your gameplay.
Exactly. The Galaxy S23 Ultra is one of the best phones out there to provide you not just the gaming experience, but it gives you a lot of camera angles for you to actually take advantage of. If you guys really love into photography, and speaking of which, wouldn't you getting a Galaxy S23 for your girlfriend as a birthday present better than traveling to Cambodia?
You know what? You know, I think memories last
You know,
forever.
sometimes 2 is better than 1, you know?
Well,
you got a 2-in-1. I hope Amy doesn't see this, right?
She'll eventually see this, but what I will say is that she would much rather have the memories, and I would prefer her to still stay in Epic so I at least have a Smurf account to play. Other than that, right? United up against Rebellions, and I'm so sorry, honey, if you're watching. 45 seconds left on the clock before we get into the draft here. I want to see how teams are going to actually react to what is legal and what is not legal. Remember, Hellcurt still banned. Nobody can really use it. Novaria is legal, and Diggy as well is legal. And we've seen teams either take an entire ban up just for Novaria, like Red Esports yesterday, both on blue side and red side, which I think is a little bit of a mistake. But then again, they're the pro players. I'm just some dude.
You know, this is a theory that I actually want to try it out as well. This is something that's been going on in my head for quite a while, and that's going to be Novaria's outright. Would it actually give you information during Darkness Falls during Hellcurt?
Probably not.
These are things that hasn't been experimented yet, but you know, with Hellcurt being taken out of the pool, feels like Novaria is gonna have a free pass in terms of information gathering. So in terms of information, I want to see how teams are gonna be adapting here. Novaria, are they gonna risk it for the biscuit, especially now when they are risked being eliminated from the tournament altogether? Do you want to stick to your comfort zones, or do you want to take a gamble and try and pick up Novaria and maybe, you know, hopefully pray to win you a game?
I think that, you know, sticking to your guns here, omitting Novaria is generally going to be the right play, because the way that I see Novaria right now is that she's very skill shot reliant. You could literally land the first and her ult every single time, but if you can't hit her second ability, you're not part of the game. You're just like a dead weight half the time.
So I'm guessing you're going for the Clock and Destiny Lightning Trunking build over the Enchanted Talisman and Ice Queen Wands?
Surprisingly enough, I'm more of the Enchanted Talisman Glowing Wands kind of guy. Sorry, Ice Queen Wand kind of guy.
Okay.
Yeah, personally for me, I like casting her second ability a lot because I just really suck at hitting people.
Like personally, I like the Enchanted Ice Queen Wand because of the fact that it gives you a little bit more power spike in the early game. You know, you can actually contribute more in team fights better. But if you're going for the Enchanted Talisman, the Clock of Destiny build,
it's satisfying.
You can kill people, but you are going to be sort of like a late game carry where you are going to be playing a Beatrix role into the later stage of the game, and your marksman is going to be forced to play a different position. So I feel like it's difficult. That's why it's annoying when it comes to Novaria. There's just so many variations you can play with, but what suits the team's playstyle is going to be put in question right now.
Yeah, I think that's always going to be the call, right? I do think Novaria is in a particular position where she's not like exactly the most broken hero in the world, because again, it's not like Arlet where you don't have to quote-unquote really position your skills. You kind of just have to have fast fingers. Novaria requires you to
you
really
just gotta be
accurate.
fearless, man. You got to go ooga booga and go in, man.
I mean, you can't do that with Novaria. She barely has an escape mechanic, right? Her Astral Recall takes a while. Her little orb thing takes a while to get back to her before you can start
know what's
phasing through
really
walls.
disgusting about Novaria is that we haven't seen a lot of double mage conversation for a long time, right? Like roaming mages, etc. I think the first week of playing like Novaria's release, I've seen like Selena with Novaria being picked almost every single class. I'm like, dude, the vision game is annoying, but who's gonna be opening up the map?
Technically Novarian as well as Selena, because they're the only ones
They
who can do
give you
that.
vision, but they can't just, you're gonna be giving away so much pressure away.
I mean,
you know?
pressure, you just, shoot the astral recall into the bush, That should deter them. That usually deters them.
It kind of hurts. It kind of hurts.
You've got range, you have to abuse it. Just start throwing the missile arrows into random bushes just to clear it. It saves a lot of time.
True. If an arrow hits, pretty much that guarantees a Novaria second skill as well.
Instant follow-up.
It's just so much damage in terms of a combo. So that pretty much guarantees a kill if you hit those arrows. So I guess that could be a pick-off strategy that teams may be looking to take advantage of. You are going to give away a lot of mid pressure, but getting kill pressure is definitely a strategy as well.
I actually disagree. I think that Novaria actually has a pretty decent wave clear, right? I mean, maybe towards
wave
the mid game
clear,
when, maybe towards the mid game where it's a little bit harder to attain gold and getting your third item, and the minions scale accordingly.
Yep.
Then you have to commit a couple of auto attacks. But even before that, you have a pretty decent clear speed.
Yep. Now, speaking of these two teams here, when it comes to Indonesia, they are going to be. I'm guessing they are going to still going to be prioritizing a little bit more at the tank slot play style. We see a lot of tank slots still. What really surprises me was that the recent patch didn't really hit Fredrin too hard, which is kind of surprising for me.
I mean,
they're
hoping that Molten Essence did it.
I don't think Molten Essence is a big problem. I feel like as a jungler, if you're still going for the Demon Slayer emblem build, the Molten Essence doesn't really affect much, but it does affect a lot towards the roamers and the XP laners who does play Molten Essence.
I still think that it's useful. I still think that it's always, in whatever to help increase your clear speed, you want that advantage. You don't necessarily have to complete the item into the Curse Helm. You can generally just hold the component, and then after that, go for your full build, and when you need some extra stats, just sell the Molten Essence in the later stages of the game.
Fair enough, fair enough. So I'm curious to see what kind of playstyles we are going to be seeing as well, because yesterday's game, we did see Malaysia team kind of play. I think Red Esports play the playstyle where they are going to be focusing on lane matchups. Like they go for the wave, they try to set up a gank. Whereas for Philippines playstyle, they do like those early aggression of setting up for team fights rather than lane management. Like if you see there's another guy on the other side, they immediately jump in and force a fight regardless of whatever situation. The itemizations are a little bit interesting as well. But for Indonesia, it feels like a wild card for me. Like they can adapt on the fly based on the drafts, and they don't necessarily have like one fixed styles of I think the first two item builds when it comes to like maybe Dreadnought Armor, maybe even Dominance Eyes or Steel Lake Bloodwings, or maybe even Molten Essence as well. They are very flexible in that regards.
I mean, yes, they are flexible, but I will say that, under pressure, especially for the MPL ID teams, when there's a lot of pressure involved, you can definitely see them kind of pull back on that aggression rather not to make a mistake than making a play. And that's why I think the tier 2s are very exciting to watch, because they're not scared of making that mistake. They would rather make the attempt rather than not try at all.
Yeah, sometimes taking a risk is better than not taking it all.
But the draft was going on.
Speaking of which, let's talk about the draft here. The draft went on for a little bit here. Deva United Esports pretty much banning off Fanny, Faramis, 1-1, and Rebellion Zion for the Arlott, Mincetar now, Glue as well as the Joy. First few picks, we do see the Beatrix, Valentina, and Lapu-Lapu, Yves, Melissa, and Lancelot. So Novaria completely ignored, Interesting.
I'm more surprised that we didn't get to see Kaja instantly picked up here for the side of Rebellion Zion, right? They wanted to prioritize shutting down the gold laner rather than, messing around with the Yves. They might still let Kaja through for all we know, but we'll see first. Second phase has already started. The Fredrin ban, really great for the side of Dewa United Esports. I don't think there's anything else that really threatens their comp other than just sticky tanks.
Do you still think Martis jungle is still relevant?
I still think it's relevant. It's definitely got its place in the meta.
Okay, so when it comes to this as well, Deva United Esports, it seems like they are going to be targeting onto the jungler role. So would they ban off the Hayabusa, knowing that Rebellion Zion, well, maybe they might not play it, but would it be safer, especially when it's against a Lancelot, right? You don't really want to try and play catch up as a Lancelot where in terms of team fights, but no, instead of going for Hayabusa, they take one step further. They ban off the Link instead.
I like that as well. Again, Dewa United Esports, they know that Rebellion Zion is focusing down on the EXP lane matchup because they've already locked in the Lapu. Lapu super early to try and defeat early team fights, especially when Melissa hasn't fully scaled up or have that Winds of Nature. Rebellion Zion looking for their very first pick, mid EXP gold, so support and jungle is still missing. In terms of the jungle role, Martis is like kind of meh here. I would say that it's not bad, but even so, Yve is still quite the problem. I think Kaja should generally be the outlook, but instead they're still doubling down on their team composition to dive their opponents and destroy this Melissa. They lock in the Grok.
Huh, I'm surprised with this Grok pickup, considering that the wall charge can actually punish Lancelot if he's got slow fingers. Melissa still gets affected by stun, even though the knockback is going to be very, very difficult to actually hit her. But I like the idea, but I'm really surprised still that the VAR completely ignored. Forza, I know it's got a little bit of nerf here. I don't think it's going to be picked up from both sides. They have the double mages. I guess in terms of jungler here, Rebellion Zion, they can still go for the Archive jungle if they want to. Technically,
I mean, it's
but
up against
is it
Lancelot. It's up against the Lancelot, right? You would much rather Fredrin versus the Akai. At least Fredrin doesn't have the iframes here, but Dewa United Esports, very interesting. They decided to go for the Terizla to try and win early in the lane and paired it up with the Kufra to make sure that even if Lapu makes the attempt jumping into the back line, he has to commit everything. If not, he's just going to get stopped by the bouncing ball.
I actually like this as well, considering that Dewa United doesn't really want to deal with an assassin jungler, and Kufra kind of stops a lot of the mobilities from assassin. And speaking of the recently buffed up jungler, Paquito, technically Kufra's bouncing ball just completely forces Paquito to just sit down.
Yeah, he does. Quite significantly. But I don't think Rebellion Zion want to go for Paquito. It's into the Melissa, right? It's still pretty tough. The Yve is great and everything, but the real world manipulation is going to limit your space. So Martis is going to go into it. And I mean, this was to be expected, right? Rebellion Zion, they really want to double down on jumping into that back line and killing this Melissa as quick as possible. But I like the way Dewa United Esports is thinking. You see the Valentina and you're like, okay, we can't give them good ults. We could go for the Yuzong, which would be great into the Beatrix, but if we see Valentina steal the Black Dragon form and looking at their entire lineup, a majority of them have anti-CC.
True, but at the same time, I'm not sure if this was intended coming from Dewa United, but that two final pick with Terizla and Kufra, it feels like they're forcing Rebellion Zion to play textbook over, you know, something that's out of ordinary, like assassin junglers to actually play style. So I guess they're comfortable playing textbook, but we shall see. You know, obviously we're going to be a little bit biased in our predictions, but I'm curious to see how both these teams are going to be taking this game one step further, because this first game is going to dictate the momentum for each team to actually go forward. Personally, I like Dewa United, but the Terizla, I'm a little bit iffy on that because of the fact it was intended to force them to actually go into the final pick. But without further ado, this is going to be the match to watch as well. This is going to be Dewa United going up against Rebellion Zion for the first game for today.
Dewa going to be on the blue side, Rebellion on the red. Now, nothing should really escalate too far in the early game for Dewa United. Again, a lot of the onus here is going to be for the side of Rebellion Zion, because they have the composition that doesn't necessarily scale as hard in comparison to Dewa Esports.
Now, speaking of the matchups as well, it feels like Dewa United, they are going to opening up with mid-pressure a little bit more, whereas Rebellion Zion, they are going to play safety to make sure that Heist gets his farm. So very, very different openings coming from both sides, but I guess Rebellion Zion is going to try and play this a little bit slow and prioritize on Heist a little bit more.
Now they are just going to try and dump on Azura's guys, right? I mean, look at this lane matchup. It's Melissa versus the Beatrix, and Brock comes to intervene to immediately give the advantage over the Heist. So, I mean, it's to be expected. Vincent, on the other hand, Dixon shouldn't be dying here. He's Rizla, he needs to be able to maintain play.
Yeah, pull that off for now, bottom lane. So Lord getting dived pretty hard as well. There's going to be a little bit of trades here, but it is the roamer that's getting a little bit of pressure. Is not that big of a deal for Rebellion, but at the same time, Renbu also takes a lot of damage, so that's a lot of pressure being thrown away while they try and capitalize and punish this top lane. Terizla not having it for now, but bottom lane, again, another attempt, but they just can't kill off this Grok.
No, again, Grok still pretty tanky in the earlier stages of the game. Majority of their damage is going to be attack damage, not magic. But
Physical.
now, yeah, physical. Well, with the rest of the team coming in for this Lord, wow, Cars really wants to try and blow it. Oh my god,
okay,
he wants to get all
okay.
the spells.
Okay, you know, he actually forced Lanaya out of position a little bit here. It's a big rotation, but do they have enough time? Because as of now, they're going to try and borrow a little bit of time, but he still steals the turtle, despite getting forced away by the Lapu Lapu, and now Rebellion. They've committed a little bit too much. They had to run, and Cars, he actually escapes with 1 HP. Dixon will finish off Cars finally with his first kill, and I thought he got away, but this overcommitment from Rebellion is going to get punished.
Yep, honestly, nicely played by Daewoo United Esports. Good positioning. Shaco Mode just going into the bush, ready to jump on top of the right targets. He waited for half a second to make sure that everybody was on board with the plan, but now this is where we see Daewoo United Esports. Once they hit that level 4, the laning phase becomes significantly easier to manage.
Oh boy, you hate to see moments like this. Like Cars, he really tried his best, but damn, Lanaya's got very, very good timings here. But meanwhile, for now, they are going to take the win for now. 1,000 gold advantage in terms of gold. Rebellion Zion, what's the comeback mechanic for them right now?
Well, for Rebellion Zion, I don't think there is a comeback mechanic right now. It's all about this early pressure, right? In the later stages, it's only going to get harder. Those guys.
Oh, speaking of early pressure, they are going to try and dive onto Azura, and straight away, Rainbow will get the kill, and now the Kufra is going to be the next one to fall potentially. Nope, he is going to be very, very tanky, so Rebellion, they would take the gold laner for sure.
Yeah, really nasty play coming in from Swaylord, going in for the wild charge, but using the Nature's Barrier late, knowing that Kufra could potentially pull his team.
Okay, Dyson. What? Okay, I don't think he's got the sustain.
No,
But
he
Cars.
just doesn't have mana.
Okay, he's gonna back off.
Oh, he has the fucker early.
Vincent. Is he gonna go for decimation? It seems like it's not gonna be okay. But bottom lane, Sway Lord is gonna get chipped once again, and Deva. They are trying very hard to actually pressure the Beatrix despite losing Azure's Cry once now. They're not too happy about this.
I mean, the whole draft from Rebellion Zion is to punish Azure Skies. So if they can unlock him from this laning phase, it's going to significantly help the game plan. But let's talk about the...
Oh no, speaking of funneling here comes the go away. Great traps coming in, but the Terrify coming in from Red Bull stops him in track, and that's going to be Heist killing him off. And now the rest of Daewoo United is going to try and capitalize on this situation, but they've already lost their main goal laner.
He probably should have thrown Muddles first before dashing. I think that would have given him the information to back away rather than getting caught by the wild charge. Regardless, Lanaya will have priority.
Yep, at the same time. No, you have to give credit to him, though. He had the right idea to pen with go away. But at the same time, it was Renbu who just stopped him for the Muddles, if you think about it. But nevertheless, Turtle contest once again. I don't think Daewoo United should be forcing this fight, knowing that Melissa is down behind, but I guess they are going to try to risk it for the biscuit. Because
absolutely, just 4v4 this. Beatrix and Melissa are not there. This is their best odds.
I agree. And now, when it comes to Rebellion as well, Swaylord, he's just going to try and wait for the timing as well. Down towards the final bar, Lanaya going to force a steal, and Vincent wins the Retribution battle. And here comes the wall charge to stop him in track. And they do get a nice pick off coming in from Rebellion Zion. That's going to be Dixon and Shackle getting caught up by the wall charge combo.
A little unlucky there, but definitely Shackle Mode was just holding on to the Pixel Brush for too long. I think communications were very, very cluttered about who was going to be the priority to jump on top of. And by the time they actually came to a decision, Rebellion Zion has taken the initiative to take the fight to them. But now, as we move on towards the mid-game here, we're starting to see those first items get complete. Molten Essence coming up from Lancelot, but of course, Ice Queen's Wand already finished by Keys.
Oh, this is interesting. I do see Fury Hammer purchases coming in from the Mortis as well. So this is not a pure tank Mortis, but it does give you a little bit of damage as well. Lancelot also going to be working for it, but that's not for now. Shaco, he actually misses the tiny revenge. Now he's going to get punished for this, but the bouncing ball reduction is going to keep him alive. Swaylord might have set up a play, but a wall charge flicker connects on two. They want to try and punish Azura Sky once again, but Rebellion Zion, they're not in position to do so. Heist is just too low to commit to this fight, and they do lose Swaylord. But on the side, Shaco Mod also getting picked off by Cars.
This is actually pretty good for Rebellion Zion, right? Even though they were able to trade one for one, Swaylord and Shaco Mod not really going to get a net profit from anyone, except when you look at the top side, they're making sure that they're abusing the rest of the map. Top side open, no problem. Vincent comes, takes that tier 2, and now they're getting ready to fight by the turtle.
I guess this is exactly what Rebellion Zion wants, right? From initially, they want to funnel this goal laner as much as possible. They got what they wanted, and this is pretty much goal time for Heist Armor. But whereas Daewoo United, they are getting a little bit desperate here to try and set up a play, and I think this is very concerning because if they don't start getting kills in their favor, things are not going to look good for Deva. But speaking of a play, this is going to be Rebellion starting things off with the wall charge. They want to punish Azura once again, but it seems like they're all kind of scrambled as well. But they will chip away the tier 1 with the gold laners. And Rebellion, they just throw out the spells and get out for free.
They just sacrifice the tier 1 here. There's no point dying. You know there's a neutral objective to fight for.
And now Lanaya is going to be scouting things out with Turtle. Turtle already half HP. Shackle not in position to get a little bit of pick off Swaylord. Right in the midst of this confusion, it is going to be picked off by Deva United. Turtle will be stolen from the side of Rebellion Zion. And now they are going to collapse on those cars as well. But look at Cars. He's just so tanky. The Melissa doing a lot of damage. But eventually, Deva United will still pick him off. But Bison and Lanaya, they do get another one as well. Rebellion, they're just 2 split off. And Deva United, this is exactly what they want. They want to force a fight, and Rebellion, they're getting picked off now bit by bit. They need Swaylord to save the day. The wall block, not good enough, and they will lose another one. And now Rebellion, they're stuck in this fight. Azura Sky is going to try and force this issue. Wall charge comes in from Swaylord to progress this fight, but Rainbow gets the follow-up. They do take off Azura Sky in this process. At the same time, they're just throwing bodies at this.
They got to stop throwing bodies at a certain point and get back to the wave. Because look at top side, the tier 2, the exact same thing that Rebellion Zion was playing on the bottom side to get the tier 2. Same play being made by Dewa United Esports on top side.
My goodness, this is an all-out brawl coming from Dewa United and Rebellion Zion. It's crazy. Lanaya trying to steal off the orange buff. He does get it, so that is going to be a small win. Middle lane, however, they are going to try and dive on Cars. Cars does have the sustainability to keep him alive, so Dewa will back off.
Man, a little lucky from Cars that Lanaya did lose out his stacks before going for the Thorn Rose. If not, that would have done a significant amount of damage. That being said, Dewa United Esports, now that the laning phase is over, it's all about team fighting, right? It's all about finding the opportunities to contest Rebellion Zion for these points of interest. In this case, Rebellion Zion trying to cover that top side as much as they can, get that wave going, and if they can sneak away an inhibitor, Dewa United Esports would be at a significant disadvantage.
Yeah, middle turret is going to be priority here. Shaco is going to force a fight, taking advantage of the wall block. Cars needs to back off, but he will get bursted down by the tier 1 along with the teammates here. Cars, with the snipes coming in, Deva forced to back out. So Rebellion, they do punish this mistake coming in from Shaco. So that is going to be a small victory for Rebellion for now. However, seems like the Lord Pit is going to be the objective coming from both sides. Do they get it though? This might be tough. It's going to be tough as well because revolutionizing comes in. They do force a flick play. Dyson going for the penalty zone. But Rebellion, they get out. They get the reset as well. They were united. They're trying to pick Vincent off, but at the same time, they're trying to make a play on the sides. Cars going to force an issue. He's got a big shot in onto Azura. Sky, that's going to be the goal laner down from Deva United. Lord dropping down pretty low. Cars down from the side of Rebellion Zion, and they are going to bring in Shaco with the Tyrant's Rage. Connects on 2, and now the Lord has been stolen as well, and Deva United will get the punish on Rebellion Zion. Lanaya getting another kill on Vincent, and Rebellion, they have to back off.
Big profits here coming in for the side of Rebellion Zion, putting Dewa United Esports in a formed position, but despite everything that happened, Dewa still being the one securing the Lord for themselves. All of that effort wasted, losing 3 members in the process.
Oh, it's just so very, very unfortunate. But Dewa United, they played it really well. Rebellion Zion now, it's going to be resets for them, I guess.
A lot of resets. Because keep in mind that Vincent is technically still a level down on Lanaya. It's very hard to win out on that retribution fight, and that's why you saw Rebellion Zion posturing themselves, looking for opportunities to blow battle spells from Keys, as well as getting a kill onto Azura Skies. If they're able to do that slightly earlier, it could have been better to regroup, but now it's where it gets really difficult, as Dewa United Esports, their composition can see.
Yep, Shaco now going to be looking for a position, actually going for the pro plays as well. Rebellion Zion definitely caught off guard for the previous fight, and with this, a lot of objectives will be taken away in chip from Dewa United, but do they want to risk it, considering that we are slowly getting into a late game territory? But attempt has been made, but no follow-up through coming from Dewa United.
Nothing to really die for here. I mean, the Lord is already timed out, and plus it's the very first Lord, so it's generally weak. Rebellion Zion, on the other hand, they also recognize that, honestly, there's no real reason to walk out of our base. All of our camps have already been taken, so unless we're moving out as 5 to give a potential team fight to Dewa United Esports, might as well just stay on our side of the river.
Yeah, I'm surprised that despite having a almost near 4K lead coming from Dewa United, they're just playing very disciplined. They want to make sure that they do get their next item power spike. In this case, Will this glowing one from Keys play a huge factor in this next coming team fight?
Yes, it will, absolutely. Being able to get some extra movement speed to create more distance between you as well as Lapu Lapu. Arguably even Vincent as well, assuming he doesn't get the kill reset, but now
Shaco!
He finds it!
From the side, he gets 2, and now Rebellion, they have to back on. They lose 2. Suelo gonna be stranded on the sides. He's gonna sacrifice himself to delay the rest of Divine United to back off, but is he gonna make a lot of space? Because this is pretty much a guaranteed dead Croc, but the rest of Divine United, they are gonna give chase, and Rebellion, they do buy time with this, with Suelo being picked up as well, and they do trade off Lanaya, which is a consolation prize from Rebellion Zion.
Oh, this is so worth it for Rebellion Zion, right? They did have to blow a majority of their battle spells, but they were able to trade a jungler for a support, which is great, because if you look at the timers here, 24 seconds to 18 seconds till the Lord spawns, which means that technically Rebellion Zion have about a 6-second lead, sorry, less than that, as a matter of fact, like about a 5-second lead on this Lord. So they need to start posturing themselves, clean up their waries fast, postures, start rushing it down to force Daewoo United Esports into a fight.
You know, it's crazy how Rebellion Zion was able to salvage that situation in the hit of the moment, knowing that, oh no, we lost the first engagement, and then immediately tries to salvage the situation by sacrificing a player. In this case, sacrificing one for a Knight. I would say it's a pretty good move here, but with that being said here, now this Lord is going to be even Stevens coming from both sides. Both team needs this Lord to actually progress further, especially for Rebellion Zion, considering that most of the outer towers coming from Divine United is still alive. In this case, how will they play? Because now Divine Glaive on Renbu is going to be a big factor here.
Yeah, it looks like Daewoo United Esports actually want to try and bait out the fight. And same goes for Rebellion Zion. Very two different spearheads here. Here we go. Here's the fight.
Yeah, conceal plays coming from Rebellion. They are trying to go close up on them, but the slows coming from Eve is going to get them in our position. But they have to back out. Defensive wall charge from Suelo to back out. Vincent left alone here, and Divine United, they know for a fact that they have to back off. The Lord was reset in this fight, so Rebellion, they have to go for the first fight. But no, here comes the pincer. Cars getting caught out, and Divine United, they will get the pick off in. Suelo goes for the back line, but the stolen revolutionization coming in from Ice. They are going to try and get a kill as well, but Immortality still available. He is going to keep Shaco alive. Now here comes the re-engagement, and no, it is not going to connect. Rebellion Zion just has too much damage up on Vincent and Heis, and they will blow both Dyson and Shaco out.
Oh, they trade 2 for 1, unideal, but they still secure the Lord, which is great for Daewoo United Esports. If you look at the timers, they've got about like 13 seconds until the Lord empowered minions spawn with the Lord. So that means that Dyson as well as Shaco Mode will have enough time to kind of regroup and kind of join for the second wave. In the meantime, though, we need to talk about that team fight, right? Because Cars, unfortunately, wasn't able to get off the Bravest Fighter in time to get his second set of moves because Shaco Mode was committing a lot of CC. He sees the Bravest Fighter, tries to cancel it out every single time, even committing the ult to it.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? As well, what's interesting was More, instead of going for the sniper build, he actually shot for the shotgun build to actually burst it down. And I think Shaco Mode was caught off guard because when he tried to re-engage after his immortality, he got actually one-shotted from Moi's AoE. So I would say it's a small win for Divine United, but Rebellion Zion, once again, they lose out on the Lord trade. I feel like this is actually slowly closing down the windows, actually making a comeback now.
I mean, it really depends on this push, right? If Daewoo United Esports can end the game off of this push, that would be ideal. But if they don't, Rebellion Zion, they will lose an inhibitor. They'll be at a slight disadvantage, but they're still in the game. And arguably, the gold wouldn't even matter anymore.
Now, speaking of which here, the Lord is going to be closing in towards the inhibitor. They will guarantee one from the side. Now, middle turret is going to be exposed as well. Daewoo United, they're sending in the players. Suelo once again going to be the sacrificial pawn once again. But can he survive? He's got the sustainabilities and he actually makes it off. And now the middle tower still stands. But another creep wave comes in. Daewoo United, I'm pretty sure they are going to go for it as well. Shaco for the play. It does connect. It looks good on Cars. Instantly, they take down the Lapu Lapu. They sacrifice the Kufra, but they do get the Lapu Lapu. The stolen real animation will be expended. It's going to be all for naught. And Daewoo United is going to try and pick them off. Winston dropping pretty low, but they don't really want to commit to this. Suelo once again, the distraction coming from Rebellion, the annoyance coming in. Seems like Daewoo United, they are not going to get the middle turret unless Vincent, what are you doing? Okay, it's fine, but no, guess what? It was a bait. Dyson getting punished for that aggression as well, and Suelo once again has the immortality. He's going to try and bait a play. Wall charts away, but the cooling one, does he take him down? Nope, he is going to be A-okay. Beautiful plays coming from Rebellion Zion.
A good defense coming in from Rebellion Zion, but Dewa United Esports, they gotta temper their mentalities here. Their attitudes toward the game is correct, and some of the moves that they've been making have been phenomenal. But if you aren't patient, you start going for these, well, I will say that, you know, Dyson dying there probably wasn't necessary. They could have just waited for the next wave to come crashing into the inhibitor before considering.
Yeah, this is crazy, considering the amount of plays that's happening across the boards as well. One small mistake can literally just cost you an entire team fight, and it's crazy how mechanically good the both sides are, and they really understand what needs to be done. And once again, now it is going to be another steal they come from both sides. Dirt Lord coming in, and Rebellion Zion, however, this time at a disadvantage with the top wave shoving in.
Yeah, Lanaya wanted to go for the semi-damage build as well.
Oh my goodness.
Having a Guardian's Helm is giving him more than enough HP, but majority of his items are dedicated to damage.
Yeah, now with the Lord going to be exposed as well, down to the final take Rainbow. He needs to try and make a steal, but Lanaya once again secures the deal. But of course, they go in, they find Azura Sky. That's going to be the Melissa down, and it's going to be a free-for-all for Rebellion Zion, but can they go for more? Shackle dropping down pretty low, but Rebellion says we do not want to commit to this fight. But once again, Lanaya secures the Lord, but here comes the Sniper, the stolen illumination as well. They force out a flicker on Keys, and once again, Rebellion Zion they just can't get the Lord objective at all.
No, it's really frustrating because this time Vincent technically got a little unlucky with the Retribution, but other than that, Dewa United just making sure that they can, you know, keep progressing and escalating this game, securing each and every Lord thus far, making it tough for Rebellion Zion to actually get a foothold. So this neutral objective is basically quite the contested point by both sides, but the high ground defense for the side of Rebellion Zion should be more than enough to take it out.
Yep, Winter Trunk and purchase Armor Keys as well, so that's going to be a problem for Rebellion Zion eventually to actually punch Eve. But as of now, with the Lord knocking on the top side, Rebellion full defense for now, and Dewa United is going to try and make a play here. Vincent trying to distract them from the side here, especially up on Shackle, but the middle turret will fall coming in from Dewa United. Meanwhile, Rebellion Zion, they have to make a play eventually, but with all this immortality up, it is going to be very difficult. Eyes Armor very far back, Shackle getting disrupted again, but damage from Lanaya is going to be enough to threaten Mob, but here comes the Brawl coming in. They lose Shackle from first immortality right from the get-go. He is going to get bursted down, but look at this, Rebellion Zion, they've got so much AoE. Azura tries to sneakily snipe the Crystal, but the fear comes in from Red Bull to stop him in his track. He will die, but the rest of Rebellion Zion will lose the Crystal.
Woo! Receiving punishment all throughout that game, finally making it at the very end to chunk out the Crystal and force attention upon himself. Well done from Zura Skies from Dewa United Esports, taking 1-0 against Rebellion Zion here in this best of 3 match point.
Yep, well done coming from Dewa United Esports there, because that was a very difficult game, but props to Lanaya, man. His Retribution has been on point since Turtle all the way to his Lord timings here. And seems like Rebellion Zion is going to be back to the drawing board for them. They cannot risk losing another game. But I would say textbook play is going to be the way to go for Dewa United.
I think that was a bit of an adjustment from Rebellion Zion, at least. It really shows their experience where Dewa had to read on where Rebellion's draft was going to be after its completion, how they're attacking the gold side of the map. And Dewa, yes, they figured it out, but Rebellion Zion, the adjustment in the middle of the game, sending the Lancelot onto the opposite side of the map to start gathering resources, put him significantly ahead, making so that Rebellion Zion, the level lead from Lanaya, so tough. Every single neutral objective taken. Towards the end, though, that was all Lanaya. All pure skill by himself. Level 15 to level 15 Retribution battles.
You know, that's the beauty about the difference between Mortis and Lancelot, right? Lancelot, you have a little bit more mobility, you have a lot of iframe to dodge with, whereas Mortis, you are more of the CC guy. You gotta be disruptive as well, and sometimes you can get disruptive because you don't have those iframes that a Lancelot can have compared to the rest.
I would agree with you, but I think that in terms of the draft that Rebellion Zion showed off here, they could have played the early game a little bit more. The defense from Dewa United Esports was very good. That first initial read slowed down Rebellion Zion and unlocked them from the laning phase itself, and by the time the adjustment happened, it was already too late.
Now, speaking of adjustments, this is something that I really like, and I don't see a lot coming from Lancelot players as well, especially in the current meta where, hey, you're gonna be playing tank slot, full tank all the way through. this is something that I think Chiku has done it during SEA Games as well. Lanaya, he does shift into a damage item build into his later stage of the game, where normally we're so accustomed to a tank slot, right? He doesn't really hit hard. And suddenly when you switch up like 3 items into his damage item in the final phase, this is where players like Highs, players like Red Bull, they do feel this Taunt Rose being threatened coming from Lanaya, which does a lot of damage.
Exactly, especially if you're a marksman, you need at least a little bit of damage to kind of still say that you're a threat. You can't just go full tank Lancelot unless the situation calls for it. We've seen Takanaga from Game Lab try both of the builds, and this is like 2 sides of the spectrum, right? It's just like all damage, one Sky Guardian, I might even sell it at the end of the game, or just pure tank, I depend on my team. This build, a little bit of both.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of flexibility as well. I like how Lanaya has been adapting into this playstyle, but based on the huge damage department, look at this. Devil United, they've got 364,000 total hero damage as compared to Rebellion, and which is kind of surprising considering that it felt like a 50-50 matchup from the get-go, even though all the objectives was being won from Devil United. I
mean, a lot of it just came down to who unlocks their gold lane first. And in this case, Azure Skies was able to break his bottom tier 1 and move his way across the map in comparison to his opponents from Rebellion, unable to break that tier 1 early on despite being on Beatrix. So that's where you see the dynamic in the game and how you need to start approaching the map.
Yeah, this, well, the MVP from the match, well, we have been boasting his name for a long time now. It's going to be undeniably Lanaya from Devil United Esports with his Lancelot play. 4-1-8, beautiful retribution plays. I think out of all the plays, he's only missed 1. And let's talk about the highlights here. Gideon, what are your thoughts on this?
I mean, in the early stages of the game, as explained, it's all about the goal, but the neutral objective takes Rebellion Zion shows a lot of experience, right? They are fishing for a fight. They know it can be a little difficult to contest the Lancelot because they have no way to lock him down per se, but the rest of his team doesn't have that sort of defensive capability, so you try to punish it as much as you can. Devil United, they start to recognize the patterns that Rebellion Zion usually does here, right? Cars, for an example, looking to take out Azure Skies, or maybe even Keys. It's either or, so they have to, the backline has to work together to pull his attention.
Yeah, I think this is something that you actually brought up very well as well, because when it comes to adaptations, right, Devil United is starting to punish habits, and when it comes to habits as well, it feels like Rebellion Zion, they do understand that Devil United is trying to make plays like that, but they're not utilizing those kind of, they're not punishing those kind of habits, whereas Devil United, they're always learning. Would you say that's going to be the case?
The thing is that Devil United Esports, they played very textbook, right? I think the couple of times which they've actually overextended is why Rebellion Zion was able to hold out as long as they could, because if this was going to be like a no-mistakes game, like we wouldn't have seen the death coming in from Dyson underneath the inhibitor turret, but down bot side, and they probably would have baited more for the fight, assuming that Lanaya was confident in this 50-50.
That final play, because he went on half damage, that Taunt Rose really hurt hard from Lanaya. And if I was in their shoes as well, I wouldn't expect it coming from Rebellion Zion. But nevertheless, that is pretty much game 1 out of the way with Devil United Esports taking the first game. They are currently in match point, whereas Rebellion Zion is going to be a risk eliminated potentially.
I mean, it's a best of 3. You know, losing that first game isn't the biggest deal in the world. The question is, how do you bounce back from that sort of damage? And I think for Rebellion Zion, right, they need to start looking to diversify their composition to attack different sides or different roles. But the ongoing matchups, GPX have taken a 1-game lead against EVOS Icons. EVOS Icons, not Legends, Icons.
Okay. You know, for a second, I got a little bit shocked here as well, because I'm happy for GPX, you know. I have a little bit of soft spot for GPX because of the history or what they had in Season 2, but for them to take a win from EVOS, even though it's Icons, but it's EVOS we're talking about, man.
It's not bad, because EVOS Icons did finish off their MDL in first place. You know, they were the champions of their MDL in Indonesia. So honestly, not that bad. We'll see whether the reverse sweep happens later on, but for now, we need to focus on the current match at hand.
Hey, that's the thing, right? It's unpredictable when it comes to Indonesia, man. That's the reason why we predicted 2-1 to begin with. So, even though I have a soft spot for GPX, anything can happen.
I mean, they're both tier 2 teams. It's not like it's an Ascension match. That's the difference. The situation and context is very different in this one.
Well, when it comes to elimination matches, well, as of now, Rebellion Zion, 1 game away from being eliminated, or even a chance to make it to the Open Finals. That is a big problem right now. Now, question here is, are we going to see the Novaria coming from them?
I think Novaria is extremely situational, right? It's not exactly in the best place.
I know, you gotta risk it for the biscuit, man. Do you think they will do it?
I don't think so, unless they're willing to unleash the beast here
Hey.
with Monster Energy Drink. Go check them out at www.monsterenergydrink/gaming. Check out some of the offers that they have, because again, you gotta get really pumped up for this matchup, especially since this is a tier 2 team facing a tier 1 team. If, like, quote-unquote, scouters are looking out for, like, man, how do I make my roster better? This is the competition they're going to be looking. They're going to look at this game and be like, you know what? Lanaya might deserve a spot as a mainstay jungler.
Hey, it might be a case as well, but I really like as well, because not every, that's the biggest problem about scouters, right? Like, scouters, they don't have a platform they actually review from, which players they actually scout from here and there. But that's the thing, right? It all comes down to hearsays. But when it comes to screams, Screams may be a little bit inconsistent, right? Here in an official tournament where the stakes are this high, well, I think this is something that is a good point for scouters.
Well, I mean, if scouters are looking for a way to make sure that they can deliver those jerseys real fast, check out DHL, the courier of choice here at Snapdragon Pro Series. And they're also having a little bit of a game going on here, because FBBot Dash Cup is happening at the same time. It's just a little mini game done by DHL so that you guys have a chance to earn 5,000 euros, a premier currency.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's not a little game, man. It's 5,000 euros on the line, bro.
It's like, well, I mean, you gotta look at the game to understand.
Okay, if you play the game, and there is a world leaderboard that's actually happening, and the rank 1 player from around the world walk away with 5,000 euros.
It's a lot of good money. It's a lot of good money, but also
Dude,
those high scores are ridiculous.
I know it's ridiculous. Imagine this, right? If we won it, that pretty much secures your flight tickets to Cambodia, your flight tickets to Bali,
the Airbnb,
the hotel tickets.
The hotel tickets, yes.
I think that's about like 5, maybe 6 months of our average normal salary in Malaysia. Maybe 7 months.
To give context to the value of the currency, yeah, sure. I think that's a rather bold.
Figure.
I would say it's very bold to say that it's that much.
Okay, maybe
but,
4 months, 4 months, 3
look,
months.
I'm a frugal person,
Okay.
I'm not exactly looking for. What do they call it? What do they call it? Premier? It's not premier.
A handout?
No. In the flights, they have the working class, business class,
first class.
First class. That's the one. That's the one.
All right.
Man, I would have been a terrible Pictionary player. Anyways, Dewa United currently at match point. 35 more seconds until we get into the draft. I think Rebellion here. Game 1, that draft a little bit rough because Dewa slowly picked it apart. I think Rebellion needs to start thinking about different avenues, but they can't just focus on Azura Skies. They might actually have to ban out this Lancelot.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about the play styles, right? Like, from the side of Dewa United, they pretty much show their hands in those stats as well. They do like to lean onto those assassin junglers, and for Rebellion Zion, they do lean onto the tank junglers. So I feel like Dewa United, they have a rough idea. They don't mind playing textbook, but the problem is they are not comfortable playing against assassin junglers, which is pretty much a very, very huge indication during their first game draft. They ban off Ling, they ban off, I think, the Hayabusa as well. Which, sorry, not Hayabusa. They ban off
Ling, Fredrin.
Fredrin as well. These are 2 heroes that are very, very annoying to deal with. But I feel like they just don't want to deal with a assassin matchup jungler.
I think
if they were to play the Lancelot again.
I think that in that particular situation, right, when you ban out something like along the lines of like Ling and Fanny, you're less afraid of their kill potential because you can play around that, but what you can't handle is just the overall mobility, right? You can be taking 2 trades on 2 different sides of the lane, and Ling can affect both of them.
Yeah, it's annoying to do it as well. But Ling has taken a very, very huge hit in terms of win rates over the past few months of patches as well, which is kind of surprising that they still went for it. But I guess they do still want to play around Lanaya's capabilities, and this is something that Dewa United Esports is so good at. They play around him.
It's professional play, right? It's less about like, I mean, obviously numbers play a part, but if it's like generally mediocre and it's not something that you don't really have to worry about, then it's about the application. What does it bring to the game? Each hero, I would say, I would like to imagine that all of them kind of fit this particular puzzle piece. The question is, how do you kind of arrange it in a nice symmetrical order?
Okay, so let me give you guys a little bit more context, Bill. Based on the recent patch, Moonton has pretty much nerfed the goal lane a little bit here. And in terms of Game 1 summary, Rebel and Zion, they had a conversation where they want to try and power farm the goal laner in terms of idea in the early stage game. Whereas Dewa United, they're looking to just force fight across the map and just win in general.
Okay.
Would you say that that's going to be the play?
That's going to be the play?
Or the summarized version of what they were trying to do in Game 1?
No, not really. I think they very much both teams wanted. Dewa United wanted to attack the gold lane. Rebellion Zion wanted to defend the gold lane. Dewa made the adaptation to play the map. Rebellion Zion decided to shut out this Grok, so all they had to deal with is the Lapu Lapu in the backline, which is easy to handle just with the Winds of Nature alone. So I think Rebellion Zion, they had it all kind of Dewa United Esports had it all kind of planned out to a degree.
Now,
there we go. Lancelot man.
Speaking of planning things out, Rebellion Zion, they just couldn't handle Lancelot at all. It's just playing too well. So this is going to be a game where Lanaya is going to be forced to play something else. So I guess this is something that Dewa United Esports is going to be anticipating as well. And speaking of this ban as well, what is going to be let through? Because we're talking about OP pickups here. What is going to be out right now? Valentina's priority? Or would you say just risk it? Novaria first pick straight up.
I don't think going Novaria blind is a suggested idea, especially where she's currently at in the meta right now. I think that Farmis or Valentina either take priority here, but instead they're going to go for the Yve. They don't mind letting Dewa United make the choice for them, whether they want to be the flexible ones or whether they want to play team fight.
Do they want to go for the Faramis here from Dewa United? Like, I still like the idea that Faramis called out is still great and all, but his second skill doesn't hurt as much as before, especially if there's no blue around. So
I think it's Valentina Kaja or something like that, right?
I think Valentina's would play a little bit better if you want to try and mirror the real animation, but no, Fredrin comes in, Lanaya will be playing it, but okay, completely off the mark. Question here is, are we going to see a double mage?
I actually quite like this a lot, right?
Is this a roam Kadita?
See, that's the thing. It's the flex pick. It's a double flex pick on the red side, and whenever you see a double flex pick, it makes you question a lot about your matchups in your current draft flow. I was going to say overflow, but that doesn't really make any sense. Coming back to Rebellion Zion here, when you look at this, right, it's like not sure where the Kadita is going to go. The Kaja was left open essentially still. Both sides not willing to take it, but Rebellion Zion will go for the blind pick carry. They only see one tank. They don't know if Dewa United Esports is still going to move down in that direction, and it's great that they pick up the Kaja to deny it from Dewa United Esports so that the Divine Judgment can't stop the RWM.
Yeah, I think this is something that it's very smart as well, because having Kadita playing the Petrify can be easily countered with either the Purify as well, which is very something that a lot of teams has slowly adapted as well. Time Journey is also a great one that you do with it. So I think, like you said as well, the denial pick, pretty much, if Dewa United picks a Kaja, it pretty much guarantee killed on whoever he pulls with the outcoming from Kadita, right? So I guess that's the idea. But Dewa United,
wow.
They're pretty hyped up.
That's super bold, right? I mean, yes, you win the lane, but does it necessarily make you win the game? Not so much. I think I would have liked to see a Valentina here and seen the Kadita put into the support role. It might be one of those situations where the support doesn't really like it, like the Kadita as a roamer overall, but hard to say until we get into that interview.
This is tough, to actually draft against Dewa United because of this Kadita. Because, like, the reason why I say it's hard, because I still have a very, very soft spot for Novaria because of the fact that double mage roam with Novaria, it's annoyingly hard to play against in terms of map vision control, right? But when it comes to Rebellion Zion, especially now with Helker being banned, it's how to actually counter those kind of vision control.
Yeah, artillery mages in general.
Yeah, it's just extremely annoying to deal with. And you can see Dewa United, they're just banning off assassin junglers once again. And I feel like if they were deciding to go for this angle of double mages, assassin junglers are one of the biggest annoyance that Dewa United Esports is going to face. And taking away Hayabusa, taking away a Link, pretty much guarantees those mages to, in terms of safety, and forces opponents to overcommit.
I agree with you. I think this is, if Dewa United Esports decide to ban out another assassin, it would indicate that they probably want to go for like a double mage setup in the mid lane. However, if we're talking about priority here, it's kind of tough because I feel like Rebellion Zion with the Kajan as well as Yve pick, it's very difficult for them to get punished. So unless we see a Lilia for the side of Dewa United Esports, then that's probably going to be the priority here, especially for that fourth pick after this ban. So let's see. Are our suspicions correct?
Okay.
Is it going to be the case?
Now, speaking of suspicions, we do see a lot of trend into the Franco pickup as well. So if you're talking about suppression playstyles in terms of mirroring here, suppress coming from Kaja is great, but a suppress from Franco does set up for the Kadita as well. So would you say that Dewa United might be playing the Franco pickup? I don't think so.
I think they can save it. I honestly think they can
Yeah.
save it because their EXP lane and jungle is still a big question mark here. And I think with the indicators that we've seen so far, I think it's going to be a Martis pick for the side of Dewa United Esports. If not, if they want to go really, really safe, they can still go for the Fredrin into the jungle and then show off a blind pick in the EXP lane, but probably wouldn't be the most ideal.
What? Okay, I like that Rebellion Zion is thinking the same hit space as us. They're expecting like a double mage composition. The Valentina was extremely annoying from game 1 as well. Multiple times, you know, Terrify kind of messed up, I think, Heiz's gameplay with his Melissa multiple times now. So I guess they just don't really want to deal with it.
I mean, think of it this way, right? Would you rather to deal with the
Oh,
Valentina
no, it
or
is
the
a double
Lilia?
mage.
Exactly, right? If
Fair
you
enough.
had to choose between the Valentina and as well as the Lilia, which would you rather fight? And keep in mind that if the Valentina goes through, Divine Judgment, RWM, all will be accessed by Dewa United Esports.
You know, Gideon, sometimes I'm proud of myself, where I still got it, man. I saw this a mile away. This is a double mage composition.
I mean, yeah, it is.
I'm proud that we still got it, man.
You're not that
I'm not that
old.
I'm old, but I'm proud I'm still got it.
It's not like you have amnesia or anything.
Well,
just
I've
yet.
got a leg injury, so...
That's still not amnesia. But let's look at the Rebellion Zion, right? They're going to be finishing off their composition here. They see the Lilia. They just need some hard CC to lock her down. They've already got the Divine Judgment. So the question is, what goes into the EXP lane to punish this? We do see the Martis pick up for the side of Rebellion Zion just to deny Dewa United Esports, and Lapu definitely something that was actually working out well for them.
This is scary because if you think about it here, right now Dewa United Esports, they need another tankier hero because you can't just solely depend on Fredrin zoning out the lanes, right? You've got Rebellion Zion, you've got a Kaja who can isolate pickups. Martis and Lapu can zone people on multiple fronts. I feel like Dewa United Esports, if they go for a very, very tanky one, it needs to be a hero that can actually zone off carry one-on-one. And there are not a lot of tanky heroes that can actually do that.
I mean, the Yuzong is already gone, so this is just credit to Rebellion Zion's banning, right? They got rid of the glue. They also got rid of the Yuzong as well. So now they were United Esports.
Even with the Lapu denial pick as well. So this is a very difficult spot.
Yep.
And
Terizla
forced to go for Terizla.
Yep.
Is Terizla strong enough to threaten carry?
Absolutely not. I mean, he's a I mean, that's the problem. If you're a tank, you're going up against carry. It's not the most fun time in the world. Yes, you may get 1 or 2 kills in the earlier stages, but as soon as she gets that Winds of Nature, it's basically a non-factor at that point of time. But it's all about free hitting, right? So even if as an EXP laner you blow a Winds of Nature, it gives everybody else an opportunity, especially if they're using physical damage, to win out the fight at the end.
Now, speaking of playstyles here, it seems like Dewa United, they are going to be banging a lot on Shaco, trying to catch up the carry in towards the entirety of the game. So the Petrify combo is going to be very, very interesting. I'm excited to see what kind of battle spells Rebellion Zion is going to go, because as of now, the drafts has pretty much been set from both teams. Dewa United, 1 game away from advancing, while Rebellion Zion, 1 game away from being eliminated. This is going to be the elimination match. Without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into what's game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Rebellion Zion versus the Dewa United Esports.
We got Rebellion on the blue side with Dewa on the red side here. Both will start on the same side of the map. Purple for orange, so that's going to be the top side here. Now, where they're going to start attacking on the map first is going to be very interesting, right? Because this level 1 rotation, instantly we see that in this case, Rebellion Zion wants to affect the gold lane as much as they can. Melissa generally has a bit of an advantage against the carry, especially at level 1, unless you sit in the light wheel.
True, but at the same time, Heiz Armor, he did go for the Purify, so that is going to be clear indications of Dewa United going to be dodging Shackle a little bit more. So it's going to be a tough time for Shackle. Hopefully he's going to get a little bit more pickoffs, but it seems once again, Dewa United, they are going to be shifting the focus on playing the gold lane now as an opening coming from both sides instead of mid-pressure.
Yeah. Vincent a level ahead because he was able to secure the Lethal Wanderer, but the bottom side is pretty...
Oh my goodness, sweet lord, taking a lot of damage coming from Ashura as well as Shaco, the combo coming in. They even forced a Petrify from Shaco, so I guess that's not going to be a Petrify until he has his form, or is it going to be enough time?
I don't think it matters here. There's other ways to set up. Lanaya can, look for the taunt. Dyson still has his flicker with the penalty zone as well. So there are other ways to kind of set this combination up, even without the Petrify.
Well, speaking of which, bottom lane, we do see heavy pressures on towards Cars here. I'm surprised that Dyson was able to chip Cars that low as a Terizla. I didn't expect Terizla to just bully Lapu Lapu here.
What?
Like, I know Terizla has been buffed, but for Dixon to actually bully him this hard, that's kind of scary.
Look, you haven't seen the matchup too very often here. As an EXP laner, this is a very common matchup, especially for those who go for like the Lapu Lapu very first pick. I've seen a lot of people punish it with the Terizla. Just look at that early game damage, man.
My goodness, that's crazy. Easy turtle being picked out from Devil United because of Terizla zoning out. And I guess with this in play here, they are going to try and force the fight. Here comes the catch coming in from Lanaya, and Shaco just obliterates Rainbow.
What did I tell you? You don't necessarily need Petrify to set it up, especially at the highest level. Shaco mode, he does have his Petrify, so there's an opportunity to potentially dive topside. But you look at that wave, it's about to crash into the turret.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried as well.
Oh, no movement?
Oh, okay. Sway Lord is just, not going to be committing too much.
Oh, Shaco mode doesn't have mana.
And Shaco, oh no, the Rainbow.
It's fine. It's fine. He'll
well
eventually get out, but the problem is that he doesn't have mana. If he had mana to do the full combination, I think he is bolting his way down to, up topside. Unfortunately, missing that timing, not the biggest deal in the world, but let's see how they play this out now.
Yep. Speaking of the plays here, Rebellion, they are going to try and protect Hai's armor once again. He still has his Purify, so he's not going to be afraid too much of coming from Shaco mode, but still, it is going to be a risky composition if they do not have his farm. So in this case, Devil United, they need to try and punish as much as possible, but here comes the pickoff. Divine Judgment comes in. Ashura gonna be forced to go away. He does trap two players. He is gonna try to make a run for it here, but Vincent will get a very, very easy kill. Lanaya shows himself a little bit more, but the rest of the team coming from Devil United not gonna be good enough to provide assistance. Shaco missing the combo. He's gonna be all by himself, but he will get out.
No, he can play very aggressive here. He knows that Swaylord doesn't have the Divine Judgment, and he still has the Rough Wave, so he still technically has an escape mechanism, even if the Ocean Oddity is on cooldown. However, what I want to see from Dewa United Esports is to put a little bit more pressure down by that bot side, right? Because while this was all happening, did Fredrin need to be there? And unfortunately, yes, because 4 members of Rebellion Zion was committed to this top side, right? I want to see the invades because Lanaya needs to get a level lead.
Oh, Lanaya, they really wanted that kill on the Sway Lord here as well. That was very, very unfortunate. So that is going to give a little bit more space with Rebellion Zion. So this first turtle, going to be a stalemate for now. It is going to be in control for Deva United, while Rebellion Zion, they need to force a fight as well. Vincent doesn't have his purple buff. Cars, yeah, they're looking for a fight as well. From the side, they are going to go for the Shaco, and Shaco bursts down Cars. And that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade here. And now the rest of the team from Rebellion, they are scrambling here as Devil United slowly picks them apart. Renbu doesn't do too much with the real world manipulation, while Shaco is going to be annoying the rest of the team from Rebellion.
I get very nervous seeing a Fredrin utilize the Appraiser's Rat there, but no Grey Health, it basically does nothing. But it's very, very deceptive at times. Extremely deceptive.
True, true. But now, speaking of the items here, what are your thoughts on this? I do see Molten Nelson still being purchased as well. Oh, we do see an early Steel leggings coming in from the Fredrin here, so not gonna rush. Maybe Dreadnought, not even gonna rush Sky Garden, maybe?
We'll see later on, depending on the game state, but I think Rebellion Zion, especially for Vincent, right? You can tell that he has a bit of gold lead so far on him, on his opponent.
Oh my goodness, Dyson. He's just baiting here. Cars is just dropping really low, but here he comes. He's gonna be bait. Forces the flicker, misses the combo, but Cars, guess what? He went back into his Shaco's position, but saves his ult. Doesn't even need it. Wow, bottom lane here, Rebellion. They're trying to force a fight on Lanaya with the Divine Judgment. He's gonna get tripped away, and eventually gets picked apart by Hai's armor. So Rebellion, they do get a trade off on this bottom lane, though.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate there. I wish that Lanaya decided to head down bottom side rather than path towards the Tribe Rush, so you can pull them towards Azura Skies, and maybe they look for a trade.
Trades here, Devil United, they're not exactly healthy actually contest this here. Why are they doing? Ashura, he gets bursted up by his armor. They're a little bit afraid of Soylon. Miscommunication And Rebellion Zion gets a free turret on top of it all and a free kill for High Armor.
A pretty big miscommunication, as a matter of fact. I mean, I'm going to assume that Keys just had no resources left, right? No Shadow Balls to proc. Unfortunately, no way to get the reset with the Black Shoes because it was on cooldown during that time. So that's fine. Daewoo United Esports, they lose bot tier 1, not the worst in the world. They still have traded top tier 1. It's all about these neutral objectives. Okay. And there's the soul kill.
Yep, that is a very, very nice kill coming from Shaco as well. They punish Renbu, so this actually opened things up for the Turtle. And Rebellion Zion, they do have concealed plays. Once again, they are going to try and punish on Swaylord as well. They do have the damage to burst him down, but he is going to die. But Dyson will secure the penalty zone here. Shaco will lose to Cars, and Cars, once again, is going to try and disrupt the back lines, and he successfully does so because Daewoo United could not advance more. But at expense, do they get Cars in? No, they do not. Vincent will be bringing down Dyson with him, so that is going to be a beautiful space being made by Cars.
Yep, it looks like Rebellion Zion are just dedicated to the fight.
Oh
right?
my goodness.
Oh,
Okay.
No, you don't want to see that. I mean, geez, after all of that, man. Now Rebellion Zion has the initiative, right? They did lose out on the neutral objective, but it's not the end of the world. It's all about how much gold you can gain across the map. And if you look at the gold differentials, it hasn't really changed that much. 6 to 5 kill score, it's been very even throughout this past 7 minutes.
You know, this is kind of surprising because at this stage, I feel like Daewoo United, they should be losing a little bit harder considering the fact that they have been choosing fights around this carry. And as long as this carry survives, it is going to be very difficult to actually win this fight. But now the Divine Judgment comes in, Swaylord instantly gets punished as is right under tier 1. So Rebellion Zion, they're overcommitting for something that they should not, but they do lose Winston as well. They trade off Shaco, but was it worth it for Rebellion?
No, it wasn't 2 for 1. That's always going to be a good trade for Daewoo United as they take the initiative back, evening up the kill score to 7 to 7. If you look at the goal earned, right now, Dyson is actually the richest guy, right? Competing 200 gold, in a matter of fact, higher than Highs as the dedicated goal laner for Rebellion Zion.
Well, that's no longer an XP laner, man. Based on what we're seeing, that's not an XP laner. Breathless is just one scary guy right now. And in this case, Dyson, he is doing a fantastic job with his penalty zone as well. He's getting the right targets multiple times here. He's been able to disrupt Vincent. He's been able to disrupt Renbu multiple times. And I feel like this is a situation where Rebellion Zion, they need to play around High's armor a little bit better. But at the same time, if they do that, that pretty much gives them a one-dimensional for Daewoo United to actually just dive him in completely.
I personally think that one of their biggest problems right now is that they don't have that raw type of burst, right? Nobody has been really getting this huge level lead, in a matter of fact. I mean, look, Lanai is level 11 compared to level 12 from the side of Vincent. Only a 1 level difference, but he doesn't have the burst.
Now, first spot in the play coming in for game number 2 here. Revolution has been used from Renbu trying to zone them out. Daewoo United just ignoring him here, but Keys, he does have the magic shoes, uses the Purify, but at the same time, they are going to be clumping in. Dixon out of position, gets bursted down by Winston. Melissa doing a fantastic job just chipping out damage, but the rest of Rebellion Zion, they get out with his Scalp HP. Keys going to be isolated as well, but doesn't have the space to actually pick them apart, considering that he is going to be out of, well, he's going to be out of charges because that is going to be Cars chipping it away.
Out of charges, out of luck there. Rebellion Zion take it very, very well. This fight has been honestly pretty clean from them, right? I was expecting that Daewoo United was going to get away, especially since Lilia wasn't locked down by the Divine Judgment, but some good team fighting and also a pick here by the mid lane could secure the deal. Yep, Lanaya dies, and that's going to be a free Lord.
Yeah, that's pretty much a Fredrin killer right there. Carry instantly, just nothing much you can do in terms of all this kind of overall team fight. And now Rebellion is just walking over everyone coming from Daewoo United from all fronts. Absolutely nothing they can do. And even the Melissa, look at this. Cars, he's just tanking through all this damage. Oh my goodness.
Yep, using the Raging Slash and with the help of a couple of kills, Festival of Blood, plus a Bloodless Axe, just out healing the raw damage coming out from Azura.
I don't know about you guys. If you guys do watch a lot of MPOMY for multiple reasons, you can hear the smirk literally from his face. It's like, yeah, that's my boy. That's my hero, baby.
Yeah.
Lapu's my hero. You know, I love it.
Lapu,
you know, that's
man.
yeah.
He's my signature pick.
You can hear the smirk off Gideon's face.
I'm very happy with it, you know. I'm very happy when I see a Lapu do well because it's an impressive hero to play.
Yep, speaking of impressive, now Swaylord with the flicker place. He tries to go for Divine Judgment. Dixon tries to go for the punish. And Tier 1 still stands. Swaylord gets the kill. And this is going to be the over-aggression that Rebellion Zion is known for. And Daewoo United, they are going to punish this. Vincent also getting caught out. They got Highs on top of it all. Not sure what Rebellion was thinking, but Deva United is gotta be happy with that play.
They wanted to open things up. I mean, the idea was good. The idea was really, really good. The Kaja almost had it down, but just couldn't execute on getting the Divine Judgment. Deva United reacted better.
Oh my goodness, Case, he's tanking his way through. He's forcing the fight, but no minions to lifesteal for him. As Ashura's right will pick him apart, but you know, if there was minions, he was able to get so much life steals, but the moment the minions die, nope, Ashura's gonna win here.
Look, I mean, Rebellion Zion are literally willing to die for this mid-tier 1, right? They don't want this EXP lead to fall into the hands of Lanaya. We saw what happened the last time, and so far, when we look at neutral objectives, right, yes, they got all 3 turtles. Who cares? We got a Lord. We can do it again.
Yep, speaking of which, tier 1 still stands though. That's the problem. Like, I was very surprised they made the play, considering that the tier 1 down mid was about 80% health. They just couldn't chip away.
The thing is that there's nothing else to fight for on the map, right? Do you really want to start contesting, start invading into the enemy jungle? Probably not. And knowing that the Lord is going to be spawning in about 1 minute or so, you can technically throw away a kill just to protect your mid-tier 1.
Now, speaking of damage department as well, Red Bull is the highest DPS as of now, but immediately when I speak of that, Devil United, they've got 2 Radiant Armor to actually counter that as well. So technically, if there wasn't a Radiant Armor, he would be doing even more now.
I don't know. I think they might also need to consider picking up at least an Athena shield, because Shackle Mode has been finding quite a number of kills on the map, and he's not going mystery shop, right? He's not trying to greed out on his items as a support. He just wants to get the damage now. Now!
Fair enough. But what was really surprising as well is that Shackle, he actually got the Clock of Destiny at 10-minute mark, which is pretty late to think about it as a roamer.
Yeah, it is pretty late, but let's not forget he is playing Kadita in the roam position, right? You're not getting active gold unless you have, well, unless you get like what, I don't know, 6-7 kills. Then maybe it could have come out sooner.
True, but at the same time, it is going to be stalemate here. Lanaya going to try and bait things out. Rebellion trying to scout a position from Devil United, but guess what? They don't really have information about this.
I mean, Devil United is going for the process of elimination, right? They have the Terizla hovering around the midsection. They use the Magic Sentry on top side and now bottom side to just double confirm whether or not there is going to be people there. So they know Rebellion and Zion are either hiding around their side of the map or positioning around this Lord.
True, but in this case, Rebellion, once again, still going to be checking their ways through. But that's the thing, right? When it comes to checking bushes in this, wouldn't you say that Novaria is the future right now? If there was a Novaria.
Would you rather having Novaria over Lilia? I would say I would much rather Lilia.
I would rather have Lilia right now as well. But speaking of which, it is going to be the rock, paper, scissors game. It is going to be a stalemate. Rebellion slowly inching for it.
Yeah, because look at the way. Oh!
Okay. Here comes the pull. Lanaya gets pulled into carry. He is going to try to survive his way through, but he still has the appraisal's wrap. He could turn things around. Does he get connect? And yes, he does. Obliterates cars, and that is going to be just turned around as Devil United will dive his way through. Dixon misses the penalty zone, but Eyes are more. It's going to be forced to back up, and look at this. Keys is ready to zone him up, and that's going to be Rebellion losing 3 just like that.
Rebellion, my guys, you got to remember what your win condition is going to be. It's highs. Highs is this win condition. As soon as those spells come out from the side of Devil United Esports, you back up, you call it off, and you're fighting in the worst position for your side of the map. Why do you want to fight behind the board pit and funnel yourself into the tri-brush? As soon as you cross that border, you bait out spells, you walk backwards, regroup with the team.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. Overcommitment, Devil United. I feel like Rebellion, they had the right idea. They were hoping that Highest does have enough damage to potentially 1 to 2 shot Lanaya with the Divine Judgment, but did not expect Lanaya to be a little bit too much tankier in that regard. I think he has the Dreadnought armor already. No, he actually doesn't, which is kind of surprising if you think about it.
Yeah, they got to keep in mind here, the win conditions for Dewa United Esports is going to be playing a traditional front-to-front. They are so good at peeling backwards into these funnel points, then look for the re-engage with Dyson as well as the Flicker, or maybe even Shackle Mode, right? For Rebellion Zion, on the other hand, they need to recognize that the front-to-front isn't as strong because Melissa is able to hit multiple targets.
Speaking of front-to-front, Concealed Place comes in. Shackle gets caught out. He still has the out. Finally falls in the last tick. That's going to be a lot of utilities being expended here. Now Azura, he's going to do his magic, but the rest of Rebellion, they're going to lose Highest from the sides as well. Everyone is getting picked off here, and Rebellion a little bit too far out of their home base, and they get picked off one by one. And now the Revolution coming from Red Bull is just taking away, and Dewa is just saying, you know what? There's nothing you can do. Game's over. GG will play because now they get the wipeout and Deva United, they will get the 2-0. And here comes the recall spams on Rebellion Zion and he doesn't even die.
He's flexing! He's flexing! What a great game, an Ascension match technically for Dewa United as they take down a Tier 1 MPL Indonesian team that has been franchised. Well done, a clean sweep. The Tier 2s rise.
GG, well played to Deva United Esports. A very, very clean game indeed. Beautiful, beautiful game. And, you know, I did not expect that, but Deva United, patience pay off.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing. Temper yourselves. Calm yourselves down. They were making the right calls. Both of these teams were making some really good calls, but unfortunately, when we look back at Rebellion Zion here, it just boiled down to how they kind of maintained their resources, right? There were so many things and so many factors that they had to keep in mind, but it's hard to force a situation out of Dewa United Esports since they are the ones, since Rebellion Zions are the ones who have to make that first move.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You know, it's very, very difficult, especially with a Divine Judgment, right? Like, it's an all-in or nothing situation. Once you commit, you have to commit. If you don't, that's a big battle spell that pretty much gets expended. You can only use it if you have kind of like a flicker in your play. So if you don't connect, you're going to get messed up. And in this case, not once now, Deva United was able to punish multiple times because of the Kaja's misplay. So I would say GG well played from Deva. But nevertheless, we have to say goodbye to Rebellion Zion.
Yeah, that's true. I thought back on it. Honestly, I think that Rebellion Zion, the only thing that they were missing is to make the slight adjustment of looking to punish this Kadita, especially during around this fight, because again, it was just getting way too much value for almost no reason, right? The Lilia is obviously going to be a bit of a problem, but it's really, really tough. But once again, GG well played to Rebellion Zion as they have been eliminated from the tournament. They have just lost their last life, and Dewa United Esports will move on to the next round.
You know, this is why I love Indonesia games, man. Like, it's so close. It's so hard to expect. That's why we predicted 2-1. But still, Deva United, they came up on top pretty strong. Looked a little bit slim for game 2. They made the comeback. But now, let's talk about items real quick as well. What do you think the adjustments needed to be made based on itemizations?
Looking at the items here, honestly, not much, right? I would have expected a bit more coming in from Suelo in particular, but it's still not the most ideal. They were behind. I'm not seeing third items.
Yeah, but personally, I'm a little bit surprised that Lanaya didn't actually go for the anti-Kiras with the carry altogether. It feels like it was just more than enough, which is crazy.
I personally think that it really wouldn't have mattered. The true damage just absolutely cuts through. As much as you want the anti-Kiras to protect you for at least 10% of that true damage, right? You much rather just, you know what, just give me either more damage, something to at least blow a battle spell coming out of highs. You need to be a kill threat to some degree.
Okay, fair enough. But now, speaking of this, fleeting time up in Suelo, we didn't exactly see that happen a little bit too much as well, because every single time he commits, he gets bursted down. And I like how Deva United has just so much CC control that you have the penalty zone, you've got the taunts coming from Lanaya, you've got the Kadita's Petrify as well, which is extremely annoying to do with. And because of all this, it's just hard to go in and get out and play around fleeting time if you think about it for the Kaja.
I think the one thing outside of the game that Dewa United has over Rebellion Zion right now is just raw communication, right? The support is working very, very well. Like, in terms of the way you kind of re-engage it, you need to make it happen at the same time, because if somebody is even slightly late, that's going to be some extra time for Rebellion to just flicker out of there and make it all not worthwhile.
Well, GG well played, but as of now, Azure Sky does have the higher GPM for this game, damage per minute on the Melissa as well. We didn't exactly cover too much of Melissa during the game pass, but he was doing some serious work as well. But now, speaking of which here, let's talk about the MVP for the match for game number 2. It's going to be none other than Azure Sky on his Melissa, 5-2-6.
It's a redemption game for him. Game number 1, he was highly targeted, and he was just like, I'm so sick of this. I died 4 times, 2 times in lanes, 2 times walking out of my lane for pretty much no reason other than the fact that Rebellion Zion wanted to hurt me. So this time round, he didn't decide to go for, oh, you know what, I'm going to greed out. I'm going to go take Ghost. I'm going to go take Sprint. I'm going to go get, what's it called again? Flicker to be more defensive, maybe even a Purify. No, raw damage. You always want to have that Inspire, and you can definitely see the damage paying off once Dewa United peeled away the majority of Rebellion Zion spells.
You know, that's the thing about Melissa, right? Like, if you're giving so much space to do damage, why not? And speaking of space creation, Lanaya and also Dixon has been making so much plays that Rebellion Zion has no choice but to actually not ignore them, if you think about it.
I think a lot of that is just game situation, right? Like,
True.
I wouldn't say as like a hard rule to keep in mind, but it feels like Daewoo United Esports, they were able to put Rebellion in some pretty awkward spots. For example, even that lore fight, like Renbu, didn't get the most effective real-world manipulation in the world, and Daewoo United Esports took full advantage. Azura Sky is taking more aggressive positions, knowing that ult isn't there, and that Sway Lord had been punished. It enables him to play the game.
It's crazy. It is very, very crazy here. But GG will play to Daewoo United because that pretty much convinced us. But I like the taunts. I like the respect. I like that they are very precise on knowing what they need to do as well.
I just like the fact that they are smiling before the game even ends. They could smell, they could almost feel the end was nigh for Rebellion Zion. GG well played to both of these teams, 2-0. Going over to the underdogs here, Daewoo United Esports. Gotta keep your eyes out for this Tier 2 Indonesian team because they are taking names.
GG indeed. Now, Daewoo United, if based on what we're seeing here, they do have 4 games victory and 1 loss so far coming from Daewoo United. So in order for them to actually qualify,
victories, that would be
total.
Oh, total? No, technically they would be 3-1. With
okay,
this
3-1. Yeah, sorry.
With this one, it'd be 3-1. Yes. So they're in a position where they can technically qualify in the upcoming days, but again,
still far off.
Still far off. They're just moving on to the next neutral bracket. Again, this is quite the Thunderdome here, right? You go into the arena, you're ready to fight to the death. You just don't know who you're gonna fight to the death against.
Okay, I'm gonna defend myself here. The reason why I feel it's a little bit confusing is because this Swiss format is brutal because it gives a lot of advantage to winners. And in this case, why I mean by winners is that if you have 4 victories with 0 losses, 4 in a row, you're immediately qualified. But if you have 1 loss, you have to play 5 wins after that and not losing after that 1 loss in order to actually qualify.
Exactly.
So correct me, that's a little bit confusing. But speaking of which here, when it comes to Indonesian games, guess what? Haha, told you it's gonna be a 3 game.
It's going to be 3 games here. The ongoing match, EVOS Icon versus GPX. They're able to pull it back. On our previous update, it was GPX at match point. Now equalized again. Final match to kind of see who moves on. Sorry, not who moves on, who qualifies for a very first spot here for the next upcoming stage.
Now, speaking of which here, all things considered, pretty much we are going to be concluding the first series here, but I would like to shout out to our amazing sponsors for providing all this setup. Starting things off with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, the core chip processors gives you one of the best experience on the mobile phones that you are going to be using here to play Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And while that as well, multitasking is a very, very important too. So having those processors is going to keep you running.
Yep. If you're looking for a potential phone that we could recommend for you guys, look no further. The Galaxy S23 Ultra is there to share the epic and level up your own personal gameplay. Everything else is going to be on you. So work your hardest and make sure you have the best equipment possible to give you that winning chance. If you're feeling a little bit of brain fog like how everybody does, how about we give you a solution? Unleashing the Beast can be so simple by just getting a swig of Monster Energy drink. So go check out their website /gaming just to make sure that you are up to date with the best deals. And if you want to take it a step further, if you're like, we want all 3 of these things, the final step is to go check out DHL because they are offering up 5,000 euros for the FEBot Dash Cup. And if you already got the best phone, you have no brain fog as well thanks to Monster Energy drink. Man, 5,000 euros could be yours, and it could be a lot easier to obtain.
You know, for a second, I thought if I want to buy all these phones, I just can call DHL and get it shipped over for me. But guess what? They're giving 5,000 euros. I'll take that over any day, man.
Just win, then order the phone, and then
Oh, yeah.
And it'll be totally fine here. Now, what are your calendars? Everybody out there, go check it out right now because the live event for the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals, MLBB, happening between the 21st as well as till the 23rd, till the 23rd of July at Istora Senayan, Jakarta. It was the place where M4's greatest moments happened, and now Snapdragon Pro Series hoping to get a bit of a taste of that. You can get your tickets on esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets starting at 20,000 rupiah. Trust me, it's a lot more affordable than it looks like. Some currencies don't have the 2 zeros of cents in the back.
Yep, but at the same time, Jakarta, you guys are very, very lucky. I am going to emphasize this as well. I want to have more international events in Malaysia, man.
Well, that's
travel,
hopeful.
man. You're the lucky guy who gets to travel everywhere.
Look, 8th place region, joke of a region. You know, we have a bad rep until we do well. Until we do well, we're gonna earn our spot, our second slot in MSE. They took that away from us. Okay?
Well, all things considered, we are gonna be taking a short break here, and we hope you guys enjoyed yourself. We are gonna see you guys right after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Serving body, face, and more. Confidence is
Number one in the street, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, 'cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, 'cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, 'cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, 'cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better be from that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, 'cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, 'cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, 'cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, 'cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on me, dump it on me, dump it put it on, dump it up, dump it on me, we roll it up, put it up, put it on me, put it up, dump it up, dump it up, dump it up, put it up, put it up, dump it up, me, dump it up, put it up, bust it, bring it back, 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 bust it.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Your team is picking.
The purple dragon is ready anytime.
Your team is banning.
Come on, Dexter. It's our showtime.
Still swords run deep.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Even the strongest of turds fail to claim me.
I'm the flare that's gonna light up your team is star.
I've been waiting for too long.
I am the power of light incarnate.
I tolerate no invaders! Yeah!
Team turret has been destroyed. team turret has been destroyed. Red team has slain the turtle. Red team hero has been slain. Red team turret has been destroyed. Red team hero has been slain. Red team hero has been slain. Hero has been slain. Hero has been slain. turret has been destroyed. Red team hero has been slain. Red team turret has been destroyed. 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 team base turret has been destroyed. Red team base turret has been destroyed. Blue team hero has been slain.
Double kill.
Red team hero base turret has been destroyed. Blue team hero has been slain.
Double kill.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Spree.
Blue team hero has been slain.
Double kill.
Blue team base turret has been destroyed.
Killing spree.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
La 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 la. Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermisst dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Du bist mein Dojo, ohne dich bin ich solo. Zwischen Tokio und Soho denk ich an dich und die Sehnsucht ist so groß. Denn mit dir kann ich Luftschlösser bauen. Wir zwei sind immer ein bisschen zu laut. Ganz ohne Ziel, ganz ohne Plan. Mit dir durchzudrehen hab ich so sehr gebraucht. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Lalala, lalala, lalala.
Pride of the 5th place.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL. My name is Getting Q. This is going to be ICBaby12 to take you guys through our next set of games here today. Match number 2 in the Swiss format has been pretty brutal, but we've already seen our very first qualified team to the next stage, and that's going over to GPX as they have taken their best of 3, beat EVOS Icon.
Wow, that was a pretty intense one as well. If you guys missed out action, you know, unfortunately we didn't have an English commentary here, but of course if you guys were tuning in the Indo stream, you would have the full immersive experience. But for now, we are going to be bringing you a brand new series here. This upcoming one is pretty interesting as well because, once again, stakes are pretty high. One of these teams are going to be eliminated in the Swiss format.
Yes, we're having another Ascension game here, but it's still, this one is not safe at all. Elimination is going to be the consequence if they drop down, but let's have a look at the current Swiss stage here. Yes, this is the updated bracket right now. We have EVOS Icon and Dewa United in the 3-1 neutral zone, while the first qualified team going over to GPX and our first eliminated team of the day is going to be Rebellion Zion.
Exactly, and now this upcoming match, it is going to be RSGMY going up against ONPH, who's currently in the hot seat as well, because either of these teams loses this series means they are going to lose their entire chance to actually make it in towards the playoffs. This is something that I think nobody wants to be put in this position. So considering that how we've seen a lot of adaptation has been made coming from RSGMY in particular, especially during their MPL days, ONPH is a team that you got to be watching out for. It is from the dominant region.
Oh, for sure. They're going to be the favorites in this matchup. And not to mention that RSGMY during their interview, was saying that, you know what, we do want to actually battle out against ONPH. They've been paired up against Malaysian teams 2 times in a row, haven't really gotten a taste of the other regions, so they actually get their wish here in this stage.
Yep, and speaking of which as well, it is all about preparations, especially for RSG's mind. Their goal headset has always been aiming towards M5. So this is something that I'm extremely excited as well, because right now, is this going to be a continuous learning platform for them, or are they going to actually be eliminated? But before that, this is going to be the schedule for you guys. Early today, we did see EVOS Icon going up against GPX as well as Rebellion Zion and Deva United. Congratulations to Deva United Esports for advancing. But on this second series is going to be Onyx PH RGMY. We have Outer Ego X going up against See You Soon, Red Esports going up against Geekslate, and later on we are going to have Euphoria Esports going up against Minana Esports, Aurafire going up against Arcade Esports, and close things off we have Bigatron Beta going up against TNC Pro Team.
So here at match number 2 here at 8 o'clock, keep in mind, these are all elimination matches. Nobody's going to be qualifying to the next stage this particular set of best of 3. So if you see somebody lose and you see them lose 2-0 or 2-1, they're immediately eliminated.
Yep, speaking of which here, if you are seeing the matches that are highlighted on red, means it will be broadcasted on the English broadcast here. So if you guys are big fans of Onyx PH as well as RGMI, this is the stream that you guys are going to be watching out for. But now, speaking of this as well, what kind of adaptations are we going to be seeing between these two teams, especially now when they are in this position?
Look, I don't want to toot my own horn or keep talking about Malaysian teams, but I think, it's very clear that RSGMY have some glaring issues. Whether or not it takes one day to fix it, personally looking at the issues that I've noticed over the past couple of days, it feels like it's going to take more time. And I think Onyx PH definitely coming in as the more consistent team. They did drop a best of 3, and that's why they're in this particular side of the bracket, but it doesn't change the fact that they are one of the favorites, or one of my predictions, to actually make it all the way to the end. So either or one of these teams, I hope qualify to the next stage.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very tough as well. But now, I'm curious to see what kind of predictions that you guys are thinking about as well, because you guys at home is gotta, vote down in the Twitch chat as well. Let us know who you guys are going to be supporting between both these teams. But for now, it's very, very important for you guys to cast your votes, to show us and let us know what we can actually bring you guys a little bit more value as well, because I know you guys are going to be watching the game, but with your interaction, it helps us, gives us a little bit of idea on how we can give you guys more future content, especially for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yep, and best of all, after how these days have been going by, I mean, yesterday, your predictions weren't exactly correct too, and there's a lot of back and forth. But looking at the caster prediction here, I'm thinking 2-1 going over the side of RSG, because you got to be hopeful for the underdogs here, but it looks like you're going to go 2-0 with Onyx PH.
To be honest, man, like Onyx PH is, like you said as well, is one of the most consistent teams, and I feel like, especially when their backs against the walls right now, I don't think they would be messing around. They would be going all out. And even in the series they lost, right, it wasn't exactly a one-sided victory. It was pretty close against Aurafire. But so that's my reason why I feel like Onyx PH stands a little bit of a better chance compared to RG Slate, and who kind of lost it matchup against Red Esports, which is kind of surprising for me, to be honest.
Well, I mean, Red Esports, they did it once during our local MPLMY, and now they're doing it again. I mean, they're still technically in the same bracket at the end of the day, right? But only one of these teams will be moving on to that next stage. And I think that, it's fair. I think that most people are going to be leaning towards Onyx PH there. I'm going to be the outlier, hoping for that 2-1 win coming in from RSGMY. But let's introduce Onyx PH. If you don't know them, they're from the Philippines, but of course, with their lineup of Dur, Sensui, Chovy, Nets, as well as Kekadu.
Well, this is where things get a little bit more spicy as well, because especially when now Onyx PH, we know them for their aggression, we know them for their macro gameplay, especially for the region as well. When now, especially now in particular, where all the stakes are going to be put on the line, you need to actually win every single series from now on to actually advance towards the playoffs. This is something that I don't think Onyx PH would give out anytime soon.
Personally, for me, I think that Onyx PH, two of their scary players are both going to be Kekadu as well as Sensui. These are really, really phenomenal players. And the thing is, the team, especially when you have to judge them based off of the regular season in the MPL, PH, they definitely had their ups and downs, but I think a majority of the problems that a lot of new teams face have been figured out. I think right now, Onyx PH, they've got a style to them that they're trying to perfect. They're in the process of reaching that identity, that development, and perfect it.
Yep, and that is going to be a very, very important moment, because they are going to be playing against not a pushover team, because their opponents are SGMY, veterans in the MPL Malaysia scenes for multiple seasons thus far. And of course, we have Repo, Zayed, Izanami, Lilios, and Ney going to be starting things off. And this is a pretty interesting invitation as well from RGNY. Ney, rather new to the roster. What are your thoughts on Ney so far?
I mean, Ney, when he is doing well, he looks good, but there are some off days, so I think there is a bit of inconsistency consistency with his performance thus far. We don't have enough data to kind of really make an overall average of how well he really does. But yesterday, he had a significant off day, just absolutely terrible. The Alexia comes on in, sees the entire problem, and gives the voice of direction for the side of RSGMY. Which brings me to the two glaring issues we see from RSGMY. Number one, the directions and calls are a little funky, right? They don't seem as clean and they don't seem as coordinated as I would like them to be. A lot of autopilot moments, especially when they're up against Red Esports, right? There were so many times where there are openings to get back into the backline, start dishing out some real damage to that backline, but we didn't get to see that adaptation until Lexia showed up, and even then, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying as well. It feels like based on this matchup, especially for Red Esports and RSGMY, it's hard to actually compare because of the fact that Red Esports, they're playing with a roster that they are accustomed to during the MPMY days in Season 11, whereas RSGMY, they have swapped out their robots multiple times now, and previously it was Lexia. You know, it felt like when Lexia came in, it felt a little bit better from RSGMY, and this time, it feels like Ney is being put in a spot where he's being tested by RSGMY, whether or not can he deliver as a roamer. And quote-unquote, Lafell did post in his social media where Malaysia do lack a lot of roamers.
I like that you bring that up, because I was going to mention that as well, that Malaysia is lacking significant, really smart roamers, right? It's a combination of things to play this role. I think, roaming in MLBB is one of the hardest roles that you can potentially play, right? It's mechanically intensive, but requires you to use a lot of brains to position yourself and read your opponent's movements. And I think, unfortunately, for the region of Malaysia, we just don't have that just yet. I mean, obviously, we have standout players like Soren, of course, but then you have to ask the big questions, right? Who are calling the shots? And it's a relatable problem, but it's a significantly big problem for RSGMY on top of the fact that they don't have the roam. So it's kind of compounding against each other.
Yeah, this is a tough one as well, but hopefully he is going to be able to deliver it this time, especially from RSGMY, because even in their match against Madness Esports, even though Madness Esports has been eliminated thus far, but if you think about it, Madness Esports was considered the underdog during the previous season, and even for them to actually go into this game 3, it feels like there is, like you said as well, a lot of things that RSGMY needs to fix on.
Yeah, they do. At least with Lexia, they kind of have a lot more direction and adaptation.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit more flexible going into games, but it still doesn't change that blaring issue. The draft, oh my goodness. Ripple definitely leaning more towards the tanky XP junglers. We did get to see him play Lapu Lapu one time, and he had his moments, but as soon as you give him something that he's comfortable with, significant spike in performance. Zayed likes damage junglers, but really struggles with tank junglers.
Now, this is where things get a little bit spicy as well, because we are going to be jumping into a very, very small segment for you guys to keep you guys updated on what things have been going on for SBS. Nope, are we going to this segment?
Man.
I don't know,
man.
I had to spoil it.
You had to spoil it so very quick. But honestly, we have to thank all of our sponsors here. Snapdragon's chipset, the Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters is going to be the big one. Of course, you can't name your tournament Snapdragon Pro Series if Snapdragon Elite Gaming ain't one of your main forerunning sponsors.
I'm sorry to tell you guys, man. If you were to watch a movie, I'm the guy that you guys don't want to talk to as well. Because I love spoiling things, and I feel like I just spoiled the moment for this. But you know what's not spoiled? Snapdragon. They have one of the best core processors out there to give you guys one of the best experience while gaming on your phone. And like you said as well, you have to check it out, because in order to play Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and especially multitasking, you gotta do it.
You gotta do it. You don't want to have those frame drops in the middle of game when there's so many things going on. And let's keep in mind, the MLBB is has developed so much. The optimizations are getting much, much better too.
Yeah. And while this is happening as well, because most importantly, we got to thank our main sponsors as well, Samsung, because that's the best phone out there with the Samsung Galaxy S23 series that gives you that amazing experience as well. And you can always share your epic moments and level up your gameplay with this phone to play some Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And if you guys like to play an epic rank like him, who likes to smurf a lot, this is the phone to actually take you through the epic journey.
Hey, some days can get really, really rough, right? It's not every day that you want to be unleashing the beast with Monster Energy Drink. It's only when competition starts rolling around and the stakes are high. So thank you once again to Monster Energy Drink for supplementing us here on the cast, and also for the players who are playing at home to unleash their full potential. Let's not forget about DHL, of course, keep in mind that if you're looking for a courier service of choice, DHL is going to make sure that your packages are received on time and in good condition. Surprisingly enough, I wouldn't have imagined that getting your packages in good condition was going to be a prerequisite. It's usually just like it's expected, but DHL, oh boy, thank God for them.
Yeah, they give you the premium service, man. Like, we get you hand delivered, everything is going to be safe. So that's going to be something that you guys will be checking out as well. And of course, if you guys want a little bit of a cash here from DHL, be sure to check out their games here because they are offering a very, very interesting game where the first place winner with the highest scores is going to be walking away with 5,000, not US dollars, not ringgit, but euros.
5,000 euros, a lot of money on the line. Now, once again, thank you to all of our sponsors. Let's start talking about this upcoming game, right? Because Onyx PH, I've been very excited for this team ever since they went for the, the big rebrand at the early stages. I'm sorry, not the early stages, right at the beginning of the year, before they even got in towards the MPL new logo, everything. They were looking to reformat, and the team just didn't gel well together just yet, They weren't hitting the moments that they were looking for, the compositions they were looking for, but they did start to find their footing in the middle of the season.
That's the thing about MPLPH, right? It is very, very competitive in the sense where when it comes to the macro aspect of the game, sometimes it's hard to predict what enemies are going to be playing around as well. And especially when it comes to textbook meta pickups here, it may be a little bit, I would say, repetitive to a certain degree, but one small changes in towards their playstyle or decision making in rotations can completely affect the outcome of how the rest of the games are going to be looking like. And this is something that I think a lot of us get a little bit more impatient when it comes to playing games. And I feel like Onyx PH, they have been grinding this theory where they're always waiting for opportunities, and when the time comes, even though it looks like it's a juicy kill, they will not take it unless it's a sure victory. I would say a sure fight that they would like to take.
I mean, they've got strong fundamentals. I can't take that away from them. Strong fundamentals, some really good discipline, but they also know how to kind of increase the tempo of the game when necessary, right? Those windows of opportunity is something that Onyx PH can identify very, very well.
Yeah, I agree. And RGMY, their biggest problem is not about that. It's actually, they just need somebody to actually play around with. And so far, RGMY has one of the biggest roster changes we've seen over the past few seasons. And even recently as well, they haven't exactly found the roster that can gel yet. And this is something that I'm actually very worried about. And I like that you actually brought up the interview yesterday as well. It feels like RGMY, they are preparing for a meta that may or may not be happening. But it feels bad because they are prepared for an assassin jungle playstyle, which is something that Zai is very, very good at over the seasons. But in this patch, especially in the previous one as well, tank junglers has been dominating all the way through, and this is very concerning for assassin players.
I mean, it depends on what you want to achieve in the game. I think that right now we're almost striking a good balance between, damage junglers as well as assassin junglers, fighter junglers, assassin junglers, as well as tank junglers. Right now, I mean, the meta for the fighter style of junglers, like Alpha, for an example, which I've been hoping for a very long time that someone would pick. Fortunately, just hasn't been the case. It could be an issue of items personally.
I actually tried the Alpha, and
it
I
feels
actually
pretty good.
liked it. I was expecting Alpha to be like really, really bad, but even in like level 6, 1v2 isn't exactly a big problem for Alpha, and I'm really surprised people haven't tried it out yet. I've seen a couple of jungles here in games, I've seen a couple of XP lanes, but not necessarily a S tier pick yet. Maybe, I don't know. But that's the thing, right? That's what I thought about Edith in the previous season. And Edith, I know it was good, wasn't exactly meta. Niche pick, yeah. Great pickoffs, yep. Damage output in CZ AoEs, great, but not necessarily the most broken ones yet.
I mean, it's all about what you actually provide for the team, right? And I think that's one of Alpha's biggest issues, right? It's like, oh yeah, I got true damage, but like, how exactly are you going to apply true damage when you're like locked down into the ground, for an example, right? It's just, you need to play a very snowball-heavy style, similar to Paquito, similar to, I want to say Ling and Hayabusa, but I think Hayabusa is more of a snowball-style assassin.
Okay, fair enough.
But oh no, the big one, Dairoth, yes!
Oh! Wow, I haven't seen a Dairoth for some time. Armor shredding composition is very niche. Not many teams actually play it. I think SMG does play it a lot back in the days. Once in the Blue Moon. Once in the Blue Moon. Previous season. Not season 11.
I think you're thinking about Team Hawk with Gary.
No. That was season. Actually, no.
Literally
yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah,
literally every season he whips it out.
Yeah, true. Fair enough. No, without further ado, we're gonna be jumping into this game. RG, MY, as well as Onyx PH, they are very, very prepared right now, but this is a very interesting camera angle.
Oh look, they want to make sure that they can at least show everybody's phones at the end of the
To be
game.
honest, like this feels like a CCTV angle.
A CCTV
Like a HD quality camera all the way in the ceiling. And you're like, oh wow, that's pretty cool.
It could just be on top of a big TV that's like the mountain one that we have look right in front of us.
But does it go up that high?
I mean, just angle it downwards. What do you want to see like their ceiling or something? You want to see above
No,
their heads?
I want to see how that. Does any of these players have bald hair because of all the stress they have to play?
I mean, it looks like their hair looks perfectly fine. One of them even has grown it out. I cannot imagine how much work and effort it takes to maintain that length.
Fair enough, fair enough. But speaking of which here, RSG, they are here to rise and slay. In this case, Repo has been known for his taunt. We know he's a very, very great entertainer, but can he taunt his way through? Because this is not an easy opponent they're going to be facing off here. Because when it comes to the drafts, it feels like macro-wise, Onyx PH has got them down. But RGMY, I hope they do bring in something new. In this case, the thing that I'm looking for the most is going to be the Prince of Mage coming from Malaysia. Can he whip up the Novaria and pull it off?
I don't know here. So far, teams haven't been too keen on Novaria just yet, but let's have a look, right? Let's see whether Onyx and PH really want to ban it out, whether RSGMY, for an example, want to consider banning it out themselves, but I would highly imagine that RSGMY, especially when they're on the blue side, isn't even thinking about it.
Yeah. Now, speaking of the drafts here, Franco gonna be banned off on the first phase. I think I did bring this up earlier as well. We have seen a lot of influx in Franco priority in a lot of these games. But what surprises me is that RGMI chose this as a first phase priority. Is it because of how Kikado was playing?
I mean, that could be one of the reasons, right? I wouldn't put it past Onyx PH's Kikado to be like, well, I mean, he's kind of a good... He's not kinda. He's real good at his role. So I think that overall, RSGMY, if they're getting rid of suppressions, right? What does suppression counter? Usually it's the Joy, but Onyx PH has already banned that out, so the next on the list would be Yve.
It might be Ling, it might be Hayabusa, it might be Lancelot as well, so I guess they might be leaning on that, knowing that Zayed has been known for his assassin playstyle jungler, right? So for him to play a tank jungler means that he is going to be leaning on the Lancelot as well as the Fredrin as a priority, I guess?
Yeah, but it looks like RSGMY is setting up for glue here unless Onyx PH deny it from them. Alright, they ban out Yve instead, so Onyx PH were reading the first two bans. That third ban, though, RSGMY have an opening now.
Yeah, this might be a glue pick for Ripple from the get-go. I guess it's safe, just because of the fact that you can still kind of flex it as a roam glue. Haven't seen a lot of huge success into it, but you're right, they are going to be sending up for glue, unless they don't really care about it as well because of the recent nerfs onto his glue, which I agree, it is kind of huge because the damage reduction does chunk it down by a lot, and you might actually die a little bit easier now. But no, they still play it. Just for the flex pick, they are going to go for the glue.
Look, I mean, glue is still one of the most dominant EXP laners out there, right? You're just like, oh, I'm going to reduce your damage. It doesn't change the fact that he basically has an infinite amount of sustain with the slam, so I wouldn't put it past them. On a PH, I think it's going to be like Rock Valentina here, because again, the only other mage that's going to be viable will be Farsa, unless they want to start thinking about Kadita as well for the side of RSGMY to deny good ults to steal for Valentina.
Considering that Yve has been banned off, I think the Farsa... I like the Farsa, right? If this was like the previous patch, Farsa, it's fine. Even if he steals the credit, that's right, it's so be it. But I feel like RGMI is put in a situation where the Farsa has been nerfed. Is it viable now? Still pick it now?
Yeah, Farsa is still relevant. She deals a lot of damage in the later stages of the game. Maybe her like mid-game, early-game power spike isn't the greatest. But then again, you're going Clock and Destiny, so you're really just banking it on the later stages. It's interesting to see that Onyx PH are going to go for the hard counter, hard early-game counter with the Terizla into the glue matchup. I thought they were going to go for the flex pick Grok just in case RSGMY reveal the Farsa.
Yeah, I like the Terizla matchup as well. It does put glue in an awkward position, even though the slam looks cool and all, gives you sustain. But if taking a full 3-hit combo from Terizla and the first kill pretty much chunks you like what, 70% health, level 2, level 3?
Yeah, 40%.
If you take the full hit, yeah,
40%.
Pretty much. I think it's a little bit more than that. But at the same time, RGMY, what are you going to prioritize? Low deals. Oh, Let's go.
They
Let's
get
go.
the Novaria.
Dude, 6 cents, bro. I may be old. I still got a prediction. It's the 6 cents, man. Come on. He's got to bring it. Novaria. The Prince of Mage, baby.
Look, I want to see how the Prince of Mage is going to play it out. Because again, Novaria, the one thing that I don't like about her is the fact that her second ability, it's long range, but it's a skill shot. And skill shots are particularly difficult to master, right? Not everybody is going to be an OHEB who can land every single one of those random shots. So it really depends on the person here. Onyx PH going to get the Grok regardless. It's so weird. They could have gone for the Grok in the first place. So they were trying to bait something out from RSGMY to reveal their hand first.
I like this coming from RGMY just because of the fact that Novara's out doesn't exactly give too much value for Valentina. In a sense where it gives you vision, right? But it doesn't necessarily give you like that's it. That's it. You can't benefit anything about it. It gives you slow, but that's about it. But personally, I think RGMY is in a situation where they can play this pick-off composition, right? Back days, I think they did play like a Kaja glue composition. They played Faramis glue composition, where it's used to actually isolate one target into a particular position to allow the Leos to get this easy snipe, right? But instead of having a Beatrix now to snipe, you have a Novaria and also a Beatrix to actually set up for this play.
I mean, that's the big AoE damage, right? Anything that has AoE goes well with Novaria. If you have CC, even better, which is something that's lacking from the side of RSGMY, right? So let's look over back to the bans. We see the Fanny ban, we see the Claude ban for the side of RSGMY. I respect that because, again, Claude, quite a bit of a pain to deal with because he gets on top of Novaria super easily, and Novaria doesn't have a lot of counterplay unless she has like a fat, thick wall next to her.
Yeah, Novaria is just definitely a type of hero where you have to keep your distance so far, and time again, because you want to try and maximize your damage with the second skill, right? You are so far away, and oftentimes you might lose out some lane XP, so that's going to be a little bit concerning as well. But limiting those options, you know, banning off heroes with great, I would say, infiltration to the back lines or heroes that actually dive to back lines is going to be very, very helpful. So in this case, knowing that Lapu Lapu is not going to be in play is a good sign. Terisla out, Grok not necessarily going to be able to extend so far because the Warrior is going to be very, very far behind. But Bane, wow! Okay, I'm really surprised with this ban.
Yep, it's about disengage, right? RSGMY want a traditional, like, front-to-front, like, you hit my glue, I hit your Terisla as well as Grok, and then eventually once they die, we start going from the front lines all the way into the back lines.
What are the chances that this is a double mage coming for RSGMY? And it might actually be a roam Novaria. I don't like it, but it is a hybrid version of a Eve to a certain degree. So
let me think
I assume that they're going for Enchanted Talisman Ice Queen one for early game. But if they go for like the Cloud of Destiny into his Lightning Trunken, they can kind of compensate where they have two snipers in this game. So they need very, very strong frontliners to actually make space for these two snipers.
Here's the thing, right? When based on Nay's performance and the heroes that he has selected over this period of time, he has been playing these just hard engagers pretty much all the time. The Kufas, the Groks, we've seen them both, right? We haven't seen anything else coming out of Nay just yet. And, even Lolita was a big question mark, right? But we look at Onyx PH, I feel, personally, a little disrespectful. Going in for the Clint in this particular case is rather bold. They could have easily gone for the Melissa for the get away from me to make sure that this glue doesn't get on top of your marksman, but instead they just want that raw true damage, or maybe they just want to check out the Grand Collection skin.
You know, I'm really surprised by this clean pickup. Like, I was expecting they would have saved it up in case RGMI picked up the Fredrin, maybe even picked up the Martis to a certain degree. So I'm very surprised that they actually showed the Clint right here. Maybe true damage from Clint with a little bit more mobility helps him a little bit more, maybe, or in this case, Onyx PH just wants to win their gold lane matchup against Beatrix. So looks like that's not going to be the case because RGMI, they stick to the assassins. That is going to be the Hayabusa coming in for Zayat, and Nay going to be playing on the Cho tank.
Okay, I don't know how to feel about this one. I don't see a lot of disengage. I'm seeing like decent CC, but was that really the right answer? I could be entirely wrong about this. The Way of the Dragon is great. Of course, you're looking for those pickoffs, right, at the end of the day so that you can pair it up with Novaria, but was it worth the combination? Because now we see Onyx, actually no, yes, now it's worthwhile because Onyx PH, they didn't decide to go for a tank jungler. They decided to go for the lane, even though Lancelot was open.
Oh, this is very, very interesting. I like this, you know. fight fire, mobility trumps mobility. This is something that Onyx PH is going to try and adapt to this. And RSG Slate and Y, they're pulling off a very, very difficult composition right now, especially when elimination is on the line. The drafts has been set. This is round 4. Match number 2 for day number 4 here. RG and Y risk being eliminated as well in this series. Likewise can be said for Onyx PH. They are pulling every single strat out of their pockets, and they are going to bring it up on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to be jumping in towards the game here. RSGMY going up against Onyx PH. This is something that I think a lot of us are going to be excited for as well, because this is the game to check out how Novaria is going to be played out.
Yeah, the last time we saw it coming in from Madness Esports, we didn't get a good showing. So now with Izanami, let's see if we can do any better here. RSG on the blue side, it's going to be Onyx PH on the red side. So he's going with the purple buff start with Zayed on the same side of the map, going for the orange buff start.
Yeah, this is something that I think that they are going to be playing a little bit slow, right? I don't think they are going to go in for some crazy invades coming from both sides. I feel like RSG is in a position where they have to make space, but speaking of making space, your top side, interesting. Starting opening, it's going to be all in the XP lane.
Yep, they're doing the mage in the EXP lane, rush level 2, while the support sits in the mid lane, gets level 2 themselves, and then you're basically on even footing, right? And Little Wanderer, not 100% sure who got it. It looks like it was Hayabusa.
Now this is really surprising here, but at the same time, we are going to see a little bit of a trade-offs here and there. Kakadu gets a big charge coming in. He is going to get slowed down. He might actually lose his life, and here he comes. The snipe comes in. Will be blocked by Shinsui, and Onyx PH is taking a little bit too much damage. They force the flicker out of there. So there's going to be a scuffle coming from both sides, and they will disengage successfully.
Okay, so at least with Onyx PH, they may have given up a bit of EXP over to RSGMY, but they did get a big battle spell coming in from Ney, because now even if he hits level 4, he has to be in the right position and can be predicted rather than not having the time to react with a flicker Way of the Dragon. Oh, Sensui.
Wait a minute.
Man, Izanami is not missing.
Yeah, he actually used the Retribution as well, which is kind of surprising. Huh. Not sure what he used for. I guess he was trying to get a kill in this vicinity, but RGMY, they get the full disengage, and because of this, it is going to be a first stalemate. So 4 seconds left before this turtle and Shitsui. He doesn't have his retribution yet.
Yeah, and Zayed isn't going to power farm on the map to hit level 5. There was a thought about it, but let's keep in mind that Onyx PH, right? Ling is a purple buff. Purple buff
dependent
user. I mean, look at him. He's on the bot side. They're willing to give up this neutral objective.
Okay, they are going to try and trade this all, but at the top side as well, Repo is going to be in a little bit of trouble as well. He finds a little bit of space. Izanami gives vision, but there's just no follow-up coming in as well. Zayed finally shows himself with Ney, but they can't seem to finish him off. And Onyx PH, they get the full disengage, they get the pickup, and they also bought time for the Ling, because like you said as well, the Ling stole the orange bar down bottom, and now with the turtle still in play means that he is in position to contest this.
Yeah, and I think, you know, RSGMY, they recognize they don't see the Link, so they can only assume that he was going to his purple buff, and the fact that he still didn't show face means that one of his camps on the bottom side of the map is gone. So at least with Zayed, he recognizes that, quickly goes and tries to hit level 5, gets that purple buff, so when he comes back over, at least he'll be equal level with Sensui, but that could all go down the drain if Sensui hits level 6 off of orange on his side of the map.
My
Yep,
goodness.
P6.
Yeah, this is scary. But at the same time, top side, they have to try and force the play. Izanami going for the snipe as well, but there he is going to be forced out with the penalty zone. So that's going to be a little bit of a small victory for this turtle fight. But here comes the ball charge immediately. They're standing up the fight. The kick comes in. Zayed is going to be picked off as well. Beautiful stuff coming in from Choi with the stolen Way of the Dragon. Ney looking for the counterplay. Doesn't have the angle. Lolios doesn't have the damage chip away. And now Turtle going to be able to contest with no Zayed in the picture. They are going to go in for the all-out brawl. But Izanami, the Prince of Mage, almost near half distance, still steals the Turtle away. Beautiful stuff from
You want to create as much distance as possible to make that Astro Recall hurt like a truck. It scales up with the distance, very similar to Kimmy's ult too.
Oh, speaking of which, Choi is gonna get picked off. So RSGMI, despite Zayed's blunder, they were able to salvage it. So this is gonna be a small victory, but Onyx PH still leading in terms of economy.
Yep, a little unlucky coming in from Chovy here. He could have definitely looked to steal Zayed's ultimate to try and cancel it out, but whoever presses the Oki Shadow Kill first essentially loses.
Yep, and now speaking of which here, KK Dot is what? Huh? Okay, minion clear. Right? He's gonna clear minions. I guess he's gonna try and go.
You know, after a couple of games ago, we did see Beatrix's Renner's apathy do a couple of weird things with the hitboxes.
Yeah, true, I agree. KK Dot now gonna be taking a little bit too much damage. Is the Nami scaring him off? And Onyx PH, they've got to respect it now. The outcomes in gives vision as well. That's not gonna be a safe recall from KK Dot, so that's gonna be a long one coming in. Zayed, however, continue to try and bait out a little bit more spells. Choi forced to steal the OK Shadow Kill, so not gonna be a big ultimates coming in from him anytime soon.
Yep, good response coming in from Onyx PH though. They're not dedicating too many members on the bottom side of this map. They know that's pretty doomed to try and fight for this. However, top side, we immediately see it get shoved on in. Link clears up top side jungle and now instantly gets that mid push. So they could set up for a potential invade here on the bottom side of the map because it is 13 seconds until the turtle spawns.
Oh, ouch. Ouch. Shensui gonna be dropping down to his almost half HP, but so far RGMY, they're playing very, very smart around this in Novaria. They're playing this poking strategy where if their health is a little bit low, means that they are forced to give up a lot of control. In this case, RGMY hoping that the Prince of Mage is going to do a little bit more, but as of yet, doesn't have a lot of mana to try and extend this fight. I don't think they know that, but Onyx, you're still going to force the issue. Here comes the vision control. Here comes the fight, and they are going to get a split off on Repo as well. They try to go in for isolate as well. The Pena Zone catches onto his Nay. Nay could not get the kick. It is going to get punished while Repo forced the flicker out there as well. And KK Dawn, he actually survives the brunt coming from Zayed, and Zayed could not kill him off. That means Shensui is going to finish off the rest of RHEMY, while Izanami could not extend that fight at all.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. Nay getting terrified right after the third hit of G couldn't go, and then instantly dies before he gets his ult off. Like, well played micro-wise coming in from Onyx PH. Hyper aware of the situation. Zayed got a little unlucky there, but at the end of the day, right, even though Izanami is playing on this Novaria, he needs somebody to kind of finish off the fight for him. He can chunk him down, but he won't be able to finish the fight efficiently.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate as well, considering that Izanami didn't have enough mana to do even more, which was one of the biggest problems here. And Onyx PH, they were able to just luckily scurry off with that that win. But as of now, once again, another stalemate on this turtle. It feels like Repo in a position where he's still, well,
he can do this forever. He literally will do this forever.
Yeah, but speaking of doing this forever, here comes the play. They do have vision as well. Kicking it forced to defensively wall charge away, but Repo latches onto him and he is gonna die. Repo dropping down to low from the tier 2. Nets is gonna get an easy pick on towards him. Meanwhile, Dur is gonna be finished off of Nay, while RSGMY is gonna try and get him on as well. Shenzui dropping down pretty low. They need another snipe from Izanami, but still doesn't have it. But Lolios tries to go for the gamble, didn't get it though.
At least they will be able to secure this next turtle, right? And it looks like, wow, 58% believing in RSGMY over Onyx PH. Definitely thought it was going to be the latter. So, well, let's see how this works out.
Oh, no. Couldn't find the angle. He doesn't have the kick. Okay.
Yeah,
you know, he doesn't have
it. It's fine. It's just, it's about showboating, right? It's about like showing that you have presence.
Oh, here comes the wall charge. They found Lolios and they are going to force him down. Nay is going to be the sacrificial lamb alongside with him. Easy 2 kills coming from Onyx PH. RGMI not going to be able to respond to this. Zai forced to go for the OK Shadow kill. Clears the minions, and Onyx PH will respect this and back out.
I'm going to give Nay the benefit of the doubt there because he should have absolutely sacrificed his life as soon as he saw the conceal. Like, look for a G couldn't go, try to take away the follow-up or something. Obviously, don't use your battle spell because you're basically sacrificing your life and you don't want to lose that kind of resource, but I would have expected him to make the attempt.
Still, great catch coming from Onyx PH. Identifying the priority, which was punishing Lolios. Gets a pick here. They understand what they need to do, but based on the standings here, think of this. Gold earned, top on the net worth right now is going to be Sensui.
Yep, he's been power farming, right? After that first turtle going over to RSGMY, he's just like, nah, I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to take everything. All the gold across the map is going to be mine.
Yep, and in this case, how far is he gonna go? Because as of yet, he's gonna try and challenge Zayed. He does have the damage. Zayed, is he gonna be able to survive? He does have an okay share kill. He's gonna force a recall out of him, and is he gonna get out? That's gonna be a question. He does. He actually does get out, so that's gonna be a huge win for him. Shensui, however, is gonna be farming on the top side. RSG looking to actually try and continue the fight bottom, but not gonna give it to him.
Yeah, I mean, Sensui could have 100% gone back into the middle of the fight, but he was waiting patiently to play, though.
Oh, here comes the kick. They
it's
do
not
catch
good.
Dirt going for the penalty zone. Catches off Nate. Can he get out? Yes, he will. A little bit of a Astral Recall comes in. Doesn't even matter. Shensui taking a little bit too much damage from the little Leos. He is gonna escape and scurry off while RGMI, they lose Nate for absolutely nothing, but they do trade the tier 1. Here comes the snipe coming in. Repo taking too much damage. And that's gonna be Choi killing him off.
Yep. So very good. Nets has so much damage, and I think, you know, Rippo needs to respect that. This is true damage. It might not be a carry, but there is a lot of burst in Nets right now. I mean, if we're looking at Nets' items, he currently has... Oh, he goes for the Endless Battle Malefic Lord.
Yeah, that's crazy as well. But now with the Lord down to his half HP, Rippo out of position. They have the vision. They have to find the right timing here. Shensui will secure it for him as well. Nate jumps in blindly for the Jikundo. Could not get the kick. However, Izanami snipes off Kekuda, so it's going to be a roamer for one roamer. Onyx PH going to be in a little bit of awkward position. Dirt taking a little bit too much damage. Repo looking to try and pull him back into this fight. Side finally shows himself, and they do secure that kill. So beautiful payback coming from RGMI, but still Lord in the hands of Onyx PH.
Yep, they're trading 2 for 1 here. Right now, they're playing pretty well. Like, I don't blame him for that. It was an attempt, and obviously Kekudu was going to deny you. It's very hard to dodge it. The wild charge preemptively to try and slow him down so that Onyx can actually secure this Lord. Now RSG, I mean, at the end of the day, whether they have the Lord or not doesn't really change too much, right? The gold lead isn't too far away from Onyx PH. And if we're talking about high ground defense, at the very least, Novaria can handle the waves, and you have a Beatrix that kind of double down on that.
It feels like Onyx PH has started to adapt to this Novaria and Beatrix competition, right? Like this poke and push for the effect, they don't really do too much if you are always on the run. It's extremely, like you said as well, extremely hard to actually execute because of how difficult it is to hit those shots. So in this case, if Onyx PH commits it towards one guy, there's absolutely nothing RHP can do. But speaking of snipes here, Repo, right from the get-go, ouch, that's a lot of damage coming from Nets.
That's so much damage. What is Nets' build right now? Endless Battle, Scarlet Phantom into Malefic Roar?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's just raw crit right there
Huh.
coming from him. But
I mean, that's assuming that he crits, right? Like, this is a very big assumption. I think he has to go for a Berserker's Fury just to make the Scarlet Phantom worthwhile, no?
I guess. But in this case, you know, if everything is going to be crit coming from his passive ability, I guess it doesn't really matter, right?
It's big day.
Yeah, but speaking of which, RSG, once again, they're still trying to go for this kind of snipes from Izanami as well as the Leos. But every single time they show themselves, Onyx PJ is like, it's just not worth trading. Just back off, roam around. As long as they don't hit us, we're good.
Yeah, looking at the damage in the leaderboards as well, Izanami having the most damage right now. Honestly, topping the charts pretty handedly, right? 10k above the rest. 10k above the rest, including his own teammate Loliels as well as Chovy. I would have expected him to do a little less this time round, but notice his build, right? Instantly, he's thinking about raw damage. He's not thinking about the Holy Crystal just yet. It will be, it will multiply the amount of damage he actually has, but it doesn't take away the fact that Onyx PH will start investing gold into items that give them magic resist, like the Radiant Armors.
I think Radiant Armor doesn't really affect too much against Novaria, right?
Oh, no, it does.
Considering that Izanami is going to be so far back. The first hit, it blocks the second hit, but you only need one hit, if you think about it.
No, you need more than one hit for sure. Like, everybody on the side of Onyx PH is not going to get one shot by Izanami on the Astral Recall, so the next thing that you have to worry about is that super annoying slow, right? I would have expected Izanami to go for an Ice Queen's Wand at some point. That might be his 4th item, but we'll wait and see. Is Onyx PH, while this game has been like, you know, relatively low kill count, right? 15 kills in total. They have a 2.6k gold lead on their side, so nothing really has escalated for them.
I like how RG and YT are taking advantage of all this range coming in, but the problem here is they have to play this very, very disciplined. They cannot overcommit their stay unless Onyx PH commits to this fight. So this is something that I think Onyx PH needs to be a little bit wary of, because Repo is so far back trying to zone them out, and if he gets caught out of position again, there's absolutely nothing RGMY can do. But beautiful reset coming from KK Dot though.
I'll be honest with you, I do think that RSGMY are just looking to fight. They're the ones in the goal deficit. Onyx PH want to be able to secure the Lord and ensure that they get at least a 5 to 6k gold lead with an inhibitor down, and that's exactly why you're seeing Sensui. He's pushing that side wave. He wants to make this neutral take easier.
Smart. Very, very smart. They're just, you know, like playing the macro game a little bit better.
Yeah, look at this, right?
Oh no, speaking of macro game, Repo is gonna get
I
thought he couldn't even go for the split. He's gonna get focused away, but the flicker comes in, finally tries to re-engage. They have full vision of where Onyx PH is, and they have to back off. But meanwhile, Repo, taking a little bit too much of Choi, but Nay now finally decides to make a decision to dive onto Choi. Unfortunately, a little bit too late with his decision, and as he is gonna get picked off, here comes Choi, finally takes him out. Shobi will actually also set it up for Lolios for Nets to get the kill.
That's a really big blunder. Really big blunder here. Nate didn't have his flicker up during that fight, and man, it also costed Loliels his life at the same time. It's very bold of RSGMY to assume that they can make that happen.
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult play. Onyx PH, they actually understand their composition a little bit better now, and now Shobi gonna be showing a little bit more confidence here. Repo taking a little bit too much damage, being forced out for absolutely no value defensively. But now Zai, he's got to make the play coming in. The stomp comes in, connect on Onyx PH, but they cannot get the steal at all from RGMY.
Yo, this damage is really scaling up fast for Izanami. He's going to get the Holy Crystal sooner rather than later. He's got, yep, there we go. That's the purchase of the Holy Crystal. Nets, on the other hand, man, his build, endless battle, malefic roar, and yes, the expected Berserker Fury after the Scarlet Phantom. Is he going for a Demon
Winds of
Hunter?
Nature, I think. I think he's going for Winds of Nature.
I think Winds of Nature is probably going to be the best bet.
Yeah, I guess. But at the same time, with the Lord shoving on the top side, RGM1 has no choice but to use their middle turret in terms of control. Nay, can't exactly do too much unless he gets the perfect pick. In this case, stolen Way of the Dragon coming in from Shovi. He cannot make any more mistakes here from Nay.
I mean, honestly, RSGMY, they can sacrifice all the outer tier turrets, right? If they make it through this defense, they've successfully transitioned into the later stages of the game, and the gold lead technically doesn't matter at that point, right? Onyx PH, they're almost at that 50k mark, so most of their majority of their cores will have full build, like Nets, who just finished that with Nature, so that answers the question. On the other hand, RSGMY, they're only behind by half a component.
This is going to be tough as well with the Lord pushing on the top side. They have vision, but absolutely nothing RGM can do. They're throwing every ultimate here to clear off the minions here. Repo taking a little bit too much damage. Zayn actually pops his okay Shadow Cube. Couldn't get out in time, and it just gets belted. One shot by Onyx PH. What? What was that damage?
I mean, look at Nets, man.
Damn.
Look at Nets. Keep your eyes for the... Oh! That's looking good, but unfortunately, Izanami... Wait, he's going outside of the map to try and get this snipe off. He's not gonna... Oh, he checks the left bush first rather than try brush. 50-50.
Yeah, but at the same time, Shovi understood that the only way the Croc would survive was he blocked the shot. Beautiful stuff coming from Jovi.
God damn.
Damn. They're just playing on a different level.
They are. I mean, they made such a huge conversion here, right? They managed to get 2 inhibitor turrets for it. They're 13 kills to 5, 9.2k gold lead. Like Onyx PH, they know how to really abuse this Lord push.
Yeah, it's crazy. And on top of it all, let's talk about max slotted heroes right now. Currently, Onyx PH, they've got the Link as well as Clint, pretty much max slotted. RGMY still very, very far off to the quote Sanan said late game territory. So this is something that I think, like you said as well, if RGMY holds on for their dear life, they might be able to even the score. But the question here is, how can they take a team fight? Because as of now, it all comes down to whether or not Lolios and Izanami is going to be able to chip them away. But the problem is, who's going to be able to set up for that? Because so far, Nate hasn't been able to find any of those opportunities yet.
Yeah, Ripple gets absolutely shredded by Nets right now. I mean, now it's even harder because Nets is basically full items. He's scaled, he's got crit damage on top of everything else, and Ripple doesn't have that sort of resources to work with, right? We're not seeing the blade armor. We're not seeing anything else along that line. Not even a Sky Guardian's helmet as well. So, man, he gets ripped apart fast.
I think you brought up a very interesting point as well, because there's just not a lot of defensive items that actually deal with the crit reduction, and I think Blade Armor fits the role very, very beautifully for now. But how quickly can they get it here? Because we are at the stage where RGMY is pretty much starved of resources across the map.
I would also make an argument that Twilight Armor isn't that bad, considering how much damage, punishment that Ripple is receiving. He basically gets bursted down before he gets close. So I think at least with the Twilight Armor, the damage reduction is useful in that case. But right now, Onyx PH is playing the map here. They're going to keep on doing this, right? They're going to hold RSGMY by their toes.
Yeah, this is going to be a little stalemate as well. Onyx PH, once again, going to be playing the reactionary order. They're having Sensui hidden on the top side as well in case they need him to force the fight. But now they are going to be the aggressors. And concealed play comes in. They force Nate to actually back off. Repo still looking to enter Jack, but can't seem to find the rock target to fight for as well. Syed finds off Shensui. He is going to be hurting a little bit more, but oh, Shensui, he steals the purple ball without even needing the retribution.
Oh, whoa, where did he lost 90% of his HP.
Okay.
What happened there? Did Izanami just snipe him?
I think so. I think Izanami actually sniped him. Yep, he's going for the emos. Most likely that's going to be the case as well, but 1,900 damage on the minute? What? That's a lot of damage here.
Big damn, as they like to call it.
Speaking of this as well, vision has been provided. Chovy forced to flicker out of there to disengage from the Astro's image here. But now the clump up comes in. Repo splits been holding up here, but Nene finally finds the kick. Kenkadol will be the first to fall, but it is a Roma. Shensui taking 80% of his health just off from Zayat and Lolios. That's a lot of damage. He is going to be forced to back out, and now RGMY finally in position to actually be contesting this here. Oh boy! The Prince of Mage scares off the back lines with his Astro, and just like that, they're going for the collapse, and Lolios comes in from behind. And now they're going for the push. Izanami zones them off, and now Onyx PH, they are in trouble. Izanami, he's going out of the map. He's going to try and set up for another play. Doesn't have the mana, and Onyx PH, my goodness, they have to concede this Lord.
They absolutely have to concede this Lord, despite having the wave advantage. No, Ripple's not gonna die. He's got split. There's no way he dies there unless Age is catching up to him.
Okay, but at the same time, it is narrowly shoving onto the base of RG. They have to back off to actually go to lane check. But Onyx PH definitely wasn't expecting this coming from Izanami, and especially now, like you said as well, he got his Holy Crystal and his final item, he's got the Blood Wings as well. So that means Izanami is going to be extremely difficult to actually kill off right now.
I'm surprised. I thought he was going to go with something that gives him some form of cooldowns to speed up his abilities, like a glowing wand to make sure that they really feel the sting of it and they can't necessarily just, you know what, I'm just going to get hit once and then start recalling.
That's the crazy thing about what Novara can do right now. If you go for a burst build like this, you can face check with the ultimate, very, very low cooldown. You can even clear minions from a safe distance. And forcing Onyx PH to actually overcome into this means that Shensui needs to die for Izanami.
I think it might be worthwhile, right? I think it should be worthwhile that he changes his target. I mean, it's hard to change your targets with Lolios and Izanami kind of playing quite far back into the back line, right?
This is annoying. This is annoying.
It is, and Izanami, he's just going to do it again, right? Each and every one of these bushes, he's just going to like, okay, I'm going to check that one, no problem. Going to clear that wave. You know, Nate clears the top one. We basically locked down this bottom side.
Yeah, this is exactly what RGMI wants to begin with, and I'm surprised like Onyx PH, they found the secret sauce initially, and now they're just falling back into the trap being set up from RGMY. And now with the vision control coming in from Novara, Izanami going to be chipping away damage here. Kikado forced to go in defensively. He is going to go for a reset. They lose the inhibitor, and now here comes a penalty zone. They're not prepared. They might lose a little bit more. Nate kicks in the wrong direction. The Art will be forced to back out. Lolios will be picked up in the back lines, and just like that, Shensui goes in for the clutch. They finally dive the back lines, and now Repo left all by himself because of one blunder. And Onyx PH finds the kills back and fro, and now Repo gonna be chased away, but he will get out to safety.
Again, RSGMY, it's clear that they're not... Oh, they don't... It looks like they haven't played this type of composition too
Risky.
often. Because, again, they had all the artillery in the world. You have a Beatrix. Just let your opponents look for the engagement, right? You're just looking to counter-engage.
Oh my goodness, that force play coming from lane, completely lost on the fight, and Onyx PH immediately identifies that Izanami is the trend, and now Repo is gonna get completely destroyed. Absolutely nothing RNG could do. And Onyx PH closes this game with a very, very convincing sweep just like that.
Yep, great adaptations for the side of Onyx PH. Definitely respect them, but RSGMY, man, that final push, they really shouldn't have looked to be aggressive. You just poke them out with Navaria as much as you can, and then just let Beatrix kind of do her thing. Sit back, relax, and start hitting away the turrets for free using Renner.
Yeah, it was a very, very difficult play, but for them to actually lose, especially for Ling as well, Sensui was able to find two very, very important targets to kill off, and that is going to be the Hayabusa as well as the Nova at the same time from the back lines, and that was huge because the moment two of this squishy heroes gets completely pushed back, that pretty much says that there's absolutely nothing they can do. And I think the thing about what RSGMY that Shensui was, I would say, afraid of was that multiple times he tried to make this attempt, Lolios was able to chop him off. But if Lolios is distracted, that's an opportunity for Shensui to actually dive the back lines.
That's the thing, right? There was that big gap, that big separation, right? As soon as the front line started to move up, the back line looks for the follow-up, and next thing you know, Sensui, he's jumping in there with the help of Kekadu to kind of like slow down that front line from regrouping and protect the back. So again, nicely played. I do think one of the big hitters here this time around was going to be Chovy, who was brave enough to jump in that back line and buy that extra few seconds with the Terrify to allow Sensui to finish it all off.
Yeah, that was huge. That was huge coming in from Onyx PH. Beautiful stuff coming from them. RGMY fell a little bit short. It gave us a little bit of glimmer of hope after Izanami was able to just scare them off, but it's not over until it's over, especially when it comes to late game territory. One mistake literally cost you the fight, and it did. It literally did for RGMY in that final fight.
Totally agree, right? I mean, Onyx could have closed out this game way earlier, but unfortunately for them, they ended up losing their lead to one bad Lord fight. Then RSGMY looked to come back. They followed that push. They ended up losing off of it because they themselves made the blunder. So it's about minimizing your mistakes. Despite the scoreline being 9-19 in favor of Onyx PH, the fact that this dragged on for 23 minutes, I will say that both teams are probably looking to add a little bit more polish into the mix.
Yeah, but I really like this Novari being played by Izanami as well. There's a lot of adaptations. There's a lot of things that can be polished here in terms of strategy, but it just shows you how the power spike has kind of shifted in terms of timings for this particular hero. It doesn't follow the usual timings of the normal mages, right? He really excels once he has this like 4 to 5 item power spike. And the moment Izanami got his Holy Crystal after it as his 5th item, things started shifting away from Onyx PH for a little bit.
I think even when Izanami just had the Clock of Destinies and the Lightning Truncheon, he was doing some very relevant damage to the squishier heroes like Sensui, right? He from like what happened of, oh, I only lose 40% of my HP, gets the next item, I lose 50%, get the next item, I lose 60%. And then when you get that final item, that's when it's like, wow, I nearly got 100 to 0 there. I really got to be careful.
Well, speaking of which, here Izanami was able to get like a 4,168 damage per minute on his Novaria. That's kind of scary if you think about it. I've not seen Novaria be played like that and consistently dish out this kind of damage yet, but I'm looking forward to see more Novaria plays like that.
Look, there's a very clear connection with the accuracy of your Astral Recall skill shots and winning the game. You know, the more shots you hear, the more likely you are to win. But Sensui played out. I think he played a phenomenal game here, right? Really smart with the way that he moves across the map. Even his itemization, he recognizes that his main goal is to chase down the targets, and they're very dependent on their abilities. Maybe not for the Beatrix, but he has more than enough damage with the Malefic Roar and Endless Battle, right? So making sure that he has the Corrosion Scythe, it's tough. It's tough for people like Nane to run away. It's tough for Izanami to run away.
Yeah, Shensui has been very, very smart in this choosing his fights as well. He understands macro league and what he needs to do. And every single time Onyx PH chooses a fight, he's always doing he's actually always forcing Zai to actually come into the fight. And Zai, time and time in game, just can't keep up with him. So that's going to be a big problem eventually for him. And however, despite the lack of damage output in the later stage game, but with those kind of damage items and the right targets to actually assassinate, things will actually turn for the fight as well. But yeah, this is where things kind of blundered for RGMY. Wrong angle with the kick from A, and because of this separation, Onyx PH just lost everything in the back line. RGMI just lost the entire back lines.
Exactly, and even the front line was very delayed to regroup and start the peel all over again. Onyx PH, they're great when it comes down micro-wise. They just need to find the right opportunities. And in that particular case, the window was small, but it was more than enough for Onyx PH to pry it wide open. So they take the match 1-0 against RSGMY, but it's not over just yet, but it's very close. Oh boy, match point for Onyx PH.
Yep, on top of it all, elimination match for RGMY as well. They cannot afford to lose any more games, and they will be risk getting kicked off of the SPS series.
Look, to me, it doesn't matter who makes it through. As long as one of these teams makes it through, my predictions for who's going to qualify are still in the running. That's what matters to me.
Predictions, and predictions.
Exactly.
But speaking of which here, so far, I was a little bit worried as well. I know that I predicted Onyx to actually take a 2-0 from the get-go. I felt like there was a lot of improvements coming from RGMY from this particular game. I feel like it's still, there's a lot of room that can be polished, but I like the direction they're going by experimenting on this Novari Beatrix here. I like the idea. Very tough to pull off, but the poking potential, the threat of playing this long-range distance is just extremely annoying.
It is annoying, and I do think, you know, the refinement can be a little bit better. But before we continue talking about that topic, Alter Ego X has taken their first game against CU Soon. So this is looking great, right? CU Soon finishing third in Cambodia in their own individual MPL. So technically they are a tier 1 team. So Alter Ego X doing a good job here. We'll keep you guys up to date with how that series is going to go throughout the show. But coming back to what we were talking about earlier, right? It's clear that RSG's composition, there's not enough polish to it, right? It's not like they played like 100 games because Novaria is just that new.
Yes.
And scrims, you never really know what happens in scrims, right?
Yep.
So the idea is there, but I will agree with you that the level of the direction that they're going in, making the calls in the game a lot better than yesterday. Execution does require a little bit of work.
Exactly. When it comes to execution here, you need to be energized here because Monster Energy will allow you to unleash that beast, and you can actually try to get yourself a pretty good sweet deal here with Monster Energy on their website. Check it out. You can actually buy the drinks here to keep you guys energized, to keep you playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
I'm curious to know whether you can buy like a gallon tub of just Monster Energy drink that you can lug around. Like one of those big kegs.
You know what I would really like? I would like to buy the Monster Energy truck.
Just the entire truck?
No, I just like a big truck.
That sounds like you want a truck more than it has to be a Monster Energy truck.
Because, you know, have you seen a Monster Energy truck?
Yes, I have, in a matter of fact.
Cool. What?
Yeah, I have, in a matter of fact.
Yeah, exactly. It's cool, right? Isn't it cool? Like the 3 lines here in the car, it's like it gives you like that monster truck feeling, man.
Really?
Yeah,
you're sounding like a Slav boy right now.
I don't know, but I love, like, I used to actually watch this kind of like dirt racing kind of things where you see monster, like giant monster trucks just completely destroying cars, man.
I mean, it's fair enough. It's not my cup of, personally not my cup of tea.
That's why I play tank a lot, but yeah, I just like to be the big guy and like and then ooga and it just.
You must have loved Gundam as a kid, huh? Yeah, I'll take that as a yes. I'll take that. If people don't like Big Mechs, then I have an issue with them. You know, the Big Mechs definitely is relatable to the crowd.
I plead the fifth.
Yeah, you're in the wrong country for that, boyo. Oh boy, but I am curious to know the thought process, right? Hopefully, maybe I can start pinging out some of the casters from the PH and start talking about like this particular Clint build, right? Not everybody likes the Gopher. It's not everybody's cup of tea. Usually, a Blade of Despair comes out, but no Blade of Despair at all. And even incorporating crit.
Yeah, that's the thing about the crit thing, right? Like, because of the fact that there's just not a lot of items that actually deal with the crit reduction, and based on the current meta for tanks composition, Blade Armor has kind of strayed away as well. But you know what's really cool about this kind of situation?
What?
It is going to be winning yourself $5,000. You guys want to win? Check out the EHL's brand new game. The FE Dash game is going to be online as well. They have a world ranking leaderboard where the first place with the most amount of points is going to be walking away with €5,000. Euros. Yep. Not USD, euros. Okay.
Euros.
Euros. Wow.
Big currency, big currency. Not to mention that the FE Dash Cup, like the game that they make you play, pretty easy, pretty simple to play.
But how long can you last?
I don't have that kind of time, man.
How long can you last? It might be hours, it might be days, but guess what? If you are the longest time or the highest scoring person, you know what? I think it's gonna be worth it. You know, I wouldn't mind. That's the thing. Can I last 2 days straight doing just set the high score?
No.
I know I would kill myself, but 2 days for 5,000 euro.
My average time is 2 minutes. That's all I got in me, man. I just
Wait a
go in, play as hard as I absolutely can, and then just, well, that's it. That's enough for me.
I feel sad, man. Only 2 minutes?
Yep,
really?
that's all I got in me, man.
I feel sad, man.
Don't worry, at least I have the height.
At least you got the person, but yeah.
Well, that too,
No,
but I've got the height.
restraint.
I don't 25 seconds left on the clock. Onyx PH currently 1-0 against RSG. I feel like the adjustments are more in-game than the draft itself. However, for Onyx side, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now realizing that, okay, Novaria, like somebody on the side of RSGMY can play Novaria, they might want to consider it banned, or unless they've already thought of the counter pick way before the turn.
To be honest, I feel like this is a great time to actually experiment. What I mean by experimenting, why I feel it is a great time to experiment for Onyx PH is that they can't afford to lose one game. So in this case, was Novaria a big threat? I felt like they are very uncomfortable playing it. They still found a solution to winning the game, but I don't think mentally they would be put in this situation to actually play a very similar composition again, because of the fact that it is mentally taxing and you are going to be forced to play more games. So I would say there's 2 ways to do it. One, ban it off, play something standard with the game, or test yourself, go for the gamble, play the Nora themselves, lose this game. It's okay. It's not losing the series. Win game 3.
I think that Onyx PH, if they have the opportunity to try out the Novaria, I wouldn't be too surprised if Chovy was like, after seeing Izanami's performance, he's like, man, he beat me in damage? That's kind of crazy. I thought Chovy was already playing an outstanding game, but then you look at the numbers that Izanami was pumping out, and it's just like, man, he's not even interacting in half of these fights. He's shooting one ability, and then he's just backing off.
Yeah, but at the same time, Chovy has, you know, he's playing a Valentina, right? He's been playing a lot of us. I think, especially in the early game, the stolen Way of the Dragon coming from him pretty much set up a lot of his fights as well, actually winning Onyx PH's early game. So I guess that's a difference in approach in terms of main style. He's more of like the playmaker to understand in the game, and then, you know, we have Izanami just chipping away from from far behind. So I guess it's just 2 different play styles all in together.
I wouldn't put it past Chovy, though. I really wouldn't put it past him. RSG now on their final ban in the first phase. So far, we're seeing the Wanwan, the Farmis, Fanny, Joy, and as well as the Eve. Actually looks kind of similar to what RSGMY was doing in game number 1.
Do they ban the Novaria, or do they ban the glue? Because I feel like I felt like Repo played a pretty decent glue, but the nerfs did hurt the glue a lot.
I don't think it's the nerves. I think Onyx PH micro-wise are really disgusting.
Okay.
I mean, they layered their CC, and they did it consistently. Like, I think there was 6 different occasions, three times that they've stopped the Nate going for the Way of the Dragon because they layered CC, 2 times against Ripple when he was trying to go into the split form and escape.
Yep, in this case,
they don't ban it out. Huh.
Yeah, they don't ban it. So I don't think Onyx PH was prioritize it. Yeah, they don't. They actually prioritize the Valentina once again. So RGMY still can get the glue once again for Repo. Do they want to pick it up again, or do they pick the Terista instead? Because so far, Onyx PH, they have already found a way to deal with it. Repo was struggling with this play as well. Terista was extremely annoying cutting the back lines. Once Terista's penalty zone is on you, there's pretty much no way you're gonna get up.
Flicker.
Well, technically, technically they are, but then it's just major commitments if you think about it, right?
It is a major commitment. I would agree with you in that sense, but looking at how the draft could potentially go, right? Onyx PH with this Valentina pick, I think it's clear to them that they don't think that highly of Novaria, because the simple counterplay is don't get hit by the skill shot, man. Just sidestep. It's literally not that hard.
Easier said than done.
Easier said than done,
like,
sure.
Like, imagine if this guy has like a 100% hit rate on Novaria's skill shot. I don't think you can, you know,
there's
dodge it.
no way you can get 100%.
Eventually, someone's gotta reach a level.
More like eventually Novaria has to check a bush. instantly it's considered a miss. Like, what are you gonna do about it, right?
True.
Like, there's no way to calculate the intent of a player to hit somebody, right? There's no way. No metric really solidifies that. Man, I don't understand. What's up with MY teams not wanting to go for Kaja? It's really starting to rub me the wrong way.
Well, you know, I think RGMY, they're just sick of it.
They're the ones that's sick of it?
No, they're sick of Valentina. So I think they were just more focused on how to shut down Shobi with this Valentina. And that's why they brought in the Kufra to a certain degree. I don't think it's a major one, but I do see where you're coming from as well. Kaja is just so good in terms of value in all situations.
Yeah, but I think RSGMY... I mean, Sensui has definitely left an impact here, right? When you look at a Farsa and a Kufra opening, you're just baiting your opponent to be like, lock in that link. As soon as you lock in that link, then it's basically game over for you. So RSGMY is still going to be able to pick up the glue on their side, and I think this will be a really good test to see whether or not glue is as sustainable as we would like to imagine, because the last time there was a lot of CC, let's just say that.
Yeah, and at the same time here, I feel like based on this second phase ban here, does RSGMY want to respect both the Hayabusa, Lancelot, or even Link? Either or, these three heroes is something that I think they might be traumatized from, or do they still want to lean on that direction? But as of now, RSGMY, they take the approach to actually make sure that Repo wins his lane on XP lane instead.
Yep. They want to ease up that matchup, right? Because he was going toe-to-toe. Terizla was getting first move on him every single time, and I think, you know, as the dominant, one of the more dominant laners in terms of like tier list and power level, it's not acceptable. It really isn't. If they really want to take it a step further, they also ban out the Benedetta, which also affects their mid lane.
That's a little bit of a commitment if you think about it, because as of now, both junglers hasn't been picked yet, so I'm really surprised that RGMY is not taking in that direction. And Onyx PH is just say like, you know what, I can play any jungler, just ban off Marksman, just force Lilius to play something that they can't play.
I think, look, I just think that it's counterintuitive.
Oh yeah, they go for the jungle ban.
I think that it's counterintuitive to be like, oh, I'm going to get rid, I'm baiting out this link, right? And technically you could say the same about baiting out the Benedetta. Anybody who has a dash is going to generally suffer with the Kufra on board, but it's just one guy. When you have multiple people who can come from different angles, it's a significant problem.
Wait a minute, I think I can see where RSGMY is setting up for.
They want Onyx PH to play link as well. Vendetta.
Paquito jungle.
Paquito jungle, that would be even worse.
I feel like RGMY's Paquito, like, yeah, Paquito jungle doesn't necessarily win in terms of the macro aspect, but if Ling makes one wrong move, that's 3 combos in, you're dead.
Exactly.
I think that's the direction he's aiming for.
Oh, it's looking good. It's looking good here.
Do they go for the Paquito?
I think it's better to show your jungler rather than your marksman, because at this point, like, the marksmen generally haven't been touched that much.
I feel like Onyx PH is still going to lean on the Ling once again.
I mean,
they can just completely dodge it too.
I mean, RSGMY, they want them to take lane.
Okay. Are they going to go for it?
I mean, worst comes to worst, if they want to make sure that,
Mortis.
you know...
playing safe, pick the Mortis,
No,
I
just
guess.
pick up the link for yourself. At least you can start playing the map.
I haven't seen Zai play Link before.
A very long time, right?
Like, most of the time it's like Hayabusa,
Fanny,
Fanny,
lucky.
Lancelot. Wait, is Fanny open? No, it's not. It's bad. Not happening. Are they gonna go for it?
They're pulling it all the way to the last seconds here. Usually they're done by the 8th. Okay, they made a choice. They're gonna go with the Brody.
Okay,
so they want to be able to punish this Kaja. All right, they're covering their bases here, and I respect that. Onyx PH is going to be locking in the Arlott and as well as the Akai.
Okay, so no Link, they bring in the Akai, but what surprises me is that Arlott completely ignored. This is... I did not expect this at all. Arlott completely ignored. Okay.
I think it's a pretty decent solution. I would prefer the Benedetta just a little bit more, but at least with the Arlott, you can like flicker forward, final slash, cancel out the...
You know, I like you keep bringing up the Benedetta. Could this be a Zayed Benedetta?
No way in hell. No way in hell. He's playing Lancelot.
Yeah, Lancelot is definitely a safer bet. Does he?
Lancelot or Martis? It really depends on him what he's
I don't think the Paquito is a good move right now, considering that they're not playing assassins for Onyx PH.
More like they've got Kaja and
Lancelot.
They've got Kaja, Akai, and they also have the Arlott. So like, come at us, come at us.
Okay. whoa!
Oh boy! All right.
All right.
It's time for window abusing here. Zayed really's he's got a lot of work ahead of him.
I don't know if I'm happy that I got my predictions on the hero right, but I'm not too happy about this round.
It's rough. It really is rough. Like RSG MY can get picked off so easily. They don't have the flexibility that Onyx PH actually has. So the timings and execution is going to be at an all-time high for their comp.
Oh boy, they are definitely going to go all in with this play here. But Onyx PH, they pretty much set up the draft, playing something a little more standard, while RSGMY looking to wow us with their potential last performance here. But can they drag this out into this game number 3? Because as of now, I'm excited to see whether or not RSGMY bounces back, because now they are at a stage where if they lose this match, they lose their chances to make it off to the next stage, while Onyx PH is looking to still qualify.
And Onyx PH has been looking very, very good, adjusting accordingly, not giving too much space to RSG MY, and hopefully they can repeat this again to get this clean 2-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2 for RSGMY going up against Onyx PH, and Onyx PH currently on the blue side and RSGMY on the red side.
Yep. Zayed. Oh, they're starting on opposite sides of the map this time. Purple buff starts for Zayed and purple buff start for the Akai. So Akai wants to end up by the Litho Wanderer, but Zayed doesn't want that at all. He's just gonna walk into Onyx PH are making a full move here. Look at Arla as well as Valentina.
Huh, this is interesting, but at the same time, I'm surprised that Kekido's got a very early level advantage as a roamer compared to Nate. This is something I did not expect as well, because RSG and why I wasn't expecting that they back off. They will give a little bit more control, but yeah, as of now, mid control is gonna be the way to go for Onyx PH. We don't see a lot of emphasis on those gold laners yet, but they are sending a nade down bottom for RGMY, while Onyx PH is just hovering around.
For Onyx PH, they want to develop the lead for Sensui and then start, because he's going to path down to the gold lane anyways, right? So there's nothing really much for Beatrix to really do. Plus, you're up against a Brody, which is a very volatile lane.
Yeah, agreed. But at the same time, Master Assassin up on Zayed means that anyone who's going to be all by themselves is going to get completely one-shotted by Zayed. So in this case, Onyx PH, they're respecting this, but they have to be aware that Zayed is going to be looking to dictate the tempo for the game, while Onyx PH, all they gotta do is just play it safe, play it slow, wait for the Hakai's heavy spin up online, and this is where total contest is going to be a little bit more easier, I guess.
Yeah, no, this is where it gets really dangerous, right? Because again, both supports are in the mid lane trying to rush their level 4 by absorbing full EXP. And even if Zayed is going to start off this...
Oh boy, Repo, he's going to flicker away. He's going to find blue, split goes in. He is going to back off, but Nay, for the setup, he does connects on towards one. Here comes the Feather S-Right as well. They pull him back, and that's going to be dirt taken now. First blood in the hands of RSGMY. That's going to be Turtle secured as well. Meanwhile, bottom lane, seems like they do pick off little deals for Onyx PH as a consolation prize.
Yep, nicely done by RSGMY, but I love the resource management coming in from Onyx PH, right? They know they don't necessarily have to invest all of their members by this neutral objective, and because of that, they were able to secure a kill on the Moliels, which means now the volatility of this lane has been broken. Nets has a very good opportunity to start just dominating from here on out.
Yeah, but it's interesting considering that Chensui actually opted to pick a fight against Repo rather than heavy spin into a turtle fight. But speaking of which, here is Izanami getting focused down as well, but he actually survived now. Counterplay with the Feather S-Right as well. Che flickers forward, tries to pick him up, but instead has no way out. So that's going to be RSGMY with a very, very good counterplay coming in, and it's not going to be over as well. Chensui forced a heavy spin relatively early. Meanwhile, RSGMY is going to get away with all these pickoffs.
Notice bottom side, we see the rotations coming up really soon here. Kaja still, Kakadu technically, he still has his ult. He's just waiting for an opportunity to find the right target, because let's keep in mind the damage dealers, right? Ideally, he needs Nets specifically, because he's the only one who can burst people down compared to everybody else on his team.
Agreed, and this is a problem coming from Onyx PH, right? They don't have this kind of early engagements. They have a lot of sustainabilities, but when it comes to pick-off potential, like you said as well, Nets is the only guy that has this kind of kill threat potential in early stage of the game, unless RGMY decides to overextend their stay, which, as we can see, Izanami was somehow able to actually get out in the prior engagement.
Yep. Oh, they're gonna... Okay.
Oh, okay.
No. They don't have to reveal everybody here. As long as Zayed doesn't show up on the map, I'm not sure whether that last minion spotted him out, but Onyx PH, right, if they recognize this, and if they did spot him out, they would not be sitting around this turtle. They would be sending their mid lane members down to the bot side.
I guess, but as of now, bottom turret is going to be open up as well. Repo does scout out this rotation coming from Onyx PH. They do know that they are all here to contest this. Meanwhile, Zayed is still not in a position to fight this yet. He is going to try and farm his way through, while RGMY is still very busy trying to pick off in the bottom fight. And look at this, they're actually committing on the mini-map onto his nets, and they don't even get any of those walls. So that's going to be an easy turtle for Onyx PH instead.
Good choice coming in from RSGMY. This neutral objective doesn't really benefit them because their composition just require, most of their heroes require one item, and they already are relevant in these fights. Loliels is now unlocked from that bottom lane. Rippo now needs to clear that top side and go for the lane swap early rather than late.
Oh, nee. Try to actually make a play. Seems like it's not going to connect, so that's going to be the disengage coming in from RSGMY. Meanwhile, this is going to be a KK dot. Does have the flicker. Is he going to go for the play? But no. Not going to be happening, but unless Zayed says something as well, there's going to be a lot of punch coming in from Master Assassin. As soon as he scouts Shensui, immediately backs off.
Yeah, they need to lane swap now. The timing is perfect. He's going to get pulled back.
No.
Not the worst in the world. It's fine. He flickers out of there. Gets the Feather Airstrike as well.
No way!
Zayed protects him. Perfect. They lose basically nothing except for a Feathered Airstrike.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming in from RGMY. Because of this, Onyx PH, they are losing up so much space because as of now, Lolios, he makes it to the top safely. He's going to get a free wave from potentially a tier 1 as well because the rest of Onyx PH, they're not going to actually rotate in time. But as of now, Feather Airstrike on top of it all, trying to scare off there to ensure this tier 1 to fall in the hands of RGMY.
Good insurance, gets the River Crab as well. Now RGMY, they are the ones controlling the tempo. They are ahead of Onyx PH, but it doesn't mean that Onyx PH can't bounce back here, right? The next point of contention is going to be by this turtle side. They don't necessarily have to commit members to actually clean up the bottom tier 1 because it's still very dangerous for nets to show up in these fights.
A lot of hybrid item plays here, but hold that thought of now. Divine Judgment comes in. Repo gonna be forced to split. The final slash pulls in out of position, but he is gonna be able to get out. The rest of RGMY, they are gonna pick him apart as well. The Feather Airstrike on top of it all to zone them back. So that's gonna be Onyx PH losing Dur just like that.
A little unfortunate because Dur wanted to go for even more. He still had that flicker, but unfortunately just not the case here. Rippo luckily managing to flicker out just in time. Now Nets is going to be able to secure this bottom tier 1. However, because RSG has the tempo, you can see that all their members, we don't even need this turtle. Let's just go straight for the structure.
Yeah, they should, because top side tier 2s are exposed. Leo's already chipping away. Dur is going to be there. Nothing can actually do too much about this Brody, so that's going to be a lot of map control in favor of RGMY, especially from the top lane. This third total was pretty much guaranteed, and RSG, they're not even going to go for it here. They are going to try and force a play. Hikaru gets caught out from Nate from the side. Pirate Rage comes in. Feather Airstrike does chip him at the sides. Unfortunately, no follow-up coming from RGMY. The Divine Judgment will punish him instead, and that's going to be RGMY losing Nate, not even taking a tier 1 down mid here. Almost takes it down.
Hey, yo, where was the comms there? Why is Izanami still looking for the frontline members when they've already found that pick on the side? So, whatever. That just happened. Now, Onyx PH, they've got all 5 of their members in the 4v4 by turtle side.
Oh, Repo, he's going to get completely pinned now, but the split comes in. Nope, he's not going to be able to do it. Lolios tries to go in for the flank. He is in a little bit of awkward position, but he does get out to safety. Total will be secured at the expense of losing Repo.
What just happened there? Lolios flickering forward to try to close the distance onto Nets. Nets just walking back into the Tribe Rush thinking, what in the world is going on? Didn't even have to blow his flicker as well. So now RSG getting a little sloppy on the execution here, but at the end of the day, they are the ones that are ahead. 1.7k gold lead with finally a turtle falling into the hands of Onyx PH.
Yeah, very, very interesting as well, considering that they are playing a little bit of a ambush here. They are setting things up. Repo going to be face checking here. Does scout out the rotation of Onyx PH. The rest of the teams are here, but Repo is trying to bait out rotations here. But now Shizui, they trying to force the heavy spin. Nope, does not even commit to it as well. But they do chop him out down low. Repo finally pops the split, flickers away. But Zayed picks off the back lines. Nets gets killed off, and RSGMY, they get a very, very nice pick from the sides as well. Zayed now looking for more. Is he going to get more? No. Seems like they are going to try to zone them out, but Onyx PH, has to disengage from this.
Yep, I mean, Zayed, he's 2 levels ahead of the Akai right now, since Sui at level 11. And again, some good decisions being made for the side of RSGMY. They recognize that they don't need the turtle, so this allowed Zayed a lot more free time to actually clear out his own jungle and then start thinking about how to punish their opponents.
Yeah, this is something that I think it is going to be very, very difficult to actually play around, considering that Onyx PH, their own main damage dealer, is pretty much coming from nets. And Chovy hasn't been in a position where he can actually threaten anyone from RGMY, if you think about it. They're just so beefy, they're just so tanky, and it's extremely hard to actually peel them apart. And they don't really have a play where they can actually go in for the backline like how they played in Game 1 right now.
Right now, the only person who can do something like that is Dur. He's going to have to flicker Final Slash to cancel, to try and cancel at the very least the Feathered Airstrike, right? That's all he can really do realistically. But it's still tough. It's still tough. It is a 4.1k lead, now to 4k lead for the side of RSGMY, and they're immediately getting on the top of the turtle.
Yeah, Repo already going for the split spins. Pulls off Shinzue. He's gonna try and isolate here, prevent him from the Lord now. Better Airstrike already comes in. The respawning PhD collapse onto his RSGMY right in the hands of the Leos, and they'll pick him apart. And now the Leos is out of position. He gets kicked out, and Chovy at the expense of his own life. But the rest of Onyx PH are slowly getting zoned out by RSGMY, but they do get to disengage. But at the same time, they've lost Zayed.
Yeah, they did lose Zayed here, but the rest of the members should be able to hold out, right? Sensui and Dur, they're good at peeling, but Nets is extremely immobile and he doesn't have Flicker. And at the end of the day, he's more worried about Izanami having the Feathered Airstrike, and as well as the fact that Ripple still has Split Split.
Yeah, true. Sensui still has the retreat, like you said as well. Because now Feathered Airstrike comes in, connects a big one on Nets, but Nets, without coming in, he tries to burst down Repo, but it is going to be low enough for him to finish him off. That's going to be killing spree up for Nets. And now Zayed finally back in position to try and contest for the Lord once again. It is going to be the dance around again, and Onyx PH is slowly catching up back the lead that they lost, but Nets is going to be in a position once again. He does not have his ult yet. For RSGMY, they're all clumped in. Here comes a Divine Judgment coming from him, and they will be bursted down just like that. Feathered comes in. KK needs to back off. Shinzui secures the turtle. If they are going to commit, nope, they do not.
They back away here. They trade Dude for Ney this time round, and RSGMY, all of the advantages and gold monetary advantages that they've achieved in the earlier stages of the game, all down the drain as Onyx PH is able to equalize, which is great for them, right? And they also have the Lord, so technically they are going to be the ones taking the initiative, and more importantly, they finally get ahead in this game.
Yeah, this is something that they have been looking for a long, long time, right? But so far, Nets has been playing really, really well, and I like how that he's been positioning himself in a situation where he's getting a lot of kills just because of the fact that RGMY is forced to actually commit to him.
I think that right now what Nets has over Loliel's is just triggered discipline, right? Like Loliel's, if he doesn't get that kill, and even though the person is 1% HP, and he could just go for an auto attack, he flickers for it.
Yeah, true. Repo now getting chunked up pretty hard. Splits out of the way. The Feathered comes in. He connects on Chovy, and that's going to be huge for RSGMY. The heavy spin is going to disrupt the back lines, but they do pick him up bit by bit. And RSGMY finally finds that opening that they been looking for.
Yeah, honestly, that's pretty funny that it was pretty funny that Rippo decided to start latching on to Chovy there. Sensui's heavy spin technically is damaging Chovy at the same time. Small interactions. It's not like it was a big deal, but it's fun to see.
Yep. But at the same time here, with these 2 kills, are they going to be able to transverse into anything? Because now tier 2 is going to be an attack coming from RSGMY. Onyx PH cannot defend this. Feathered actually be committed just to secure this tier 2.
Yep, this is how you siege down these turrets. That's why we see, in the previous metas of just Beatrix and Brody, they basically do the same thing. Crack structures early, farm the entire shield as much as you can. Make sure you have an artillery mage so nobody walks up, and you've gotten the perfect recipe for a siege composition.
Yep, and Onyx PH playing very, very safe here, which is interesting if you think about it. Considering that they are playing this discipline, it feels like they're just afraid of Izanami. But at the same time, I feel like Sai can actually threaten them.
Sai definitely can, right? And I think, Onyx PH realized that a lot of the gold developed on their side is in invested into nets. He's 6-1-1 currently, right? They need Dur to kind of catch up and get tankier so that he can try to walk up instead of having to commit a flicker to get on top of Izanami. Kekadut, on the other hand, pretty much the exact same problem, right? He is finding these picks, but he's purposely targeting the front line because without the front line, RSG MY will be wide and exposed.
Yeah, and in this case, it feels like when it comes to exposing themselves, I feel like RGMY, they just don't need to do that. Like, if all they gotta do is just play poke and peel, and they're all good. As long as Kekadut makes a mistake, they can kind of capitalize on just punishing them. Think about it.
I mean, we'll see, because macro sense-wise, RSG, they hit their next item, power spike, this neutral. Oh, look at the fat flank coming out. Did they spot out the flank?
No way, no way. I think they do. They are gonna force the find. Hey! Now they go in for the catch. They completely collapse. A big out coming from Nets, chunks them away, and that's Phil bursts down Leos once again. A second out from Nets, and RSGMY, they make the blunder. Quick reactions coming from Onyx PH, and that's gonna be a double kill for Nats. And the immediate collapse comes in. Oh my goodness. Looked good for RGMY, but Onyx PH just one step faster.
I'm going to make a call here. I don't do this very often, but I would like to see the replay of Kufra, Nay, somehow not hitting 3 people there with his ult. I am not sure what exactly happened. The fact that only one person was stunned for that long is kind of suspicious, but, you know, maybe there's something I missed because it was in that zoomed out view.
Well, true. They did actually back out really quickly as well from Onyx PH. They were able to just completely disengage. But yeah, like you said as well, yeah, they just backed out
yeah,
like
they
that.
just walked
Weird.
out of it, right? Like, I'm
Weird.
pretty sure that AoE should have hit all 3 people there.
True.
What happened?
I don't know, man. It might be an interaction coming from Kufra.
No, it can't be.
It looks so good, right, from that angle.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Why? Why is it like this? Why does the video game be like this right now?
Well, sometimes such is life, man. Such is life.
Honestly, I feel a little cheated. You have to admit that did look rather suspicious.
Yeah, I agree.
What the heck happened? Man, there's got to be an interaction that I'm missing out here somewhere, right? I don't see any purifies as well. Like, what?
True.
Was the angle awkward? Was it wrong? Did he not collide with the wall because the wall is kind of shaped funky?
Well, we gotta analyze it in slow-mo when we actually back out. But for now, the fight does continue because Onyx PH is one step closer to actually advancing forward, because now with the Lord coming in, the inhibitor will fall, and now RSGMY, they lose name from the get-go, and they might actually lose even more. Onyx PH now just completely dissecting them. Leos tries his best to go to torn apart memories, but the Lord still chipping away at the crystal. Is down by 70% health, but Onyx PH, they don't want to continue this fight. They are going to try and get a little bit more, but it seems like they won't be able to do so.
Yep, I mean, they pushed their advantage all the way to getting a 3.8k goal lead. So what a swing in terms of the economy. But keep in mind, Izanami's still a huge problem, chunking out Nets for 50% of his HP.
Yep, and now the top inhibitor will be exposed as well. Feather Network has been used to defend the middle lane, and RSGMI, they would rather play a side to side, but Arctic Beach says, I don't care, I'm gonna go for the crystal. No minions, it's gonna be risky. Knee, he's gonna try and go for the catch, instantly gets countered off by his wall. Here comes the ult coming from Ness, trying to zone them out, but they will gladly sacrifice Dur to back out to safety.
I'm surprised that Dur even decided to go back into that fight, right? I know that he had Flicker and he could have tried and outplayed it, but at the end of the day, he still needs that final slash to make it all kind of wrapped up nicely. So RSG making this an even game, 12-12 right now, and Kekadu finally getting the fleeting time after all this, after everything that has happened.
Well, it's been a long day. It has been a long time, but considering the state of the game, this is the perfect time for him to actually go for a fleeting time, just because of how RGMI can't seem to just completely go for the one-shot. It is a very, very drawn-out fight time and time again, and Onyx PH is just so good at actually prolonging this fight, which is crazy.
I would say that Onyx, I would reverse it. I would say that Onyx PH is much better at kind of just slowing down the pace of the game, right? I think they have a very good sense of tempo, but they have a significant advantage here for this lore take, right? The side lanes are kind of constantly pushing into RSG MY, and based off of game number 1, they have strong fundamentals, so they're going to start messing with RSG MY. They're going to do this really, really slow until the waves start to pile up.
Yeah, but speaking of piling up here, Lord being beat up for Chenzui, he's waiting for the minions to shove the bottom lane, and RGMY, they can't really do too much unless Onyx PH shows themselves. which they just did. So they have a rough idea where PH is. And RG, they can't really do too much about this fight, but Repo, he forced a split, and this is actually huge for Onyx PH now, as they can actually commit towards a fight, but they're just not, they don't need to now. With the Tyrant's Rage, it does connect on Dur instead. And now from the back lines, Kekadu tries to hunt into Izanami. Izanami gets out. Zai bursts down Chovy. And now here comes the Divine Judgment coming from Kekadu. Nee will be bursted down, but he does have some immortality. He's gonna get out. Meanwhile, Lilius, he won't get pinned to the wall. He gets bursted down, and that still survives. It kills them all. And now he comes down towards a 2v2. Zai still has the damage challenges as well. He's got the damage. He's going for the punch, but look at this. The disengage comes in, but Repo will gladly focus on towards Derb, and now the flicker comes in. They're buying more time, but it will eventually fall. But the minions.
It's fine. It's fine. It will clear up here, but somebody needs to go back. Either most likely Rippo in this particular case, because it's building up fast. Like, it pulled all three of those waves. Like, somebody's got to be careful of this back door. It's piling up.
Yeah, it is indeed. But now with the Lord going to be exposed as well, Repo is going to try and zone them out, but it's going to be tough because Shensui is in a position. It is going to be a 50-50 coin flip unless he has his heavy spin, but the minions comes in. Oh, they do have a little bit more, but they're not going to reset this. No, this is going to be tough. Onyx PH, they've got 3 members now. Here comes the split. Zayed still not in position. They don't have the combos going for the retribution. They have to back up, and Onyx PH looks for the zone, but the rest of RSGMY, they show up right in the nick of time. They are going to fall for the fight, but Jitsure tries to steal the Lord, and he actually seals it away. And here he comes, Nets. He's looking for the backdoor play. He's got the damage. Repo is here. Can they go in for the stun? Yes, they can. The rest of RSG is finally here. They take them out. They keep things alive. They get 4 for nothing. And now Lolios manning up the fight against her. He's got the immortality, and Lolios wins this fight. They get the wipeout despite losing the Lord.
Oh, they still have a minion there. Nay can tank it. Nay can absolutely tank it, and Rippo is able to delay the Lord. That's GG, as we're going to be equalizing it here. Who's coming back, though? Kekaduna is going to come back first. If he can buy 6 seconds for Chovy.
Lolios.
Just clear the wave. Oh my god.
Oh no, Lolios, he died this. He gets pulled back, and he's going to die. They don't even get the crystal. And Onyx PH, they somehow hold on. RSGMY, they thought they got this in the bag, but with the Lord still shoved on the top side, Repo is just struggling to defend against this.
Oh my goodness. They will clear it. This is going to be a full reset, but Onyx PH fans rejoicing here that Chovy was able to pull it back in time, and Kekadu just had just enough damage because the minions were already low. All things lined up perfectly.
Oh my goodness. You hate to see it for RSGMY because now it's back to reset form. They've got to do it all over again. And it's going to be tough. Like you said as well, the minions going to be shoved in. 88 seconds for the Lord Pit. And Onyx PH now full off as they still have the enhanced minion. They're looking for the play.
Oh no!
He missed the jump. He is going to get pulled back. Is he going to survive? Absolutely not. Now Heavy Spin going to be pinning on Zayed as well. They commit to this and they lose everything. 3v5 and Onyx PH. They will continue the extension here. They've got those immortalities, and RSGMY, they've got to do it without Nay and Zayed in this next 40 seconds.
Yep, and Natsy's just slowly picking away at this mid inhibitor. The final one. Unfortunately for RSGMY, they've got about 33 seconds of defense to somehow pull it back.
This is tough. They're slowly chipping it away. Onyx PH playing it very, very safe here. Nets taking advantage of those long-range knives. This inhibitor will guarantee fall unless they throw bodies. Divine Judgment comes in. They pull in towards Repo. Immortality comes in, but the final slash forces Lolios has to back out. Repo forced to go for a Winter Trunking swap. Doesn't even matter. They've got the damage. It is over. It is GG. Well played as Onyx PH will clean house and take the series 2-0 against RSGMY.
Woo-wee! A 2-0 victory for Onyx PH. GG, well played, and congratulations as they make it another day here at the SPS. But of course, we have to say goodbye to RSGMY. They put up some good games, some good directions, a lot of potential, and at least they made it a series rather than yesterday where they were having an off day.
Yeah, it was a very very difficult game for RGMY. But Onyx PH, salute to them. Prevailed, hold on 2-0. And so far, guess what? 100% prediction, baby.
Hey, 100% prediction.
Hey.
Good on you here.
Hey.
But man, Onyx PH there, they really I didn't expect them to get pushed so far by RSGMY, right? Like, I think even Onyx PH were a little surprised with some of the plays that actually happened. Number one, I do think that we need to kind of I'm going to revisit it for sure about Ney not hitting a 3-man collision against the wall, right? Because I think that was the game-winning play for RSGMY, bringing it to at least the full 2-1 series. But at the end of the day, I think, you know, Onyx PH, Nets kind of nasty here. Kekidu, everything that I've heard about him is completely correct, but Sensui has been quite the standout for me.
Agreed. I feel like Sensui played really, really well. His timings has been very on point. He understands his decisions, understands what he needs to do in both games in particular. So far, he's not only being able to play an assassin damage dealer, he can play a tank jungler. He's pretty much the full package right now coming from Sensui. However, what really surprises me is that I've not seen RGMI play this well in a very long time. Even though they've lost Game 1 and Game 2, I'm proud of RGMI. Even though they've lost, I'm proud of them.
They are eliminated, but they are going down in the blaze of glory, of course, here. Again, very happy to see them actually, you know, coming back into at least some kind of previous glory, previous form. But Onyx PH definitely hard competitors no matter what. But at least RSGMY got their wish before they got eliminated. They wanted to face Onyx PH, and they got it.
Yep, they definitely did. And we have to bid them farewell for coming our RSGMY. We hope you guys do a little bit well in the next ones. In this case, probably MPL Season 12.
Yep.
But nevertheless, now let's talk about a little bit more of the itemization and stats coming in here. Stats, man, what do you think? 21 versus 31. Was it really, really close? I felt it was pretty darn close.
It was a dead even game here. It's just all about securing those lords, right? And each and every time we saw that, you know, Onyx PH were much better at this neutral objective control than RSGMY. But I will say that Izanami was trying his absolute hardest to stop Nets from free hitting. Because when they allowed Nets to free hit, if the Feathered Airstrike got cancelled too early on and Zayed isn't coming in at the right angle, man, Onyx just cleaned house.
That's insane. Like, this is really, really interesting to see how Onyx PH was able to adapt on the fly from game number 1. But game 2, just completely different gameplay here. Dur, you know, he understands that sometimes, you know, it's not about him setting on play. Sometimes you gotta sacrifice for the team here in order to win the game. And multiple times he was able to buy a lot of time for this play.
Yeah, I will say that Kekidu really made that mid game a lot easier for Onyx PH, especially when they were developing, regaining the lead after how hard RSG had pressed them in the early. I mean, look at the hero damage already, right? 353,000 compared to 282,000. Still very much in favor of RSG. So Onyx are making sure that when they deal damage, that damage sticks.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the beauty about having a Paquito, right? But nevertheless, the match MVP for game number 2 here is going to be none other than Nats himself with a 14.36 KDA. The guy that sets up so many play on his V-Tricks and is a force to be reckoned with.
He's really, really deadly here because the only person who could actually touch him was Izanami. Zayed tried, he died. Rippo tried, he died. Both of them tried at the same time, both of them died. So it's insane how this game actually progressed, right? Like, look at the position of Nats. He is so worried about this Feathered Airstrike because it basically two-shots him. So he's got to be very, very careful with his positioning.
Yeah, even here as well, he was able to set like 2 very, very nice combo combos, and every single time Lolius comes in. And
what the heck happened there? Did Dur like go for the? I think Dur, he went for the vengeance, and that's why he didn't get hit. But it doesn't justify the second person not getting collided on.
I think just as soon as the Tyrant's Rage was animating as well, I think Chovy was actually using the second skill to actually dash out at the same time. So I guess as soon as he hit that, he was actually dashing away. So that's probably why it did not connect. But I agree where you're coming from. So why didn't it?
Initial hit, yeah,
which is weird.
Whatever, man. That's just that could be. We gotta look at it frame by frame, but we don't have that sort of time. Overall, I think the decision making from both sides have been impeccable. However, the split decision making coming in from Onyx PH, you can definitely see the mentality sort of break from RSGMY because all of a sudden it's like, oh wow, we found this pick onto Ney. That's great for us as Onyx PH, and then all of a sudden Zayed is like, here, it's a buy one free one, jumps right in with the punch.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's pretty much Onyx PH here. Yeah, you have to give credit to Shesui. Chovy, right? He understands that Paquito, even though you're a damage reader, you can be easily caught off guard with those pins. And this was something that I was worried during the drafts here. But nevertheless, Onyx PH, they still pulled in a victory. A win is still a win. 2-0. Onyx PH still keeps their lives and their journey to try and fight their way into the next phase.
The torch is still lit for them as they continue on to the next round, but we have to say goodbye to RSGNY. Okay, frame by frame data.
Thank
There's
you,
no
production.
way.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ney comes in, he flickers forward. Oh, it doesn't
Okay,
hit Chovy.
Oh, what?
What is that? How does that not hit? Okay, here we go. Here we go. So he goes in. Durs uses the vengeance. Durs is gonna vengeance, right?
Slow-mo. Thank you, production.
Yeah,
okay.
Kakadu and Chovy are literally almost right on top of each other. Yet
Okay.
Kakadu
What?
is
How
the
did
one that
Chovy
gets
not get
hit.
died?
He literally stood still and lived because of that. Durs sees this. He goes for the vengeance. Times it literally perfectly, manages to still be in the animation to try and hit Ney, and they make it out. What a micro, oh my god, there's no way we would have seen that without the frame by frame. Thank you so much, production. Holy cow.
You know, I wish they would do something like that for MPL.
Oh, well, they do. It's just
do?
that we don't make these kind of demands. Like, nothing like as close as that has happened for a very long time.
This is crazy considering that technically it should have hit Chovy. At least hit Chovy.
I mean, Chovy got so lucky there. He literally stood still,
Like,
looked
he
at what
should have
happened,
died.
and he should have died, but he didn't. Like, hats off. Unlucky interaction, that's all I could say.
I don't know if Onyx PH realizes this though.
I feel like
Because
Chovy
I don't think they realize that.
I felt like Chovy felt like he outplayed it. Kakadu, on the other hand, was just like, oh, conveniently just hit me. Right? Like, if it was just slightly to the right, it would have hit both of them. But now, updates on some of the other series that are going on concurrently. It's going to be Alter Ego X taking a 2-0 victory against CU Soon. So, once again, MDL Indonesia coming up strong today.
Yeah, this is well, in Indonesia Day apparently. Because
Oh,
they just
I said it yesterday. I specifically stated that, like, after those matches, I feel like it's going to be Indonesian dominated for tomorrow. And so far, it's looking correct.
Well, so far this is only the two series we've so far. I mean, the two set of series we've seen so far. We haven't seen, yeah, series because it's not just only the English broadcast. We've got other games also actually happening across the other broadcasts. But I'm curious to see how the third set is going to be looking like.
The third set is also going to be very interesting too. It's the ongoing one. Okay,
Ooh,
it's Red
okay.
Esports versus Geek Slate.
Okay, still Indonesian dominance. Indonesian dominance.
Ooh, that's not going to be a good game for Red. It really isn't.
It's not going to be a good game for Malaysia as well.
Yeah, I think we might be seeing the rest of the Malaysian representatives here. Honestly, this is the last Malaysian representative that could get eliminated unless they reverse sweep Geek Slate of all teams. So that's a very high mountain to climb.
Ooh, this is going to be a tough one here. I actually want to see how things are going to be going here because I don't know are we going to be jumping into the game later on, but I'm curious to see what the next series is going to be like.
The next series that we have at hand, if I can recall it from memory.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
we're just gonna put it on pause for now.
Yeah, I'll eventually get to it. But overall, I'm very happy with the performance that we have been seeing. If I remember correctly, it's Euphoria versus Minana.
Oh yeah, it's Philippine versus Philippines.
Yeah, so that one's a little
so
unfortunate.
You know, it would be nice if like it was Philippines versus Indonesia and it's like Indonesia wins
Look,
again.
we'll eventually get to that. I know everybody's been waiting for that rivalry to happen, but it's
dude,
all RNG.
True. But nevertheless, here we'd like to thank our amazing sponsors here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, to provide us all these chipsets and the core processors for all this mobile phone to give you guys a smooth experience while playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And of course, shout out to our amazing partners as well, the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, where you can share your epic and level up your gameplay on those phones there.
Yes, please take control of your own fate. Find the best chipset, find a phone that already fits it in, and more importantly, boost yourself up. Get rid of that brain fog. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy Drink. Get that topped up, and if you need all of it, you don't want to be like, I don't want to get this one by one. I want to get it all packaged to me, nicely, conveniently sent off to me. DHL is the courier of choice. And don't forget, you can pay for all of that with the FEBot Dash Cup and win at 5,000 euros. Just go check them out real quick in the link in the description. More importantly, we also have the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB. You can watch it live in Istora Senayan, Jakarta, and the 21st all the way to the 23rd of July. This is what this whole tournament is building up to, that final moment where we have the tier 1s, the cream of the crops, all coming together, and all you have to do is pay 20,000 rupiah to get your ticket now.
Exactly. Here's the link. All you gotta do is just check it out. Here's 20,000 rupiah, and it is gonna be another international event here all the way in Jakarta. You can meet your favorite teams. You can even potentially meet your favorite talents as well there once again. But who is gonna be there? That's gonna be a little bit of a quiet hush-hush for now.
Don't know who's gonna be.
I like how he's got this smirk on his face. You know, it's like, oh, we know who's gonna be. Yeah.
Look, I gotta go to MSC first, so I'll call you back after that one. Anyways, thank you so much to everybody who's been watching so far. And honestly, you know, this tournament is really ramping up speed. I'm seeing it a lot in social media. People talking about the tournament, how much they enjoy the Swiss format, how some people don't like the Swiss format. Other people are like, oh, who's the best region? But then tier 2s getting compared to tier 1s. So many things all happening at once just because of the SPS.
Yep, but at the same time here, you know, we'd like to hear more of you guys' feedbacks on the community pages as well. You can actually even follow all the ESL social media pages as well, and type in the comments what do you guys think about this Swiss format, and let us know as well. You can tag our social medias. But for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break here. Before that, as we continue into the next series for today. My name is ICBaby12. Here's Gideon. We'll see you guys right after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Just our home.
La 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 la. Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermiss dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Du bist mein Dojo, ohne dich bin ich solo. Zwischen Tokio und Soho denk ich an dich und die Sehnsucht ist so groß. Denn mit dir kann ich Luftschlösser bauen. Wir zwei sind immer ein bisschen zu laut. Ganz ohne Ziel, ganz ohne Plan. Mit dir durchzudrehen hab ich so sehr gebraucht. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lelele, la la la, la la la. Immer wieder repeat, la la la, la la la, la la la. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat, la la la, la la la, la la la. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin, nur mit dir. La la la, 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 la la la. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht, ganz egal wo. Zusammen sind wir mutig und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt und singen so laut diese Melodie. La la la, la la la, la la la. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat, la la la, la la la, la la la. Immer wieder repeat, la la la, la la la, la la la. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat, la la la, la la la, la la la. Als ob uns keiner sieht.
And I'm on the beat. When it all look, everything on fleek. Word in the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting climb up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Do it all day.
gosh, welcome everybody to the SPS there. Definitely scared a couple of people back in production, but yes, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series here today, brought to you by ESL. My name is Getting Cute. This is Terrence Icy Baby 1-2 to get you through this upcoming game between Geek Slate versus Red Esports. Now keep in mind, Geek Slate currently at match point. We're going to be checking out their draft and this elimination game for our very final representative from Malaysia.
Yep, we are going to be jumping very, very quickly as well. Here's a surprise segment for you guys here. We guys keep you guys updated on other set of series for the second series for today. But I'm curious to see as well because did I see a Minotaur pickup coming from Red Esports? That's crazy.
I saw the Minotaur pickup as well. And we also get to see Novario once again played by Geek Slate. So let's see if there's going to be a difference here. Match point for Geek Slate and Red Esports, unfortunately, trying to equalize it against such a top tier team.
Yep, and at the same time, I'm curious to see whether or not Red Esports is going to be able to overcome the odds because as of now, Geek Slate looking pretty feisty as well because we do see a lot of a popularity in the current, I would say all the teams in particular, that Minotaur is starting to kick in this current meta. Yeah. I don't think is it really relevant, but I feel like in terms of taking team fights, Minotaur just brings so much value now after the reworks onto his ultimate especially.
I'm just glad they got rid of the rage meter. I thought that was such an annoying mechanic for basically no reason, but now they're, instead of like, oh yeah, I'm going to give you more heal, more sustainability for the rest of the team fight. No, this time they're going to have adaptive defense, and I love the idea that Minotaur kind of bolsters the rest of the team, kind of leading that charge.
Yeah, I want to see how well Minotaur is going to be bringing to the table as well, coming from Red Esports, considering that this is going to be game number 2. We are going to be jumping straight into the game, and as you can see, Red Esports is going to be the red side, and Geek Slate is going to be on the blue side. Now, seeing the Novario here, boy, is pretty aggressive so far.
That's not the only thing that I'm concerned about, right? Because the fact that Minotaur got chosen here, I was expecting to see Geek Slate go for more of a teamfight composition, but their composition is honestly looking for picks, right? I think the only teamfight noteworthy hero is going to be this Vincitar, and it only works well against 1, 2, 3...
almost everyone.
Or, I mean, yeah, technically the knockup's considered a dash as well, right?
Yeah, almost everyone's coming from Red Esports is going to be affected by the King's Calling. So that's something that I think Geek Slate is going to be having a very fun time as well. And we're talking about pick-off composition, right? We've got the Divine Judgment, we've got the Spear as well, which just so much more value. And it makes it a little bit easier for Novario to actually hit those skill shots, especially when you're inside the King's Calling.
Yeah, I like the idea coming out from Geek Slate here, and especially with the leadership of Aloysi. He is the notable Natalia player, and he likes going for those picks. So now he's got an entire team composition dedicated to just that.
Yeah, I want to see how it goes as well. But now, Luke, going to be on the XP lane. He's looking for the hook as well. Aaron and Amal is going to be in position and calling in Kim as well. So Geek Slate, you have to be a little bit more careful. Hook does miss in the sides as well. Hades reviews himself from the sides, but it is going to be a Martyrs we're talking about. So it's going to be very difficult to actually pick him apart. So Red Esports, they will hold on, but the bottom turtle is going to be a priority for now. Middle lane, we do see the Roma scuffling his way through. Aaron going for the out coming in. No vision connected as well. This little bit interesting. Okay, our boy scouts out Kim, but that's pretty much it. Red already in position, full control, but now they're gonna make an attempt here. Here comes the Divine Judgment into the King's Calling. Maul looks for the knocks up on Tree, but even then the turtle will be secured by Geek Slate, and that's gonna be first blood coming from Hades, and double kill as well as he backs out with the additional movement speed buff.
Dang, I can't believe Hades actually won out in that 50-50 retry fight there. It looks like he was going to be like slightly late. Oh, Aaron committing with the flicker as well.
Oh, okay. He gets the kill. He does have a little bit of consolation prize. So Red Esports is not out of it yet, but okay. Kadera with a torn apart memories is with the snipes coming from our boy. Mel still somehow survives with half HP, so that should be all for the aggression coming from both sides.
Yeah, Kadera is a very scary player, especially when he has a lead, right? So just keep that in mind as we go into this particular matchup. And now, at least we got a bit of a taste of what the neutral objectives is like, right? We see that Luke wants to drop down the King's Calling. Mal disengages and opens up a little, buys a little bit of time with the Minoan Fury so that Geek Slate can't completely collapse on Red Esports.
Yep, speaking of the fights here, we can see that Red Esports are still farming their way through on the top side. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Gig Slade is going to try and farm up Kadera for a little bit here. So it is going to be stalemate here until at least 45 seconds before this next turtle, I guess. But Red Esports, even though they have a perfect Minon's rage coming from Mao, it seems like Gig Slade, they still have to respect it.
I mean, it comes down to how they want to play these team fights, right? I think for Red Esports, they wanted that turtle more than actually engaging onto Gig Slade, so it's definitely understandable. Oboloisky
is going to be able to back out for now, but you can see the Astral recalls coming from our boy is starting to actually build up a little bit more of I would say a mental pressure where Red Esports needs to be constantly aware on where our boy may or may not be in terms of those angles, so they need to actually dodge those shots, and even then, they need to be very careful about this fights as well, because they're not dodging the Astral Recall, they need to dodge the Sphere. But however, Turtle now, half HP on his way, Red Esports already in position. Once again, Hades steals it as well, the Minon's Ray connects on one, they take his life, but Hades not missing 2 turtles so far.
Dang, that was such a small margin as well. Both retributions were used at literally the exact same time. Look at the synchronization of both cooldown timers here as it ticks down. Woof.
It's gonna be tough, but now flicker forward, Loisky looking for the Divine Judgment. Doesn't seem to be good enough on Mao. He will get out to safety. Mel could not get that kill at all. So that's gonna be Gig Slade going for the disengage, while Red Esports they're going to be trying to capitalize a little bit more on the bottom side. Luke taking a little bit too much damage, and Aaron is going to go for it. Top side. Here comes aggression once again. Red Esports, they pick off Kadera easily with the help of Kim. And it's not over yet. It's just all out brawls here. Invades coming in from Red Esports.
Yeah, Amal even being able to steal away a camp here from Hades, which is extremely ideal because then he's going to hit level 9 off of one more camp, and Hades he's going to be playing catch up for a bit.
Yeah, it is going to be a slow one coming in for, but Red Esports, despite losing game number 1, game number 2, they're playing a little bit more confident here. Look at all this invades coming from Red Esports. They're just taking advantage of everything. They're just shoving their way through. And even the goal advantage, well, they are leading only by 1k net worth, but Gig Slade, they're just respecting this a little bit too much, I guess because it is a composition designed around Novaria.
Yep, it's about getting these picks here, and I think, great call coming in from Gig Slade. They want that mid-tier 1.
Yep, they are going to force fight as well. Aaron looking for the push as well, but here comes King's Calling, but from behind, Mao misses the ultimate, only connects on one. They get the disengage, Hades dropping down pretty low. Can they finish off? They finally get the kill. Mao, he's the back off, and he actually survives. Kadera going for the fight, but the snipes from our boy will be able to secure him from the side. Now they have vision as well. Mao wants to go in for the setup. He will sacrifice his life, and they will trade it off for Mel to scale off his damage. And look at this confidence from Mel. He misses the ultimate. The side step coming from Kadera, and the torn apart memories from Kadera will kill him off.
Oh, and Aboy is just going to start looking for Kim, clearing out bush by bush. Even Beloyski, he sees the opportunity, and now that Kim has been spotted and forced back all the way into the jungle, this mid will fall.
Oh boy, Gig Slade just playing really well as well. Despite the blunders coming in, but the King's Calling seems to be a big problem for Red Esports right now. And every single time they choose a fight, when Mao lands those big non-rage, it seems like they're just struggling here. But at the same time, bottom lane, Aaron, can he get out of safety here? Look, he does have the angles. He just needs that one hook. Nope, King's Calling comes in. He's taking a little bit too much damage. Finally, still gets it anyway. And now they get a buy one, free one. Double kill for Kadera. They want to go for the fight as well. Here comes the stolen King's Calling. It is going to be enough to pick off Kadera. So that's going to be a 1-for-1. Amal looking for the Appraisals. Raph connects into us 2 players. And now Luke in the hot seat. And he's going to be the next to fall. Kim trades him off, but at the same time, Beloyski and Hades is looking to isolate him as well. They need more backup. Mao comes in. Can he give him the additional heal? Here comes a knockup. Keeps him alive for now. And he actually gets out. And Gig Slade, they lose another member. And Red Esports, they hang on for their dear lives.
Adaptive defense comes clutch. He doesn't have the decimate. He doesn't have the decimate though. Hades has to back up here because Emal will out-sustain the raw damage because of the gray health and his passive.
Oh boy, what a clutch coming from Mao at the last tick as well. And Amal, whew, that was really, really nice. However, despite that blood buff coming in, look at the economy. there's not much change coming from both sides. And now Gig, they are going to try and make a play to conceal here. Divine Judgment still holding on, coming from Beloyski here. Aaron forces a play coming from the sides, but looks like he's going to be forced to back out here. The Astro does scout out the rest of Red Esports, so they are going to wait out on those vision game before making another attempt.
They got to do some housekeeping here. Bottom side is going to pile up in favor of Red Esports, I think. No, that's 2 minions to 1, so therefore Geek Slate has priority over bot side. Housekeeping done on top side here, as well as bottom.
Yep, but now Red Esports, it seems like they have to play this a little bit slow, right? Technically, they have to buy time for Mel to actually scale into this game. Like, he's starting to hit hard, but I feel like he's not hitting hard enough at this stage.
I think he's going to get to that point soon, right? Oh.
Yep, speaking of hitting hard here, Boyski, he's going to get onto his Kim. Kim needs to back out. He's got the Stolen King's Calling. He's saving it to the last minute. He manages to get out. And Gig Slate, they've committed a little bit too much here, but the Lord is going to be up for grabs here. Red Esports, they are in position to fight this as well. Here comes the Storm from the Lord. Can they interject here? Appraisal's Wrath from Amal is going to drop them down low enough as Luke will be picked away by Mel. Amal dropping down pretty low as well. They still have the snipes coming from our boy.
Just reset it. Just reset it. There's no, just reset it. Look at bot tier 2. It's about to fall here. Like Red Esports, they're trying to hold Geeks like hostage. No, it's unnecessary.
Boy, here comes the Stolen King's Calling. Drops on 2. Gig, they cannot get out. Hades is going to be the next to fall. He tries to Ashura his way into his Lord Pit. Could not walk through the wall. And he will be picked off. And now Appraisal's Wrath comes in. Amal steals the Lord away. Secures it. But he is going to be stranded as well. But Mael with the snipes drops Kadera down low. Forces Gig Slate to back out.
Oh, Red Esports win out in that situation. After all of that, Aaron's going to heal back off of this wave. And man, oh man. They finally crack open this game. Red Esports are now in the lead.
This is scary. This is very, very scary for Gig Slate here because this is the first time that Red Esports has pretty much taken a very, very convincing lead despite looking to be trading off in a lot of very, very awkward fights. But now, with the vision coming from Novaria, the Lord is going to be hammering on the bottom side. Red Esports, they want to try and threaten the inhibitor. It's only the first Lord though, and Gig Slate, now, can they defend? Yes, they will. They are going to back off, and Red Esports take all the neutral objectives.
Wait. Look at Beloyski. Look at Beloyski right now.
Beloyski. Was he gonna go? Oh, he gets taunted as well. No, they don't see him.
They didn't even know he was in there.
They didn't see him. Oh, boy.
That could have been huge. That could have been really big for Beloyski because Mel, he was walking up into lane as well, into the range of the King's of the Spear of Spear of Glory. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, Red Esports quite a bit of an advantage on their side, even though it's just gold.
Bottom lane, conceal play comes in. Aaron needs to back off, and now he's gonna get pulled in with the Divine Judgment. Here comes the King's Calling coming in from Gig. Can he burst them down? They will eventually, but the rest of Red Esports is here. Mao extends his Minon Rage, connects onto with the King's Calling as well, and they do get off the back lines. However, Amal is gonna try and stall up our boy as they try and focus down on his Kadera. Kadera still manning up and he gets 2 kills on his own, and eventually they call in Mel to kill him off, and that's going to be a trade-off, a 3 for 3.
Wow, they're going dead even here. Amal, he's going to heal off of these minions in the meantime, clear out his own jungle. There's still 62 more seconds until the next big objective is going to be played out. So Red Esports now, in this time, they have to figure out when exactly they do their housekeeping to start getting these side waves, well, compiling and compounding.
Yeah, this is worrisome as well, because if you think about how to fight as well, I felt like Red Esports, they got a little bit greedy as well. They knew Gardera was pretty much out of position. They only sent up 2 guys to force the fight, and eventually they lost a little bit too much here. And pay attention to this fighters here, as Gig Slate, they were able to actually start off a very good fight with Aaron, but the moment they understood that, hey, Mao caught 2 very, very big kills here. Look at this, the split fight. The idea was great, but Kadera was able to get too much out of that despite being out of position.
I mean, he outplayed that. He outplayed him, secured the kill. Eventually, he ended up falling, but again, at least they understand how Red Esports wants to approach their composition, right? They want to split them in 2, and that way, their front line as well as the back line are going to be isolated. So, Slate must keep that in mind. And if they are going to look for anybody to go for the Divine Judgment, they want to consider Mel QT. I would make an argument for Mal as well, just to kind of pull him away from the rest of his teammates.
Yep, interesting enough, but now with the Divine Judgment coming in, Mao dropping down to his half HP, Minon's Reach not connecting. Luke will be bursted down from the sides, but boy will burst down Mel from afar. Now, Red Esports, they have no choice but to commit to this fight, and they are going to be closing the distance, and Beloyski will be bursted down as well as Gigslade. They lose 4-0, and boy, last man standing, absolutely nothing much he can. Okay, as soon as I say that, he's going to try and do something about this, but Red Esports, you must understand that this is Mao we're talking about. This is a tank with regeneration.
Yep, and he will be able to start regenerating. Just get back into base, man. And Kim as well as Aaron are going to be the two who are looking to crack open this inhibitor before the Lord push even starts. This is their benefit for winning out the team fight unpunished. They make their way out of there, and keep in mind that a majority of the members from Geekslade's side do not have their flickers.
Yeah, they really don't. But speaking of which here, Red Esports, it seems like they are in a position where they need to start respecting Boy's damage output, because as of now, Mel, it feels like Mel was in a position where he's just standing still, and Aboy is always, every single time, finds a very easy target on Mel, just because what Mel is trying to snipe, Aboy is trying to snipe him as well. It's going to be a game of snipers.
It's a game of snipers, but Geekslade, their entire composition is designed to allow Aboy to have a 100% hit rate on his skill shots, right? I mean, everybody on the side of Geekslade has some form of CC to kind of either clump people up together or just immobilize them straight up.
Here's a little bit of fun fact. This is what really surprised me here. Despite Luke going for a Tenacity Emblem, I was expecting this mid setup to be a tank build. He actually went Golden Staff just now, which kind of surprises me because he got bursted out right from the get-go. But now, with the collapse coming in, here comes the Lord. They take the inhibitor down middle. They do find out Kadera, and just like that, Red Esports, they hang on for Malaysia, the last Malaysian team left, and they are going to drag this out to game 3. The crystal's going to be exposed, and they do take the crystal in their vicinity. So GG, well played to Red Esports for hanging on.
Solid game here, and you can definitely see that, you know, Mal super comfortable on this Minotaur. It looks like this is what he's been practicing for a decent amount of time. Not afraid to go in front, very different for how he plays his Franco, and he understands he is the linchpin of this composition, because if not, not Onyx PH, but Geekslade would be holding them down by the cojones because of that King's Calling.
Well, this is going to be interesting as well, but for now, we do have a little bit of insights as well, because that pretty much is game 2 for a little bit of update for you guys on how things are going on in the other series, right? We know for a fact that Geekslade and Red Esports had a little bit of issue where things got a little bit delayed. We give you guys a little bit of updates on how things are going on if you guys are Malaysian fans. And the reason why we're excited to cast this game for you guys is pretty much because we want to see Malaysians do stand.
I don't know, man. My anxiety is right up to my throat. Like, it is hard to breathe thinking about Red Esports or Geekslade. I mean, it's more Geekslade favored, and they were one of my top picks to actually make it and qualify. So I feel like there's no winning here. There's no winning.
You have to be proud for Malaysia, man. Like, Red Esports is fighting, man.
Look, I only know one national anthem. There's no way I'm going to try and betray it, because I do not feel like learning another national anthem. I'm a very lazy person, pre-context. But I do think that, you know, Geekslade wasn't ready for this potential Minotaur. I don't know how exactly the draft order was, because we only got a very short glimpse of it, and it was already concluding up. So, I mean, well played to Red Esports, but it's anybody's game. It's anybody's game. Oh, my shoulders are stiff. Oh, boy.
I feel like the King's Calling coming from Geekslade was very, very useful to actually isolate the rest of the members coming from Red Esports. But what they did not expect, that same King's Calling is being utilized by Kim to take advantage of their mobility. So, likewise can be said, the moment you drop a King's Calling, everyone's there. Who can actually cast spells doing it? Besides, I would say Mao, no one else can. So
no, not just Mal. Aaron, when he is in his Bravest Fighter form with the Raging Slash, because we saw him a couple of times preemptively using it. And he, again, a lot of trust coming in from Aaron to actually do that, because most players would hold it until the last second to create that distance, but he did it early, knowing that he has Raging Slash and it's immune to CC, on top of the fact that his team was collapsing in from the top side.
Agreed. But now let's take a look at the itemizations here, and yeah, I was right. It is a damage Mincetar, which was a little bit iffy for me because a lot of single times where Luke was in a position, he was immediately bursted down just because of how squishy he was.
I mean, again, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, Minotaur, he can still cast him in No Infuri. And Luke is like, just let me auto-attack and get as many passive procs as I can to sustain as long as I can, man. Just don't deny me the one thing my hero does good.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do so, considering that, think about Radiant's composition. We've got a stun, I would say, we've got a knockout coming from Mao, we've got Terrify coming from Kim, we've got Taunt coming from Mao. I don't think the second skill is going to do him any good.
I mean, he could try. It's damage reduction, and damage reduction is always good. That's why they nerfed Lapu Lapu, you know? I do feel that Beloyski, at the end of the day, was making the right call, trying to take out Mao very early on, but unfortunately, right, the composition, as much as you want to pick off on your opponents, if you invest too much into one guy and don't get that kill, man, the clap back is just so much harder.
Yeah, but at the same time, our boy has got the highest damage per minute so far, and it's pretty much a proven statement here that Novaria does do a lot of damage. But in terms of how to utilize Novaria's skill set, it's still in a gray area for now. We haven't seen a very clean Novaria yet.
It all comes down to just hit your shots, man. Just hit your shots. That's all you gotta do. And, you know, people are sidestepping. People are gonna be like, you can't hit me. Just hit him.
But that's the thing, right? How many of players in the world has a lot of hands-on practice on skill shots? Besides
here, let me count it.
marksman players
and Aboy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty good, huh?
Yep.
Not bad,
thank
right?
you. Thank you very much. Yeah,
Great.
Thank you.
I'm a great color caster, by the way.
Looking
at the draft bans, right? I mean, the first three, definitely understandable. It looked like Geek Slate already wanted to posture and make sure that Valentina was a potential option, whether it's for them or their opponents. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure that it started off, I don't know whether it started off with the Valentina because Red Esports is on second pick there. So I'm surprised. I would imagine that Geek Slate were like, you know what? Minstar first pick.
Yeah, I think Mincetar first pick isn't too bad. It's just limits of so much mobility as well. It's such a great flexible flex hero to do with. But Amao, the MVP for the match, 5-1 and 14 with KDA for him. But itemization as well, still going for the Molten Essence for being clear. No surprises, Demon Slayer for himself. But I'm hoping to see a little more item adaptation here because there has been rebuffs onto the Thunderbolt and the Twilight Armor, but it feels like it's very situational. Yeah,
he's Fredrin. He has more than enough damage. Just him alone, his existence is pain for anybody. Personally, for me, I do think that there's a couple of small interactions that probably caught Geek Slate off guard. Number one is the King's Calling. No. Spear of Glory. Only the tip of it stuns. So if you catch anybody on the way back, when you pull back the spear, you only pull them. You're not technically CCing them, which is why Amal, when he got shoved back here, he instantly one taps Aboy with his ultimate. And that's the thing, right? Just keep in mind, you cannot get away with this.
Yeah, this is just really, really unfortunate as well. And I think I see where you're coming from. I think it's prior to this fight as well, but this one was a very, very interesting interaction where Red Esports, they're getting a little bit greedy. It was a very nice outplay coming from Kadera, but like I said, you know, it kept them held on for a little bit, but eventually they needed more than just that because as of now, they don't really have a very, very strong frontliner. And like I said as well, Luke, every single time he commits to this fight, Red Esports just immediately identifies that, hey, this is not a tank Vincenzor, let's just kill him and treat skills. And that's exactly what happens every single time if you think about it.
Exactly. That's why Mel literally stood still, started auto-attacking, right? And I don't think Luke was ready for that. He went for the Spear of Glory, expecting Mel to preemptively flicker away.
Yeah, and which is unfortunate. This just like that, they just, you know, potentially lost the chance at actually going towards the full series.
Okay,
itself,
maybe you're doubting Geek Slate here, right?
Yeah,
the last
I've got to doubt them because you know, Redis was the last Malaysian team left.
Yeah, but Geek Slate's like one of my #1 picks for coming into the next qualification stage. Come on,
so
man.
So prediction or national pride? You gotta plead the fifth, man. Plead the fifth.
I mean, it can't be too difficult to learn the Indonesian national anthem, right? It's not that far away from BM. It can't be that hard, right? You know what? I'll take it a step further. What's the PH national anthem? Because I have that much faith in Beloisi. You know what? I take that back. I do quite like Kadera as a player, but overall, good game coming in from both sides. Definitely had their highs and lows, but just couldn't close it out in the end. Game number 3, though, I don't know how they're going to actually manage this. Like, how do you draft against it? Maybe not the first pick Mincetar. I personally don't like that.
I actually like it.
I don't.
I like it because it's flexible. You can play XP, you can play roam. Technically not a jungle anymore because of the nerf Molten Essence. But I really like it as a tank Mincetar.
I'm kind of like okay with it. I feel like tank makes sense. I quite like the Golden Staff build because it really catches people off guard if you're not like paying attention.
I feel like if you're winning a 1v1 matchup, Golden Staff would be great. Team fight wise, I don't think it brings that much value.
How much do you want to bet that if when MelQT got caught off by the King's Calling, stood there auto attack, had he just, Mincetar just stood still, auto-attacked, or went straight into the Phalanx form, would he have won that 1v1? I guarantee you he wins that.
I disagree.
I guarantee he wins that.
I disagree.
Here's why. First hit, one already applied stack, goes into the Phalanx, 2 hits, instantly procs the passive, is going to stun him, and then with the added on-hit effect, basically wins the 1v1.
Winds of nature. Nothing you can do.
Okay, then can't do anything about that. Can't do anything about that. But since we're going into game 3 and it looks like our producer telling us you guys are too biased towards Malaysian as well as Geek Slate, we're going to have to take you off the air for a little bit. We're going to go on a short break, and don't worry, that game 3 is still going to be broadcasted. We'll see you right after that.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
La 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 la. Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermiss dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Du bist mein Dojo, ohne dich bin ich solo. Zwischen Tokio und Soho denk ich an dich und die Sehnsucht ist so groß. Denn mit dir kann ich Luftschlösser bauen. Wir zwei sind immer ein bisschen zu laut. Ganz ohne Ziel, ganz ohne Plan. Mit dir durchzudrehen hab ich so sehr gebraucht. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht.
And I'm out the beat. When it on lock, everything on fleek. Word in the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. One of dance floor where you're gonna find me. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Bad up the beat, with it on lock. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Bad up the beat, with it on lock. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, I ain't time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor where you're gonna find me. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G well played. North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends, starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there and see the world.
You are facing a cluster.
Is picking.
I didn't cure the pain. I
Your
harnessed
team
it.
is picking.
See value in the blood of my enemies flow from my
Your team
spear.
is picking.
Tremble before the might of Taurus!
Your team is picking.
3,000 worlds, and not a single worthy foe.
I've been waiting for too
Your
long.
team is banning.
This land is
Your
our
team is
homeland,
banning.
and it will soon be our burial ground. I love the smell of
Your team
gunpowder in the
is
morning.
banning.
Need some stitches? I can
Your
help.
team is banning. Your team
I am
is
the power of light incarnate.
Payback.
Your team is picking.
When the body suffers, the spirit blooms.
Come on, Dexter. It's our showtime.
Your team is picking.
No criminal goes unpunished.
destroyed! Blue team turret has been destroyed! Red team turret has been destroyed.
なあなあ、早くみんなのとこ行こうぜ。
Hero has been slain. Hero has been slain. Red team hero has been slain. Red team has slain the Mega kill. Blue team turret has been destroyed. Blue team turret has been destroyed. destroyed.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Call the Babel out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm under siege. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. had enough. You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better be from that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars cause I'm out of your league.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Season 3, brought to you by ESL. Once again, my name is Getting Q. This is going to be Terrence ICBaby12 to keep you guys company for our very last best of 3. Earlier, you were witnessing Geek Slate up against Red Esports, and of course, Geek Slate, no worries whatsoever with the Saber pick, manages to move on as Red Esports were unable to close out that game.
Yeah, but a little bit unfortunate here for Malaysia's last hope for this entire series here. However, Malaysian fans, don't worry, we still have more Malaysian teams in the next phase. But for this phase, that pretty much does, it's a done and dusted for Malaysian teams. Yeah.
Yep, that pretty much no more representatives for us for this particular segment. However, more teams coming up later. In the meantime, though, let's look at some of the favorites to hopefully qualify for tomorrow here. In this case, Euphoria is going to be that big name champions of the SPS Season 2 that happened not too long ago before we got here today. But let's look at the bracket just in case you guys are just tuning in.
Yep, now speaking of the brackets here, it has been a very, very long journey from all the players here. This is the Swiss format, so everybody is going to be fighting for their qualifying spot. And we've only got 4 slots thus far, so whichever team who's got a pretty much a clean 4-0 sweep thus far pretty much guarantees a qualification, and so far GPX is the only team who's done so.
Yep, GPX holds the banner high for the MDL Indonesia, being the first team to qualify. Very good honor for their side, but we've already lost a total of 20 teams already, and only 2 more are going to get eliminated today.
Yep, and as of now, for this next upcoming as well, we are going to be looking at potentially one of these teams that's going to be following GPX into the qualifying round. So this is something that I'm extremely excited to see because, like you said as well, the defending champions from Season 2, Euphoria Esports, is back at it. And guess what? GPX was also part of the roster from Season 2, finishing at the 2nd runner-up place. And for them to actually qualify, it's just got to say that Euphoria Esports might have a very, very high possibility of making it through. But standing in their way right now, it's going to be Minana Esports.
Yep, Minana Esports are no slouches at all. But in the meantime, while we are going to be focusing on Euphoria as well as Minana, Aurafire will be taking on Archives Esports to try and get one of those qualification spots early on, and then Bigatron Beta versus TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one here, considering that Euphoria Esports still has a very, very long climb. But what really surprised me is that Archives Esports, we haven't seen too much about them, but for them to actually be swinging their way through, looking for that 4-0 victory to actually get the spot, this is going to be interesting for them.
Yeah, well now with a little bit of time, research, and more digging, I've come to the conclusion, well, I'm not come to the conclusion, but I know it's for a fact that Minana Esports and as well as Archives Esports are related to each other, previously playing under the banner of Next Play Snapdragon EVOS in the Philippines itself. Archives Esports was their MDL junior team. Minana Esports was their main roster, the sister team, as Akasidogi has mentioned before. Now, coming into this matchup, it's not going to be easy, of course, for either one. And ideally, you know, considering how we've kind of watched Euphoria kind of grow here at the SPS, I feel we're leaning more towards that way, of course.
For sure.
At the end of the day, only the best move on.
Yep, and speaking of the best here as well, they are currently in a position where they risk being eliminated. So whoever takes series is going to continue their journey tomorrow to try and fight for their final slot. But whoever loses this series is pretty much out of the running for the entire season for SBS, all the way to Jakarta as well.
Yep, but again, they still have one more phase before they get to that point. The LAN event itself is going to be happening much further down the line, and that's after MSC. But in the meantime, this is going to keep us up to date. At the very least, people are getting a bit of a taste of what the patch has kind of offered up on the table.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is going to be another patch coming on very, very soon. It's just
please,
when.
God, no.
I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. But
Please,
so far, the adaptations here for Novaria, we've seen a lot of Novaria games. We haven't seen very, very high win rates on that hero yet.
But it has been topping the charts in terms of damage off of the 2 times we've seen it played here today. So keep that in mind. High damage may not necessarily get the win rate, but the numbers are definitely there. Let us introduce you today, Euphoria Esports with Hetz Gods, Veno God, Ryujin God, Shizo God, and Yoshi God.
Yeah, being the defending champions here, they've got a lot of history coming from SBS, being the Filipino pride and taking their wins here. They were able to actually convincingly take down their opponents during the previous season with a 4-0 victory, which was crazy considering that Euphoria Esports was just so dominant in their entire fight. And speaking of their fights here, I genuinely want to see whether or not Venogod has pretty much branched out who his usual jungle plays out of just sticking to Fredrin and Martis.
I'm hoping you're indicating that Alpha might be in this hero pool, because that's what I want to see.
I really want to see a different jungler now. Like, I'm sick of seeing the traditional Hayabusa, the traditional Fredrin versus Martis matchup.
I would have. If you said Hayabusa, I'm like, man, what meta are you looking at? Get me some of that. I'd love to see Assassins come back into the meta way more than it is right now, but I feel it's in a good spot. Let's talk about Minana Esports, because we have Ding, Boyet, Goyoung, Shibel, and as well as Bruce Kutter.
Now, for Minana Esports, we haven't seen too much of them as well. You talked about how, when it comes to Philippine teams, right, they do have somewhat of a resemblance in terms of play styles, but I feel like when it comes to Minana Esports, because they've played so much in their respective region, they do have a little bit of basic understanding on how the macro aspect of the games pretty much tackle. Timings is a little bit different. The micro-wise is going to be a little bit unique as well, because we have seen some regions such as Indonesia. So far, all the games today in particular has been very micro-oriented, but when it comes to the macro aspects, they do love setting up plays. And so far, I feel like Minana Esports loves baiting people in very, very awkward positions and then try and punish them.
I think, I mean, that it really comes down to the draft, right? And, you know, the big setups are going to be done by Venogod and as well as Boyet. I mean, we can already see that it is quite different. I would have expected, because, you know, they're from the region of the Philippines, that Lancelot probably would have taken the spot of Paquito. But it's good to see that Boyet is kind of expanding out of there, right? We're seeing the Paquito, we're seeing Ling, as well as the Fredrin, Venogod, Fredrin, the Lancelot, and the Bane.
Yeah, this is interesting that when you talk about the Bane here, there has been a lot of like minor buffs here and there, slowly, surely, but we haven't seen it be implemented in the current meta, and it's interesting to see that Bane is in a role where it can be flexed in multiple positions, but is it viable though? You can play in XP, you can play in jungle, you can play even as a mid lane to a certain degree as a mage Bane once upon a time.
And I think this still is relevant. However, it's really about understanding the matchups, right? You know, generally in the jungle, you're not fighting anybody. You're trying to just be a combo starter for the rest of your team. And so far, the 2 times that we have actually seen Bane hasn't been able to get like a strong win, like a really convincing win just yet.
Now, speaking of all the insights we've given you so far, what about you guys at home? What do you guys think about this upcoming match? Who do you guys think is going to win? Cast your votes in the Twitch chat here with Snapdragon match predictions, and let us know who do you guys think is going to come out of the match here. But of course, prediction-wise, let's talk about ours here, because as of now, right from the get-go, we're going to be biased a little bit here. Defending champions, we are going to lean on Euphoria for this.
Oh, for sure. We've seen this team grow from what used to be younglings, you know, they'll drop 1 or 2 games here and there. Didn't make it much of a difference, but they were setting themselves up for greatness. Oh, boy. I'm really hoping that Euphoria is able to take this away, but I know for a fact that Minana is not just going to let them walk over them.
True. Especially when it's the elimination match, right? And so far, every single series we've seen thus far in this past 4 days has been very, very intense, because nobody wants to lose a single game. And if you're talking about round robins here, you have second lives, yada yada, blah blah blah. But when it comes to the Swiss format, it's interesting because you have to win your games, you have to show your strategies, but if you lose, means you're out. So I really like that this is actually putting so much pressure on every single team. And even our MPL Malaysian teams, Red as well as RGMY, look at them. They were struggling as well. And you can't say they're not trying. They had to try go all out.
I mean, even if we look back at the history between, you know, Euphoria, the teams that they had to play to get to this point, that wasn't easy already. Minana, I would argue even harder to a certain degree, especially their loss against some of the big teams that the big names that we have here at SPS. I can only imagine that they are at an equal power level. I think that's the fairest way to put it.
Well, coming from the most dominant region thus far, based on M Series championship head-to-head numbers here.
The ecosystem.
Yep. Yeah, fine. Yeah, we're just gonna put it. I like how you do echo here.
It's not mine for sure. I'm just stealing it.
That's the thing. Previously, it was like breaking the code. Now it's like the ecosystem. When are we gonna see the Langar strategy, man? Are we gonna ever see the Langar title?
Look, I don't want to be that guy to say that it's bad branding to call it the Langar strategy. Like locally, it makes sense. If you say it internationally, out of context, Malaysians are gonna be like, "What are you talking about? Do you want me to get into a car crash?"
That's
like. What do you mean?
You know, we smashed the code, bro. You know? We crashed the code.
Look, I think
we crashed the system.
I think it's too early to say here. We do good in international group stages, but as soon as we're out of those group stages, we just go down the drain so fast.
Okay, enough of Malaysia. Now, let's talk a little bit more in this upcoming match, because as of now, greatness is in our blood. That's Minana's code.
That is
Everybody's got a pretty nice tagline so far.
Yeah, they do have a tagline. This is not the same backdrop for Euphoria. They're going to be playing in their rooms this time round. Very plain, very clean, but more importantly, the most comfortable environment for their players.
Hey, sometimes you got to play in your comfort zones. And in this case, it is getting pretty late, so it's understandable why they're in their bedrooms. So we got to forgive them. We got to give them a little bit more respect, because the moment they finish the game, it's going to be exhausting. They want to pass out straight.
Well, here's the thing, right? I have a conspiracy theory going on. I think that teams that have been winning so far have a lack of a table.
Okay, we're bringing this up right now.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Okay, just to give you guys a little bit of context of what we had this off discussion. Gideon said that every single team that's won today's games are pretty much on screen, not with gaming chairs.
Not with gaming, not necessarily with gaming chairs, but also a lack of a table here. So teams who had a table were playing at a disadvantage for some reason. I don't know why, but the stats say so, right? Just pull back the stream, count the number of teams that won and how many of them didn't have a table in their backdrop. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there.
I feel like we're just adding more work for the production to actually calc that.
I don't think, no. I'm not asking for production. I'm talking
There'll
about
be a pretty fun fact, though. There'll
be
a pretty good fun fact.
I would feel terrible. I would honestly feel terrible for our poor Obi who has to do that. But Minana Esports going to be playing here this time round. I am pretty sure that's not their logo, but hey, it's nice to imagine that they're on the same level.
Yep, but at the same time, you know, seeing how Euphoria Esports is prioritizing Novari as a first phase tier band, it seems like they are going to open things up a couple here. In this case, Joy is going to be opened up. Arlot is also going to be opened up as well. So Minana Esports, do they go for that Joy first pick, or do they go for something else, like such as the Faramis as well, which is also open up, or maybe even the Valentina?
I think the Valentina is generally going to be the safe one. Faramis is volatile, and going for Joy, there is potential counter picks. It looks like it might be a... Oh, no. Based on what I'm seeing on their phones, it looks like the draft is still going on. It might be an API issue here.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so it's Joy. It's Joy. We're still doing the draft, right?
It's Joy. We can see it off the mini screen, but it feels like based on how good is your English voice winning. Recognition for English voices in the characters. Because I have it mine on Japanese.
Funny enough, mine is also in Japanese. I don't get to hear the English voice lines very often.
I don't know why. Japanese sounds so good.
It does. The voice actors there are top-notch, very mature industry there. But more importantly, I did see the Fredrin lock-in. I cannot figure out what the second one was because I was distracted. But now it goes
Hold up.
Wait.
What do you mean by mature?
By me mature because they're good actors and they've been doing it for a long time.
What are you watching, bro?
I'm watching. What do you mean? What am I watching? I'm listening to it. It's a voiceover. They're voiceover artists for a reason. Okay?
Yeah, you mentioned maturity, so I was a little bit, in the gray area for a little bit.
You were in a gray area? It looks, well, I know what you're going to be doing after this, but Minana Esports. Okay, so it's going to be the Arla as well as the Frederick, right? Minana Esports, they get in the Valentina, obviously, and as well as the carry, seeing the Frederick being the natural counter.
Yeah, but when it comes to the play so far, it feels like they are leading into a little bit more comfort. Euphoria, they pretty much set up this draft to try and prioritize the Frederick and the Arla. So I'm really surprised they actually let go of the Valentina. So in this case, what are they going to kind of play the counter matchup? Because if they were to bring back into the previous Season 2 matchup, their counterplay was pretty much, hey, you take a Valentina, it's okay, I'll bring a Forza. But no, they bring Kadita, and this is interesting because even though we can talk about Kadita being in the mid lane, but based on Season 2's performance on every single team, Kadita has been flexed into as a roamer position.
I would agree with that. I think, utilizing her into the roamer position wasn't very popular, especially in the early days of Season 3, but a couple of teams, especially if you are very mechanically talented, have been abusing it thus far. Euphoria decide to ban out the Natalia. That's rather interesting. They're making a hard read here, but I guess their marksman is going to be immobile. I mean, technically, they still have Claude available, and I think that's something that Minana Esports should look to ban out, other than the Kufra.
I feel like they should be banning off the Digi as a safety net as well, if they really want to work with the Petrify composition. Because they do like to lean on this Petrify combo.
For Euphoria or Minana?
For Euphoria.
For Euphoria? No. They got Valentina on the side of Minana Esports. They can still technically grab the
True.
I think in this particular situation, right, Euphoria, as much as they want to go for a hard lockdown. Oh wait, Franco gets banned out. Darn it, I was about to mention it. Minana Esports beat me to the gun.
Okay. Seems like they do pick up the P-Tricks from Euphoria Esports. They are gonna go for a little bit of snipe, but who's gonna be the ones that set up? Because as of now, it feels like if they are gonna try and go in for a hook strategy, right? Like if you pay attention here, Glue is pretty much a great hero to actually disposition a player. Cho is pretty good. No, I'm talking about the bans here. So Glue is pretty much out. Faramis is out. Franco is out. I feel like even Kaja is even out as well. So the only ones left, it's either the Mincitar or maybe even the Saber if they are going for it, but I don't think Euphoria plays Saber, man. Just because Belowski pulls it off.
Just because the man's Filipino doesn't mean he's not with an Indonesian team. Somebody on that team gave him the green light to do so. I don't think Belowski has that kind of authority.
Let me bring it back a little bit more here. Personally, I think Cho.
Personally,
I think it's either Cho or Mincitar. It's something that Euphoria Esports is leaning on to try and set up for the outcoming from Kadita. But that will pretty much give away too much in a sense where's the magic damage going to come from besides the Kadita? So they need to find a way, a secondary damage dealer who does match magic damage and can also deal with both the Digi as well as the Joy. But in this case, they are bringing the Forza, so that is going to be a roam Kadita.
Yeah. So, any other questions to ask the class?
I was hoping they will go for Edith, but
no, you're thinking too hard about this. You're thinking way too hard, because I think in Euphoria's position, as much as they want to counter draft by getting the Mincitar, the Valentina puts them in a really tough spot. I think Minana, great draft on the blue side, getting the Digi as well makes Kadita a lot less effective, but it doesn't change the damage output though. So as long as they don't walk up too close and they have a safe way of checking these bushes, they should be okay.
Yep, Minana Esports definitely bringing in a little bit of an interesting strategy as well, bringing in a double mage composition And mirroring them is going to be Euphoria Esports. Not every single time we do see teams play a very interesting mirror matchup, considering that it is very tank-oriented meta in the current patch. But I'm excited to see how this is going to go, especially coming from Minana Esports, because personally, I feel like the drafts is favoring them here. But execution is going to be in order. But for now, it seems like it is going to be a Joy jungle coming in from Minana. And with Minana being on the blue side, and we have Euphoria on the red side.
Yeah, I've been very curious about why the Esmeralda was picked, and it looks like the jungle is going to be the Joy this time around, and they got to make sure that they keep up to pace with Euphoria this time around. Where are they going to attack on the map? It looks like Euphoria are going to go with the support in the mid lane to hit level 2, and then the dedicated mage to get hit level 2 off of the EXP before rotating back.
Now, this is where things get a little bit weird out, because I feel like with the Esmeralda pickup, Euphoria Esports doesn't have a lot to actually deal with this Esmeralda. Because if you think about it, you know, we talked about Dirov, great matchup, but I don't think Euphoria Esports has the toolkits to actually punish this Esmeralda in the legendary game.
I think that Esmeralda doesn't scale as good as she used to, right? I still think that she is going to need 6 items before she feels relevant. Oh, that's not going to die here, right? Okay, he's fine, he's fine.
Well, they are going to try and pull him out for now, because as of now, as long as Head Scott comes in, it is going to give Ding a little bit more value with this Avarice. So I guess this is the best that Minana is going to be asking for, especially on this X-Healing.
Yeah, Head Scott, as much as he wants to save this, I think he needs the recall here for sure.
Oh, they force a flicker. Beautiful stuff coming from Euphoria Esports. But Shizo is still in a little bit of a kill threshold. But bottom lane, they do see a little bit of sidesteps here. Very, very flashy moves coming from Head Scott.
Oh, that's really, really good here. He did miss out on a minion, so he didn't hit level 4 on time, on tempo. But it doesn't matter. The fact is, he was very diveable there. Good outplay. Good outplay.
Very nicely done there, coming from Euphoria. But at the same time, only Yoshi almost down to its ultimate as well. He is going to be needed to use it in this upcoming turtle fight. You can see Euphoria, they're already set up as well. Likewise can be said for Ding. Venogod trying to get aggression, but he is going to get stalled back. But here comes the punish. Are they going to follow up? Goyang is going to be there. He is going to have the ultimate as well. He's going to be saving it. Finally pops it off, but Head's got the half back up. But no, Ryujin God will be able to punish this alongside with the taunts coming from Venogod. Beautiful stuff from Euphoria.
And look at the convergence, right? Venogod, he was purposely just hovering around the turtle to ensure that he has more gray health and tries to delay his abilities so he doesn't get the regeneration. And now converting into a bigger lead, a 2-level lead, in a matter of fact, against Boyette.
Yep, and even with the orange buff stolen as well, you can see Euphoria Esports, they are going to get a little bit more value. Top side, here comes the outcoming in. Shibel is going to be backing up. Yoshigov getting pulled back here. Is it going to be able to survive? Unfortunately, they don't get the kill. Minana doesn't have the damage yet. Ryujin God, they want to try and punish this as well. Shibel dropping a little bit too low. Ryujin God goes to flicker, and the snipes from Shizo will secure the kill. They sacrifice the Farsa, but Boyet gets a double on top of it.
Don't know how worth it that was. I mean, Ryujin as well as Shizo. I definitely felt like Ryujin was willing to die for it. Shizo, on the other hand, he was already looking kind of low. But if we look at the gold earned and as well as gold lead currently, 1.7k coming in, majority from Venogod and as well as Shizo God. Majority actually in Venogod's favor. I mean, look at it. He's literally 2 levels above this Joy.
Well, still a little bit of a worth it trade. It is a consolation for Minana here. But speaking of the fights, Venogod, he's going to try and extend his lead. Look at this. He's a big boy. He's level 7. And Appraiser's Wrath to scare him off. Minana has no choice but to respect him for now. And he's also going to be close to his level 8 as well. And now another attempt from Yoshi God, but not going to be able to transition into anything for now, as Venogod looking to try and extend his, actually goes for the Retribution. The snipe a little bit too far off. This Diggy is going to be able to back off. Yoshigod finally forces out the time journey coming up on him. But eventually, the last tick with the Feathered Airstrike is going to secure the kill on Yeli.
Yep, really good siege for the side of Euphoria Esports. Unfortunately, for a majority of the members of Minana, there's nothing much they can really do about it, especially since the big spells coming in from Yeli Hayes have been expanded. The Flicker and as well as the time journey, and he was trying to be patient with the time journey as well.
Now with the turtle going to be exposed as well, down towards half HP, Euphoria trying to get a little bit more aggression. They have the position to do so. Bayard already popping the Joy as well, but no, Venogod secures the turtle. Now the final slash comes in. They want to try and punish Bayard. Boyet. But I don't think Boyet can actually, be caught up at this stage, especially how far ahead this Joy is.
I mean, he's got a powerful... this Joy, you mean, in this case, it's going to be with Fredrin. Joy's trying to catch up as quickly as possible, right? Again, Boyet, it's important for Boyet to power point, to kind of keep up to try and catch up in EXP to Veno, because if not, these neutrals are impossible to take.
True, but now Feather Extra being expended as well. So much damage coming from Ryujin God. Boyet shows himself. He's got the beats. He's going to try and kill off Ryujin. He does get the kill. Yoshi God tries to save his way, but Boyet knows much better. He's got the mobility in his favor.
Very good spacing coming in from Boyet. Dodges, make sure he has enough distance to not get hit by the Petrify, which is great. Now, let's see, the game is coming into its standstill. Next 63 more seconds until the next neutral objective shows up. And Hensgod hasn't developed as much of a lead as his counterparts.
This is different. This is weird to see how Euphoria Esports is getting this kind of lead, despite Minana Esports is just outplaying them on certain degrees. But at the same time, it isn't really an outplay if Venom God is just manning up right now, because as of yet, they need more damage coming from them. But Boyet, he is going to try and make an attempt to zone off Ryujin God. He's got the final slash, pulls back, but does he survive? The beast keeps him alive. He is going to be able to get out to safety. Euphoria drops everything, but gets absolutely nothing.
Okay, no big spells other than the Retribution here. It's going to come back up in about 23 more seconds, so honestly, not much of a punishment. Veno God.
Oh! Veno God! Man, we thought he was out of position. He's just manning up. We know for a fact that he's got this big boy energy. And guess what? It transcended onto his Goyong's face. But as of now, Euphoria, they will continue their assault here. Boyet forced to check on lanes instead of neutral objectives. So this is going to hurt him a little bit more in terms of getting more resources. But for now, Yoshi God. Conceal Place comes in. He does have the Petrify. He is going to go for it. And they finally catch Boyet once again. And Euphoria Esports just dominating on all fronts right now.
Yep, and Euphoria, they love doing this. They like to kind of stagger their abilities on purpose to give their opponents a false sense of security. And as soon as they walk back up, Euphoria, if they're patient, they will wait an exuberant amount of hours and minutes or seconds, whatever you want, whatever time frame you want to use to get this kill down.
Oh my goodness, look at Veno God, the confidence is walking up in tier 1. There's absolutely nothing Minana can do. It's level 12 as contrast, but now here comes the final stage to try and transcend this. The Feather Astra has been dropped, Time Journey exposed as well. Minana, they get back to safety, but they're just not getting any value here. And it's she's... Well, you know what? Now we know who can play a pretty mean warrior. Shizu can actually play it. Shizu can definitely play it.
That's what he's been doing this whole time between the
Even the previous season,
right?
Is right. Yeah.
Shizu has been landing a lot of good snipes, but I think what's really important for Minana is to make sure that they can stop this bleeding. Like, Euphoria have really taken this lead a little bit far, right? It's a 6k goal lead, and they're diving people under their mid-tier ones. Technically, Minana should not be letting this happen.
True. Top side as well. We do see a skirmish coming from Boyet versus Veno God. It seems like Boyet will pay down their praises round, but he doesn't have the mobility. But here comes round 2. Yoshi God going for the plays, and they do punish Boyet once again. Another Petrify catch coming from Yoshi. Ouch.
I mean, Euphoria are just punishing Minana for basically not having tier 1s, right? The freedom of movement on the map.
Yeah, but in this case now tier 2's also gonna be exposed here. Ryujin got another Feather effort to guarantee themselves for this tier 2. Minana, they just don't have the range to challenge both the Forza as well as this Beatrix as of now.
I mean, it's two problems, right? First of all, Venogod basically unkillable here. He's just too far ahead. He's level 13 compared to level 10 from Boyet. Shizu gets the free hit a lot, mainly because most people can't walk up to the Feathered Airstrike. Ryujin God has been farming pretty consistently.
Yep. But at the same time, even though I like the drafts coming from Minana Esports initially, but it feels like they're just not utilizing their tools a little bit better. Or maybe just Euphoria is just so much more better in terms of the drafts.
They just have too much gold, right?
Yeah.
Too much gold, too many items like Twilight Armor, right? Yoshi God goes for the Genius Wand on top of everything else. Like Euphoria are looking to close out this game.
I'm not too sure why Venogod needs the Twilight Armor. I guess it's because of Shibo to a certain degree, but at the same time, for him to have it in 9 minutes of game, I don't think they can even kill him at this point in the game.
Just absolutely crush their currency before the Lord Empowered minions show up. We do see the Ocean Oddity, the Rough Waves being stolen by Goyo.
Yeah, now the Final Slash pushes Sting outside as well. They force the Ocean Breath coming in from Yoshi God. But the tier 3 still stands. Shizo will look to snipe it here. Minana, are they going to block it? Oh, Shizo, he missed his shot. Oh, okay. But he still got the job done. But now with the Lord collapsing on the little turret here, better S-Rank is expanded in Minana. They just can't do anything.
No, they have to give this up here. If they want to force a fight, it's going to be after the Feathered Airstrike. There's just no choice. 11k gold lead, like, man, it's really hard to imagine that Euphoria throw this.
I know, right? But now, 10 minutes of game, Venogor's level 15 on this Fredrin here. But Yoshi God, he's gonna go for the catch, goes for the Ocean Breath. They do bait out the time journey. The Rough Way is going to be expended for an absolute nothing, but Euphoria, they're still going to force the fight as well. Final Slash comes in, sweeps into the Feather Dash, right? They do get the pick onto his bow yet, but top side, Venogorn, they're trying to go for a little bit more, but it seems like they're just farming heroes from Euphoria right now.
Yeah, honestly, there's no reason to be sitting this far up into the base, right? Because you're just clearing the minions, you're allowing Minana to get some kind of currency when all you have to do is just let it push in, force Minana outside of their base, and especially for points of interest like the upcoming Lord in 70 seconds. As soon as Minana Esports walk out of their base, they should die.
But at the same time, seems like they will take the inhibitor for this as well. Final Slash being expended, they force Diggy to actually back off. Meanwhile, Euphoria, they take a little bit too much damage from Yoshi God, but fortunate for him, the passive is going to keep him back alive. Another Feather Airstrike being expended as well, but it seems like Euphoria Esports right now, they're just toying with Nana.
Yep, they're just blowing their battle spells, right? And specifically Yelly Haze. They're targeting him pretty hard. On top of Shibel, I don't know, Ding can only do so much. If you look at his items, he's only just completed his Dominance Ice and is now slowly building into the Oracle, but I think it's already too late.
Yeah, they still definitely need more items than just that, you know, if you think about it. But at the same time, it feels like, I guess the idea from Euphoria Esports is that they want to get kills on towards Yelly to try and minimize those stacks that may potentially transition towards high damage value of bombs, but I don't think Yelly is in a position to actually go full mage as well, if you think about it.
Yeah, just doesn't have that kind of goal. She is always able to 1v1 and get that kill onto the Joy, and this means that this Lord is for free, and Euphoria looking to close out the game.
Yeah, this is going to be a clean one as well. Hunter strike up onto its Shizo as well. Very, very clean game coming from Euphoria Esports. And need I remind you here, Gideon, it seems like your trivia is going to be happening here. No table wins games. And speaking of no table win games here, instantly the collapse comes in. They get the pick on Ding. And Euphoria, they're looking to close it out. They don't even need the Lord push here. With the minion shoved in, you can see Shizo already chunking away the crystal down towards half HP. Minana Esports, they clear off the minions, but they've got to throw bodies for this. Boyet, he's got the Feather alive, but at this stage, I don't think it matters as well. Final Slash comes in, Feather Airstrike takes off Yelly. And Euphoria, they're just slowly chipping away. They don't even need the Lord, and you can see the crystal is going to be exposed, and that's going to be Shizu God taking the crystal, and Euphoria Esports takes a clean game one.
Very, very clean game indeed. The boys are comfortable. They don't have a table to hold them back, ending this game with a whopping 11k gold lead against their opponents on Minana Esports. Euphoria now at match point.
Yep, it might be fatigue here, but as of now, Minana Esports one game away from being eliminated. So they do need to buck up a little bit more, while Euphoria Esports, one game to progress to tomorrow.
Exactly. Now, this is some really exciting stuff, right? It's good to see Euphoria playing in this particular fashion, but I think that even for their opponents here, there's a couple of things that they're going to have to address. Number one, it's their draft. Number two is the way that they actually play the early game.
Yeah, I feel like based on this draft, it looks very weird. I liked it personally, but when it came to execution, it feels like they just couldn't do what they wanted to do. It feels like the moment they made one small mistake and gave Venogorn that huge lead, it just went out of control completely.
Exactly, and that's how you push a lead, right? That's when you have a Fredrin who is ahead of your opponent and you're up against usually an assassin style. You just walk into his jungle, challenge everybody at the same time, because again, you are that strong in the earlier stages and you have that much of a level lead. We're not even getting to the items at that point.
Exactly. When it comes to Joy as well, personally, I'm not a big fan of a Joy jungle, but at the same time, it feels like it just came down to one mistake. So to give you guys a little bit more context later on here on how things went out, look at how far of a lead that Euphoria Esports was in this game. In particular, 30 minutes game, Vanogod is actually max slotted with a Winter Trunking, as contrast to Bayard, who's only got a Genie's Mod, a Holy Crystal, and a Feather. And the last, I would say, a last hoorah item, which I don't think helps him at all.
Well, I mean, no matter what he does here, I think his role is going to be the hardest, because Fredrin is really tough to kind of get through, and I think even for Shizogod, right, the amount of space that Venogod has created for him, and also the fact that Beatrix is great at the sieges, worked hand in hand with Ryujin to basically take down all the turrets by themselves, while Venogod is basically running across the map, doing whatever he wants. Let's not forget that even for Headsgod, participating in these team fights is just him blowing big battle spells. People from Yeli Hayes, Shibel as well. Even Goyoung had a couple of moments where that final slash really caught him and displaced him into Euphoria.
Yep, and even Yoshi as well, he was just playing so well with this Kandita. Every single time he sets the play, he's very, very patient with those pickoffs as well. And even the damage department as well, Euphoria just completely dumbstringed him, 154k. I was expecting a bigger lead, but it's only about 30 minutes game. So I think this is by far the fastest game we've seen here in today's games in all the series.
Today's games?
I think this is the fastest. I think this is by far the fastest game we've seen so far. Very clean one-sided game, complete dumpster. Euphoria just, you know, very, very alert in this game, despite having a very, very long day.
Yeah, they are playing very, very warm here. Venogod basically closing out this game after one turtle, getting a 2-level lead and eventually turning it into a 3-level lead. The early to mid game basically unplayable for Minana Esports until they managed somehow get into the late. And even then, right, there's just too much of a goal deficit.
Yeah, I think this was one of the first mistakes that Minana kind of made, and Euphoria was just able to capitalize on this as well. And this big appraisal's draft coming from Venogod completely turned the tide from Minana. And ever since then, every fight that Minana tried to take, it was too late. Look at this. Even here, Venogod is level 10 and just one-shots Goyoung from the get-go.
I thought Goyoung would be able to kind of like get dash away, try to flicker out, but instead he gets taunted in place. And you know, all of these plays coming in from Venogod is just, I'm going to hold you in place for half a second, let my team kind of do the rest of the work, and then we're done. We move on.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming from Euphoria Esports. Beautiful indeed. The praises draft coming from Venogod has been spot on. And, you know, I'm surprised they haven't nerfed Fredrin yet. I'm sorry to say, Fredrin is really, really strong.
I mean, to be fair, if Fredrin wasn't changed ever so slightly, I don't think we would have seen Veno go for the big one-shot or like hover around the turtle to build up gray health. He just would have walked up, instantly Appraiser's Rat got the kill, and then back onto the turtle.
Imagine having Appraiser's Rat without needing those gray bars. That would be broken.
Don't even get me started.
That's a buff for him. So okay, how would you nerf Fredrin?
How would I nerf Fredrin? Reduce his base health. That's all. That's all you need to do. Reduce his base health. Change the amount of magic resistance as well as armor from his taunt. I think that's, again, one of the few things that are making him decently good other than his passive, but it's hard to really change that passive.
I get where you're coming from, but I think reducing the base health kind of covers the entire base of his toolkit, correct? And if you think about it here, if you compare this with Glue was pretty much, he has damage reduction. So once you nerf damage reduction, he becomes a little bit weaker. So I guess the best HP from Fredrin actually makes it so that his Appraiser's Rod doesn't hit as hard, even you get max value.
Yeah, so it's like you know, an all-rounded kind of umbrella term to kind of nerf all of his abilities all at once.
If that becomes a problem, wouldn't we see him like, hey, you know what? I'm just gonna build everything Sky got his helmet, like how we did like one-shot Pasha.
I mean, that good luck fighting carry. That's all I gotta say, right? If not, why aren't we seeing Glue in the jungle? You know, I can only go so far with this.
True.
Yeah, but in any case here, Euphoria still played a strong game. I think even for Minana, they're probably gonna have to like, you know, wash that game out of their mind. It's just one bad mistake. After that, it's really hard to kind of recover from that sort of damage. Not to mention just the amount of like every single time a battle spell came off of cooldown, you could immediately see the phase shift, you know, the attitude change from Euphoria to be like, okay, let's get a bit aggressive, get a battle spell, and then back off and rinse and repeat.
Yeah, they're very good at baiting our spells as well, which is very nice to watch, but so far they have been very good in understanding the situation they are at. Like, I really like how Euphoria understands that, hey, this is the position we're in. We are in the lead. What should we do? And they execute it very, very quickly. And it's crazy considering that the moment Venergod says that, hey, I'm stronger than the enemy stronger, I'm just gonna man up, show some balls, and just destroy you. And that's exactly what he did. And it's something that I think Minana, they have to respect this and say like, hey, you know what? I have to brush this off from game number 1. Game 2, rethink the draft. We gotta respect the Frederick.
They have a pet cat. They have a pet cat. No wonder they're winning. Of course, they can't lose with a cute animal.
They have a pet cat?
Yeah, look at him, right in the back on the right side, next to the ladder. Look at him. Oh, sorry, I'm very distracted with cats here. 11 seconds until we get back into the draft.
How do you
think
see
that? I was joking? You think I was pointing at thin air?
Dude, that's literally so small.
It's so adorable.
It's such a small speck of years and you can actually spot that.
I hope that Euphoria are going to like lift that cat up once they win this match.
You're a cat guy, aren't you?
Yes, I am very much.
How many
a cat
cats do you
guy.
have at home?
None. I live in condo, so it's not exactly the most ideal. you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But with that, Minana, we need to start talking about adaptations, right? I think their draft was already one of their most blaring problems. In game, it's hard to talk about problems when there's such an overwhelming gold lead. But let's jump into it here. Game number 2, match point for Euphoria Esports on the blue side versus Minana Esports on the red side.
Now, speaking of the drafts here, Euphoria Esports, they don't really want to face off with a lot of mages here. It seems like their priority is still going to be the Novaria, limiting all these options. But that's the thing, right? It is going to open up a lot of S-tier picks. But at the same time, now this final ban coming in from Euphoria Esports, are they going to try and ban out the Eve here?
Yeah, probably, because I mean, they banned out the Valentina.
Triple mages.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they banned out the Valentina. Let's keep this in mind. The draft pattern, especially when you are on the blue side, the question is, do you want Valentina or not? If you're going for a flexible pick, you go for Valentina, because no matter what your opponent looks to counter pick, if it's all based around one particular alt, you can steal it away. Minana Esports are now faced with a dilemma. What do they ban out, the glue or the farmers? You can't have both on the field.
Well, at the same time, they've got the Joy also up for opens here, so this is something that they have to deal with. But because as of now, who do they fight with? Because I like how production is zooming up.
They're very sharp. As soon as somebody's just vibing, they're like, we gotcha.
Yeah, this is gonna be easy game. I'm all warmed up. But speaking of how warm the game was for game 1, it feels like Euphoria Esports, they're getting a little bit overzealous with this bans here, but they do open up a lot of this S-tier picks here. If you think about it, 1-1 being banned off means there is Arlott, there is okay, no more Frederick here, but there is Arlott, there is Joy, there is, like you said, the Faramis as well, but Joy is going to be the safety net for Euphoria Esports, I guess.
Yep, Joy in the EXP lane is the preferred choice because at least you have access to Vengeance rather than having to hold yourself back with the Retribution. Minana Esports made a good choice. Instead of, like, focusing on those meta picks, let's just get rid of one that doesn't really affect the overall draft, and in that case, the standalone is going to be 1-1, right? Because technically here, they can go for the farm is plus glue just to relatively play safe, and Euphoria Esports will have to start thinking about artillery mages and maybe even getting their hands dirty with the Lilia.
I don't think the Lilia... Okay, yeah. I guess the Lilia makes sense considering that most of the mages has been banned off, right? But at the same time, they could still stick with the Kadito once again. If you think about it, the Kadito will make them wonders from game number 1. So I guess that's going to be the case as well. In this case, Farsa, even though it does have that range, quote-unquote range outskill, but if you are popping those feathered airstrike and you are sitting still, this Joy is going to run all over you with this Petrify. And the Kadita can still go... Sorry, not the Vengeance coming from Joy, but you can also set up for a Petrify just one-shot like a Farsa.
Euphoria Esports decide to go for the Joy Lancelot and as well as their marksman in the Beatrix. This is an interesting angle to take, right? Because Minana Esports, they've already shown their Magen as well as EXP laners. So both teams require different roles to be filled. In terms of the overall synergy, I think both sides are relatively scared to pick up, to try and go for a Mincetar pick here.
I don't think they can. Okay,
it's a little tough.
If they pick the Mincetar, that means it is going to be forced into a Roma position for Minana Esports. But they are put in a situation right now is that, do we pick the Martis here as a jungler? Or do we let it through and then just pick up Akito? But no!
Okay. So now Minana Esports, they need some really strong laners here. The Farsa and Arlot to kind of work together with the Natalia. These level 1s are dangerous all the way to pre-level 4. There's still so much kill threat.
Okay, I think Euphoria Esports does have a lot of experience playing with Minana Esports, and if I do remember correctly, Natalia was banned by Euphoria Esports in the first game.
Yep. Within the first phase as well.
Yeah. Respect. All right. I want to see how this go.
Yeah, we're seeing the Kufra ban
Jungle
here.
Natalia?
No,
or Rome?
I think it's going to be Rome, right? I've never seen Natalia go anywhere else. Euphoria Esports will be banning out the Hayabusa. They want to minimize the mobility overall. And again, Minsatar just seems so very good against Euphoria Esports composition, but there's just nowhere to put it. Like, realistically, unless they want to do what Madness Esports did the other
Natalia.
time. Jungle Natalia?
And then go for a... actually, you know what? Jungle Minsitar isn't too bad. It's not the greatest, but it's still viable.
Bro, I don't know what pills you've been taking, but you gotta pass me some of that. I want to be
Molten
tripping just as
Essence
hard.
Molten Essence nerfed with Demon Slayer.
For,
I don't know, you gotta make it work. Like, I've seen Kufra jungles.
Just don't pick it. You can go for other things. It sounds good, but it doesn't necessarily mean the team has to double down on it.
I would really like Paquito jungle coming from Minana if you think about it.
I don't think it's that bad. I think it's generally pretty good, and especially since you already have the Natalia, as soon as you get that first kill, the snowball effect is going to be really tough to stop.
Okay. They do ban off assassins coming from Euphoria Esports, so I guess that Minana does have this habit to actually play for a pickoff potential backlines, but I don't know. I want to see a saver, but nope, they do bring in the Selena from Euphoria Esports. Oh, double mage again? Really? I think they can. They've got Joy as a very tanky hero. They've got Lancelot's gonna be a tank slot as well, so I wouldn't be. Okay.
You gotta get the Grok. You got to get the Grok. You want to compensate, right? Now here's the thing. Here's the thing that is beautiful about going for this Selena pick. Yes, she is still susceptible to the Natalia, but at the very least, you don't have to commit your actual body to stop the feathered airstrike. You can just throw one Abyssal Arrow and pray that one of the members of Minana Esports wants to be the hero to tank it.
In this case, well, the Guardian's Barrier does cancel off the feathered airstrike, so I guess this is a pretty interesting way of taking this game in terms of draft for Euphoria Esports. Hopefully they do play it off, but I'm curious to see how Minana Esports bounces back with this Natalia pick as a roaming Natalia.
Well, again, she's going to have to buff up and really supplement anybody who's winning out their lane, but I think this game really is on the shoulders of Ding because he is the big X factor here. He has an ability that nobody really counters from the side of Euphoria Esports, so he's got to be very intelligent with the way that he lanes so he can benefit his team later on in the match.
Now, without further ado, this is going to be the second game here, potentially the elimination match for Minana Esports and the advancement match for Euphoria Esports. Game number 2 is going to be running on the way, and Euphoria Esports doing a very, very convincing job during game number 1. I'm curious to see whether or not Minana Esports are they going to bounce back from game number 2 though. This is going to be the match to watch here for the Philippines matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Euphoria Esports going up against, well, Minana Esports on game number 2.
All right. We kick things off. It looks like it's going to be Euphoria starting on the purple buff side of the map. You see Boyette on the side of Minana Esports also starting on the top side on his orange buff. So they're going to meet each other later on down the line by River Crab and also Lethal Wanderer as well. We'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, keep your eyes out for this Natalia. Look at her just being an absolute rat.
Oh boy, this is annoying. I feel like having a Natalia just has so much pressure to be playing around because you don't know where he is going to be coming from. Even though you've got this shadow form here, we can see, but that's only if you're nearby the Natalia. But speaking of which, Yoshi God does have a little bit of idea where he is. He is taking a little bit of damage from Go Young, but that should be all for now.
Yeah, but I mean, the vision game isn't going to really help with Natalia, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, as long as you don't let your opponent leave that lane, you can start looking for influences. Now, in the meantime here, this is, if Venogod goes for the invade, this is where it gets really dangerous.
Ooh, boy.
Three men
He's thinking about it, though. He's thinking about it.
He wants to do it. He wants to see whether Boyette's going to show up.
Yeah, Boyette does show up indeed, but immediately Minana, they try and transition in the lane. Yoshi God gonna buy A little bit of time to Guardian's Barrier. The minions also going to be blocked off as well. So I guess Minana, they're just hovering around middle lane once again.
Yep, they know for a fact that they're going to fight for this turtle. In the meantime, like Selena, she's going to be, sticking around at level 2 while Yoshi God on this Grok is going to be farming up EXP until he hits level 4. Because it's really important that he has this wild charge compared to Selena.
Now, with the turtle going to be exposed as well, Yoshi God still keeping 2 players at bay is going to be a bit of a situation, but Ben, oh god, gets bursted down here. Beautiful catch coming from Ding. He is going to sacrifice his life, but he takes the jungler, means they secure the turtle for Minana Esports.
Yep, and this means that Boyet is instantly going to start converging by moving his way into what... Oh, he's trying to get play here.
Oh, the heavy spin comes in, but no, they don't have the follow-up to come true. Minana Esports, they are going to be forced to back off. Yeli in a little bit of trouble. Okay, he's fine.
He's fine, but unfortunately, because Boyet wanted to try to go for this play with Feather Airstrike by mid lane, he wasn't able to steal away camps from Euphoria Esports. So, yes, he is technically ahead of Venogod ever so slightly because of that turtle take. Now, Venogod, at least he knows for a fact that, like, alright, I'm not going to be that far behind.
Speaking of this kind of plays here, I feel like Minana... Okay, wall charge comes in. Oh my goodness, the arrow does connect, and they won't get the kill coming from Rujin. Very flashy play, and now Minana Esports, they want to try and capitalize the situation, but look at Goyoung's position. He is going to be caught out, and here he comes. Here comes Venogod as they will pick him out as well. Ding is going to be caught out in an awkward position. The final slash a little bit too late, and Euphoria, they just completely destroy them.
Melt them there. And Ryujin, I'm surprised. Ryujin, he goes in, he was able to pick up the rune as well, but the dash was in a very awkward spot, and I thought for sure Minana is going to get this, right? But he still manages.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now Headscott is going to try and scale to his XP lane now. Boyet with the solo heavy spin. Not even getting the kill. Shizo will be able to back out. Goyoung wants to try and capitalize this situation. Finally drops it off, and the final take to finish him off. Punishes Shizo for his over-greed.
Yeah, nicely done coming in from Minana, but still, the gold lead isn't that much for Euphoria right now. It's very slightly. They're basically dead even at this point, and even when we start looking at the laners, right, who actually has an advantage here? Because Yoshigot is currently at level 5 in comparison to Goyoung, who's at currently level 6.
Now, speaking of this fight here, like Minana prioritizing in turtle here, I'm a little bit more curious about who Yeli should be targeting right now, because as of now, he hasn't been able to find the right target, but they do force out the beats for now. Hits, they need to fight it here, the arrow comes in, Venogod still secures the turtle.
Who was late on this retribution? I'm looking at both of the cooldowns, trying to figure out which one takes down first. Fortunately, it's at the same time, but Boyet, he's so very low. So very low, but not enough follow-up from the rest of the team. 2 of their members are still back in their lanes.
Yeah, Euphoria still playing it safe. Minana as well. They are also in a position where all they gotta do is drag this out into the later stage of the game. This is where I think when it comes to the territory-wise, Yeli, once he has like 2 or 3 more damage items, this is where I feel like Natalia can actually threaten the backlines of Euphoria, especially Selena.
Well, honestly, I haven't seen Yeli Hayes really make too much of a dent in Euphoria Esports right now, right? He's just a, walking vision right now.
Yep, I guess so. Now with the arrow coming in, Shy Bell is going to be taking a little bit too much damage, but he is going to try and capitalize on his passive here. Yoshi taking a little too much damage as well. The wall charge comes in, not going to get him out. So that's going to be an easy pick coming from Minana. While Venogod is going to trade the tier 1 down middle. So I would say macro-wise, it is still favoring towards Euphoria Esports.
Was it really necessary to look for the execute there from Yeli Hayes? I think he could have just waited and Goyoung would have gotten it regardless. Euphoria, though, despite everything that has happened, despite the kills falling into the hands of Minana, they were able to crack open mid-tier 1 as well as bottom tier 1. So they're playing the map extremely well.
Yeah, this is very, very important for them, because the moment they open up the map, it allows Headscott so much opportunities to dive to back lines in these upcoming fights. And with the Vengeance in play, it's going to be very difficult for Minana to actually punish this here. But speaking of the arrow, wait, what? That didn't connect? Okay.
It looked like it, but no, it didn't. It didn't. Lucky for Shy Bell, though.
Now look at Headscott. He's all the way through from tier 2 rotation as well. And now with the wall blocks coming in, it does separate the players from Minana Esports. But this tier 1 will eventually fall.
Yep, they know for a fact that they're going to be sitting here for a while. Oh, Boyette!
Oh, heavy spin comes in. Ryujin backs off as well. And here comes Yoshigard. He is going to try and delay the inevitable, but the arrow doesn't connect. But they finally still take down the tier 1. And guess what? They also take the purple buff off Minana Esports side with Venogod solo taking it.
Exactly. Like Venogod, like Minana Esports were expecting Venogod to take this turtle, but Euphoria, again, really good call. Just delay the siege. You don't necessarily have to get the turret. And in the meantime, they just take everything away from Minana Esports' jungle.
Yeah, this is insane. But now, Minana Esports, they have no choice but to respond by sending Yeli onto his bottom lane. But now the final stage comes in. They want to finish off Yoshigard, but they just can't. They really just can't, apparently.
Yep, Minana Esports here. Again, I don't know how Yeli Hayes is going to participate in the majority of these fights, right? He doesn't have enough damage to look for the big one-shots on the squishier targets. Even if he does, he has to be hyper aware of where Yoshigard is, because one single wall charge could really change that game.
Well, on top of that, that's just random traps that may or may not be everywhere here, especially with that. But now, speaking of which here, they do force a fight, but it's going to be battle spells. It's going to be disengaged from Minana. But I feel like the traps is just also an annoying factor coming from Yeli, if you think about it. Like, with the Selena traps, you can't exactly walk in the right bush without being scouted.
I mean, of course, it just means you're eliminating the possibilities of where he's at, and at least they also make sure that Ryujin is in a position where you can still affect the map and be in the right place. Whoa, whoa!
Oh, what is this split fight here? Yeli gets scouted out as well by Joy, and he actually gets out with Headsguard. And meanwhile, Ding completely bullied out. Boyet also losing out purple buff control once again as Euphoria. They're just slowly picking up everyone from Minana Esports. Like, it's 5.8k lead. Tier 2s are down for middle lane. Tier 2s are down for top lane. The entire map control is completely swinging towards Euphoria's favor right now.
If I typed into ChatGPT, make me the greatest MLBB just rotational situation, what should it look like, they would probably show up this game from Euphoria Esports, because the way that they are maximizing their time is impeccable, right? Look at it. Nobody is like just walking around aimlessly. Everybody has a purpose, and they're willing to sacrifice. Like, this is a beautiful, like, almost chess move. Yeah, take the top tier 1. Literally don't care about it.
I guess this is by far the most efficient way to close out the game, if that's what you're trying to explain as well. And based on what I'm seeing as well, Headsguard, look at this. He's going to get caught out. He's going to try to pop the beats as well. He does threaten Yeli, but eventually he will still take one out and still survive this. And now Shizo is going to be here to help her buddy out and clean out the rest. They do get another one. And while this is actually happening as well, Venogod tries to show his hero moments. Unfortunately, he will be able to back out.
I don't get it. I'm looking at Boyette. He's so far off here. I don't think Headsguard can kill him. Shizo probably has the damage.
Dead. Arrow comes, he connects as well. Ryujin, he knows where he's running for.
No, the coordination for Euphoria. Man, this is such a rough game for Minana Esports. It's literally just, yeah, we just played it a little slow, and Euphoria is like, slow? Not all clumped up in one place? Not watching the entire map?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing a masterclass performance of how SPS Season 2 defending champions look like right now. And this is flawless thus far. And the snipe's coming. Oh, as soon as I say flawless, Shizo, he missed the shot.
Look, there was a bunch of times where I thought the caster curse was real. Like Joy, for an example, of Not to Die, where we were just complimenting Euphoria. But now, looking to get this inhibitor without even the help of the Lord itself. These Lord empowered minions just more than enough. Don't tell me they get a second one too.
They might as well. If you think about it, Yoshigard, he's just manning up. Oh my god, Venogod. Oh my goodness. Headsguard!
Why?
Headsguard, he's just manning up. He'll gladly trade his life for a carry here, but at the same time, not sure what Yoshigard was thinking about that.
I do think that if I was in Shaibel's position, I'm giving a deep, dark glare to Boyette. It's like, man, you had to push him back into me and not just away from me. And Boyette's probably looking back at it, it's like, why didn't you kill him? I was going to pin him against the wall.
Well, this is where the blame game begins, I guess.
No, honestly, it's not a blame game. It's just like, if Euphoria wasn't so far ahead and literally hit hitting every single one of their item power spikes here. Like, I mean, they hit the 38k mark and they're like, okay, we're gonna fight, right? And they win out the fight. Big whoop. Now they're gonna hit the 42k mark next, and that's when they're gonna fight Minana Esports. It feels like they can do no wrong if they follow the timings.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? But when it comes to Minana Esports, who did they fall back on here? It feels like Shaibel is pretty much the only win condition, but Shaibel is just struggling to find farm across the map.
Goyong. You gotta believe in Goyong, man. He's gotta somehow bait out every single spell from Euphoria and get a feathered airstrike that changes the game. Poor guy, man. Poor guy.
Yeah, look, yeah, that's a lot of weight on his shoulders, man. It's gonna be tough.
I mean, it's the most frustrating thing to be a level ahead of both Yoshigon and Ryujin, but the problem is that they've been barely in the mid lane half the time.
Yeah, it's tough, considering that they needed this Natalia to open up the map, but so far they just don't have a guy that actually opens up the map. And Boyet, if he does that, means he cannot set up for the perfect AV spin. And speaking of perfect AV spin, look at this, immediately baited out. He thought he got the right angle, but Euphoria, it's easily able to just get out of that.
It's tough. It's a really tough game here. There's no real solution to it. Okay, thank goodness that the range is limited, but Yelly Hayes is going to try and pull attention.
Oh no! They know where he is. He's gonna get scouted out as well. Yelly, he doesn't have the damage. He's got a little bit of smoke screen to buy a little bit more time, but eventually Euphoria, they're just destroying him.
I mean, see, we're destroying him. It's a 3v5, 3v4 up top side. Wait, does Ding die? Oh my goodness, he dies from that. Oh no.
Yeah, this is so far hit. Another trap comes in. Arrow doesn't seem to connect, but at the same time, with the Lord locking in, they can close out the game. Euphoria Esports, they're clearing off the minions, but playing it safe on the bottom lane here. Shizo is going to chip away at an inhibitor with the snipes. Will successfully get it. Meanwhile, Minana Esports, they have to throw bodies for this eventually. They have to eventually. Boyet, he doesn't have his heavy spin yet as well, but Shizo, he's threatening the crystal. He needs to make a play, but he just don't know what to do.
And even Boyet using his retribution on a minion.
Oh my goodness. Now the crystal down to his half HP. They finally show their fangs as well. Heavy spin still being hold on. Final Slash comes in. They have to throw body for this. And Euphoria, they're just dissecting them all bit by bit. Yelly goes down, but the defense looks good. Vanguard. Seems like they don't want to overextend this here. They are going to play this a little bit more safe. Wow, they have Shizo chipping away at the crystal, and eventually the crystal will fall, and that's going to be Euphoria taking a clean 2-0 against Minana Esports.
Holy cow, what a game coming out from Euphoria. They did not make this close whatsoever. Just another day in the office, 2-0ing Minana Esports. These were our champions in Season 2. These were the favorites to take on Tier 1 teams, and they continue their journey as they eliminate their opponents.
GG, well played to Euphoria Esports. However, for Minana, I'm sorry to say, that is it for their journey here for the SPS tournament.
So brutal. Ah, man! Wow! How do you get out of that spot? I mean, I've been trying to crack my brain here. What could have Minana Esports done other than change their draft, right? Because it is what it is. You're already in game. Where can you really correct the mistakes?
I think game 1 was extremely difficult because they're playing something that they're not comfortable with. I feel like double mage compositions are a hit or miss for a lot of teams. In this case, game number 2, I felt like they should have played a little bit more textbook by having I would say a Roman that can open up the bush. So I feel like for them, Minana Esports, they couldn't exactly do that because of the situation they're put in, right? Like, if you think about it, first game, they had a Diggy. Diggy can't exactly face check. Natalia can't exactly face check as well, if you think about it. And so far, it feels like Minana is playing in a situation where they're just not comfortable with this playstyle and this draft composition.
I think for Minana, there's definitely a degree of they had an idea of how to get the laners ahead. It's just the fact that like half the time the series is basically ended off of that very first turtle, right? And I think even for Minana, the early game wasn't exactly the absolute worst for them. They were able to start building up that level lead. It's just that their composition, they kept on grouping up together rather than playing individually, which they probably should have done so that people like Yelly Hayes doesn't have to cover everywhere and continue to focus on the members who get ahead.
Yeah, this is very, very annoying to actually deal with here. But at the same time, GG well played from Euphoria Esports. They played something, they played a textbook game, but at the same time, you know, Vanguard not needing to go for a tank slot, went full damage, was able to threaten the backlines all in all together, and Minana Esports just had no answer to stop this all the way through, because if you think about it as well, they're having so much problems with the Joy and the land slot at the same time because of all this mobility, and the only person that can stop both of them is either a very perfectly well-placed heavy spin or the perfect smoke screen.
Let me think about this for half a second. I mean, there is a possibility where we do see Yelly Hayes actually finding the smoke screen to cancel out the third dash coming in from Headscon. But even then, there is still a very good possibility that Headscon just walks out of it and goes for the dash regardless. So, I don't know. I personally believe that, you know, in Minana Esports, they just weren't as efficient across the map as a whole compared to Euphoria Esports, right? They were abusing as many timings as they could. Either power spikes, every time they saw Minana reveal all of their members on the map, instantly you'd see the timings from Venogod specifically getting an 881 gold per minute by just farming in Boyette's jungle.
Yeah, it's just so smart in terms of macro plays as well. Like, he is able to find opportunities across the map as well. And even in game number 2, the first turtle onwards as well, he was able to steal purple buffs away from this Archive time and time again. And I feel like Minana Esports, they were expecting Euphoria to play textbook, but Euphoria just greened this out and actually got away with it so many times because of the fact that this Natalia can't really do that much. Which is kind of weird, because I was expecting him to actually, you know, threaten the back lines, but they just don't have the tools to do so because of all these random Selena traps.
I don't think so. I think it's definitely how the early game needed to be managed here, and really putting a priority on somebody's lane rather than the others, right? You can still be flexible, just like how Headscon basically somehow survived a lot of these engagements with barely any defensive items. Like the last time he got caught by Topside, all he had was a Dominance Ice as well as his Vengeance, yet he still powered through and got a kill.
Yeah, this was pretty much a turning point for Minana, right? Like, ever since they got a very nice catch with the arrow here, they pick off Yelly here, and because of this pickoff, everyone from Simon Minana Esports started to make a little bit small mistakes as well. I think Farsa also, like, during the Wings by Wings, he was a little bit off the edge, and it was put in a position where Euphoria was able to punish him.
I mean, look at this. Oh, look at it. Look at it. Look at it. They're just trying to lock him down. Like, all the damage. Like, Yelly Hayes is getting in and out. And by the time he jumps in, it's just unlucky that the heavy spin times out. They just don't have that sort of damage, right? Ding can only do so much, but his burst is very limited. Yelly Hayes needs his targets to be very low. And Akai naturally doesn't have the levels to actually compete with someone like Headscon, who walked away from the EXP lane basically untouched.
Yeah, and in this fight as well, it's pretty much a very clean game from Euphoria Esports. By far one of the most efficient games. And 2 games in a row, under 15 minutes, they were able to close out 2 games so far. And Euphoria Esports now in a position to potentially qualify as well.
Yep, they're putting themselves in contentions. I'm glad that they continue to grow on, but sorry to say, for Minana Esports, they will be eliminated from the tournament. That is going to be their second loss here as Euphoria moves on.
Yep, GG well played to Euphoria Esports. They are still hanging on as the defending champions here from the previous season. Hopefully they will be able to continue to do so, because as of yet, they still need at least one more game to actually qualify into the next series.
One more game is what it's going to take, but honestly, I think it's going to be more than that.
I think it's more than that as
It's
well.
definitely, I mean, the 6
It's
days
5
for a
more, sorry,
reason.
2 more games.
Yes, 2 more games is what they're going to need to kind of compensate for the losses already accumulated. Well, in this case, just 1, but not even plurals. But man, Euphoria, so very efficient. We didn't get to see, you know, I felt like, especially for like last season, Game Lab as well as Euphoria, kind of smurfing on people.
Yeah.
And it's hard to see them play hyper focused, and we only got that when they faced up against them the first time Euphoria in Game Lab, and then afterwards the second time during the playoffs in the grand finals itself.
Yeah, that was a very, very long journey during Season 2 as well. Yeah, I agree with what you're talking about as well, but while this is actually happening here, the other streams, we still have an ongoing match, and Aura taking the first 1-0 against Alter Ego.
Aura Fire, honestly, they're looking really, really good. They've been cleaning out their games 2-0, a majority of them. But against Alter Ego X, that's great. It keeps showing that Aura is going to keep on moving forward.
Oh wait, it's Alkai Esports, it's not Alter Ego. For a correction, even though...
Oh, really? It's not Alter Ego X?
It is? It is Alter Ego
It's
X?
Alter Ego X.
It's Alter Ego, is it? Archive
Archives
Sorry, we double-checked.
Esports.
Archive
Thank you, production, for keeping us in the loop
You know,
here.
that's why, right? It's,
Dude.
it's like the moment I see Aura AE, it's like, oh, okay, it's alter ego. Wait a minute. That's not right. That's not right.
I had this exact same problem explaining to the fan in my DMs the other day that we were getting this big miscommunication because we were using very different meanings of certain acronyms, and this one very close to that. But Archive Esports, they had a good showing yesterday, but Aura Fire have been on fire throughout the Swiss rounds continuously, and only one of those teams will be moving on to the next round.
Exactly. They are pretty much undefeated thus far as well, right? Like in this Swiss format, as long as you win 4 games in a row, you're pretty much qualified in the next phase. But if you lose a game, means that you need to win 5 matches in total. So it's pretty brutal. It feels like a double elimination format kind of concept, but like I said as well, you cannot afford to lose a single game at all.
It's the double elimination plus the fact that you're taking away dead games, right? If somebody doesn't qualify, you don't necessarily have to play them. But with that being said, we get to have a chat with our favorite boys here from Euphoria. Let's take it to an interview with Venogod. Hello, Venogod. It's good to see you all over again here in Season 3. How are you feeling?
Definitely satisfied after what happened today, but it's still not over yet.
It's going to be tough, right? I can understand the sentiment of being satisfied. You guys had like a clean game, of course. And I want to, start things off, a little bit more calm. Do you guys have a superstition or like a ritual that you guys do before you get into the games? I've been seeing a lot of this going around. Like I saw, if I remember correctly, it was Game Lab who's all hands together, and also one more team. I think it was Alter Ego X that also had something that happens before the games. Do you guys at Euphoria have something similar?
Yes, we have a chant before game after the draft pick. After all heroes have been picked, we do our chant.
What's the
What's the chant?
Is it like a in-house secret, or like are you able to share with us?
Basically, one of us say flare forward, and then all of us yell Euphoria.
Okay,
so
flare
cool.
forward Euphoria. That's pretty cool.
That's actually so dope. All right, let's get into the serious stuff here. Now, Venogod, when you were looking at the draft from your opponents there, what was the thought process, right? Because again, you guys banned out Natalia in the very first game, and then in the second game, you decided to kind of let it through on the opposite side. What was going through y'all minds when the draft was happening?
In the second game, we just decided to just ban out the Novaria instead of Natalia. So we just kind of sustained the Natalia in the second game.
Okay. I see. Sustained through the Natalia pain. So that puts you... Where is your opinion on Novaria? Is it like a must-pick, must-ban situation? What are sort of the conditions you're looking for to either play it for yourself or deny it from your opponent?
I think it's a must-ban hero. But if opened, it's a must-pick.
Okay, very interesting.
I
Now,
like that.
final question here, Venogod here. Being the defending champions from the previous season here, and you guys are currently in the situation to be risk eliminated, even though you've advanced forward, you still have more games to come. How's it like over there? Like, is the pressure kicking in here? Is the format affecting you guys? What are your thoughts on this new season?
I don't think we are pressured yet. I think we still confident in our next matches, but I truly think in our next matches we will put our 100% effort in it.
Truly embodying the spirit of Lang Malakas, of course. Absolutely love you, Venogod. Now, final question here. Is there a team that you're looking out specifically that you want to beat before we let you go and say your final words?
Oh, to beat? I don't think anyone... I don't think I can describe one team that we can beat. But we already... Aura Fire won. Aura Fire. We already played against them and they won against us, so that's one. But in our next matches, I think we just play what we play and just don't mind the opponent.
He's too humble. One day I'm gonna crack him. One day I'm gonna get a spicy opinion from Venogod. But yes, with that being said, any final words to all the fans watching here for the Snapdragon Pro Series?
Shout out to all our fans from Euphoria Esports. Shout out to the Euphoria management, Cap Justin, Cap Jared, and shout out to my family and my teammates' family, and thank you for supporting us.
Thank you so much for this interview, Venogod. Always a good time. We'll see you soon and hopefully in the next stage.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, that was a pretty interesting interview. He shot a lot of insights here. I know you like to go into needy videos on the hero pools and etc. as well. He gave a lot of insights, but I don't know if other teams are going to capitalize on that.
See, here's the thing. I was wanting to.
You wanted him to trash talk, didn't you?
And not really.
You wanted him to be a repo, don't you?
No. I know for a fact that Venogod is a humble guy, right? But I definitely think that it's a face that he puts on, right? He's definitely a nice person, but I want to get something spicy out of him. Maybe I'll have to bring up the cat the next time to get more out of him. Sorry, I'm doing my evil hand motions.
Oh boy, but yeah, they did have that moments here. But no, nevertheless, here it is nice to see Euphoria Esports in the interview once again. But I'm extremely excited to see whether or not can they advance in the next phase, because that is something that a lot of us are having in our mind as well, especially for their fans for Euphoria Esports. But for now, they are still alive. There's still 2 more days to go for them to actually advance to the next phase. And a lot is on the line, and especially in the other region here, Aura Fire, 1 more game away to be qualifying alongside with GPX for the next phase.
Yeah, that's going to be, honestly, that would be pretty great to see. Oh, but man, I think I've honestly had quite my fair share. After that game from Euphoria, that was like, that was so satisfying.
Why is it satisfying?
Have you ever seen power washing videos where they just clean off the sidewalk?
Okay, fair enough.
That's what it was like watching Euphoria play at that level. So clean, barely any mistakes, just no outs for your opponents.
Okay, that's the thing, right? It just shows you how they have so much more experience from the rest of this wall. But another series that is going to be on the series as well. Guess what? Bigatron Beta is currently tied with TNC for the elimination match, and it is going to be very, very spicy as well. I'm curious to see whether or not are we going to catch a glimpse on those matches later on.
Look, this is what I'm telling you here. A lot of these tier 2 teams especially in the MDL Indonesia, because of the early inception of the MDL in Indonesia, these teams had a lot of times to kind of mature, sift through a lot of talents to find some that had a lot of potential. And BTR Beta, it looks like they might have struggled if they're able to win that series.
I think this is the perfect opportunity to actually learn from each other's region, if you think about it as well. But without further ado, I know you guys want to see more games come, because we are going to be jumping into another game, and that is going to be Aura Fire going up against their opponents here. This is going to be Archives Esports on the screen, and this is going to be the second game as we talk through how the games are going to continue.
All right, let's see how this is going to go here. 15 minutes into the game. Well, I don't think anything's going to happen except maybe mid-tier 1 falls, but let's look at the draft so far, because I'm seeing Kazan on a Julian, Spider Miles, on the Minotaur.
Now, I'm curious to see how this actually got into the stage as well, because both teams currently in a situation where if they take a game right here, right now, they will be qualifying. So I feel like Aura Fire is having their backs against the wall despite Archives Esports taking this huge lead, and I don't think they should be in this position at all based on this draft, if you think about it.
I don't know about that. I feel like neutral objectives are pretty easy for Archives Esports, especially if they want to ban out a fight, right? Because at the end of the day, this carry is going to be pretty short-ranged, and Minotaur
Hold up.
covers a lot.
Is that an XP Fredrin instead of a jungle Fredrin?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty normal. It's pretty normal to flex it around. I mean, you got the Julian jungle, and oh yeah, this is Archives. That's why. Oh man, my brain farted.
Yeah, Archive Esports now in a very, very interesting situation where they are going to be trying to dominate with this Julian jungle. But speaking of Julian jungle, Lance, he's going to get caught up with his final slash. He goes in for a counter play. He is going to get bursted down. And just like that, Aura Fire, they were able to fight back here. This is going to buy a little bit more time for Kabuki to scale back a little bit more. But eventually, Archives Esports, they're taking advantage of a very tanky composition. They still have immortalities. They still have all these tanky compositions. But technically, the ones that can actually kill them all is pretty much Kabuki.
Yep, the majority of the damage dealt will be from Kabuki as well. And I think, you know, Reza, as much as he wants to be able to be the majority damage dealer, I don't think Archives is going to let him feather airstrike free.
Now, speaking of the itemizations as well, hold that thought for now. We do see a burst fight as well. They do try and catch off KZen all the way to the back line. They have to back off. Soompak tries to snipe away, but eventually objectives is going to be the key here. But it seems like they have to disengage, and Van will be heading down bottom to potentially shove the lane, but no, they're actually freezing the lane. They don't really want to give Archives Esports those opportunity to do so, especially with 14 seconds left on the sidelines. For the Lord pit, I guess they are going to try and make a play eventually from Archives?
There's a good possibility. I did just see Kabuki purchase Rapid Boots. He's going to eventually switch that out once the fight starts to get really, really heated there. Soompak is going to reel himself down on bot side to get a slow push, but this Lord is gone.
Oh my goodness, this is too greedy coming from Archives Esports to make the play. Aura Fire, however, needs to actually back off. They've got immortality. They're playing it safe. And 18 minutes of the game, I guess they're playing textbook now.
Extremely textbook, in a matter of fact. I don't know what happened early on into the game. I would only assume that Aura Fire had a bit of a lead until Archives was able to equalize it.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the case, but at the same time, the biggest threat coming from Aura Fire has got to be Kabuki right now. He's got the orange buff available. He can actually just completely shut down all these tanking oppositions unless Archives Esports gets like the perfect 5-man Minon's Rage coming in, or maybe even a 5-man Taunt, but now Lord JM is going to try and set up a play with the taunts, but the Lord is going to be chipping away an inhibitor. Meanwhile, Aura Fire is still looking for the final slash. Not going to be connected though.
No, unfortunately not. And look at Lacey. He decided to go for the final slash here. He is aware that he can make a big play in tandem with Spider Miles, assuming that Aura Fire tried to disengage in the same direction.
Yeah, but now it comes down to the baiting game here. Archives Esports, they need to get out of this trap here because Aura Fire, they just got so much map control. I don't think they should engage at all. They should just play this safely. And I don't think Archives Esports, I don't think Aura Fire can do anything about it unless they go for a high final slash, which unfortunately whiffs the mark here. They force the chip to the rate. They have to back off while Levy will need to get out. Better airstrike will scare them off, but look at the burst coming in now with the 4-man knockup coming in. He tries to go for an extension and they pick off Kabuki as Archives Esports will be able to punish the marksman.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. The third knockup knocked him up so far. And there was the perfect opening for Soompak to get the snipe. That's really, really unfortunate here. Van is going to try and buy as much time as humanly possible here on this landslide. He's a slippery snake here as the rest of Aura Fire will be cleaning up their lanes. Luckily, Kabuki will be back for this upcoming Lord fight in 20 seconds. Lord spawning in 50.
Now, this is crazy coming from Archives Esports. They were able to find a very, very small window to actually shut them down. And Soompak, despite all this chaos, he was able to find a very nice angle to snipe that. But meanwhile, I feel like right now, Aura Fire, their win condition is to make sure that Kabuki is alive. And so far, the final slash coming from high has whiffed twice now. And this is actually forcing Archives Esports to actually commit to this fight, knowing that there's nothing Aura Fire can actually do after this final slash whiffs.
Here's the thing, right? When you are at this stage of the game, one death could cost you the entire series. And I think especially for High, he did not want to use his flicker to guarantee the hit and not get some kind of profit. It's still kind of up in the air, even if you do get a good setup. So High, he's got to be careful, and when he walks up, he might have to commit everything.
Yeah, in this case, Spider Mouse, he is in a position to actually try and challenge the back lines. He does not have the flicker yet, though, so he needs to actually buy a little bit more time before that actually happens. Meanwhile, Aura Fire still at the stalemate. The lane's not going to be shoved down to the bottom lane, but they do have those towers inhibitors in their favor for now. Archives Esports looking for the flank, maybe. But guess what, KZen? He's going to get scouted out of bottom lane. So that's going to be the jungler down from Archives Esports. This Lord is going to be pretty much guaranteed in the hands of Aura Fire now.
Nice. KZen on that side of the map accidentally walks into Kabuki, loses his life straight away because Kabuki has support and he doesn't. That snipe not even remotely close here, especially if Van has his retribution available.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough to pull it off, but you know, sometimes miracles do happen. You gotta take a risk, but Final Slash comes in, pulls Lord JM away. They do get the stun in, but no follow-up through. They are gonna be respecting this coming from Aura Fire, while Archives Esports, they still have Spider Miles, and in this case, the Minon's Rage can completely turn things around for Archives favor.
Yeah, I do hope that they eventually show the item list right now. I'm curious to see who the support actually is. Is it Patlevi or is it High? I'm going to assume that it's High here, considering that Lapu Lapu... Well, then again, I could be entirely wrong.
Yeah, it's going to be High for sure. But at the same time, High, maybe a little bit more. They do send up Van towards the back lines. Bottom lane, Inhibitor still stands. Archive sees but still holds on despite the last tick of health. They do not have the Beatrix to chip away, but the Lord will slowly make their way to the top side. Van creates a big distraction, but here comes the feathered airstrike coming from Aura Fire to zone him off. Lord JM gets 2-man taunt. They are going for the 4-man Minon's Rage, but they don't have the damage to burst through. They dodge Sumpak's burst, and now they need to back off. Kabuki running for his dear lives, and look at this, Lord JM. They are going to try and catch him all the way through, and they won't be able to disengage. And Archives Esports, they're still looking for more. They're running back away, and High now, he is going to be the sacrificial lamb. He does have the immortality. No, he does not. He will die. He actually sold it off. He actually sold off his immortality so that he can save it for a later fight.
That's actually a pretty good decision. It's a really good decision, in a matter of fact. I mean, look at the timing when the Lord is going to spawn. 80 seconds compared to his death timer at 46. He knew he didn't want to waste it as a resource, and plus, you're so deep, 23 bold.
Dude, that's just next level play. Like, normally I would just kept it on, I would just die, so okay, I'll buy a Winter Trunket next, but he actually sold it off to save it for a later fight. That's big brain.
I respect it a lot. I respect it a lot. However, I will say that Kabuki, he is taking a lot of punishment. Like, I'm surprised he walked out of there with the HP that he had.
Crazy indeed, but Archives Esports, they still hang on, and once again, once they chip away at Kabuki, that's pretty much their win condition, and so far High is 5 seconds back. They still have the main course. Feather Airstrike is going to be pushing up the middle lanes, and now they are going to be forced to back off for now. Spider Mills doesn't have his first skill, but he still has his Minon's Rage, and Archives Esports now currently still in a position to chip away, but no, we are going to be taking a little bit of a...
Just refreshing. You know, we got to make sure we're up to date with what happened, and it looks like the Inhibitor finally fell down on bottom side because of Sumpak's natural range, but in about 17 seconds, this is where we're going to see all hell break loose, so Archives got to get to the housekeeping now rather than getting punished by it later.
Yeah, this is the big match indeed here. The itemization is coming in the wrong timing because the fight is about to break down. They are going to try and force Spider-Man out of position. They want to try and burst him down. Minon's Rage came in a little bit late. He will lose his life. No follow-up through. They also pick Hazen on the side. Sumpak finally buries his Fang, but Aura Fire, they take 2 for nothing. And this is the go time for them. Do they take the Lord or do they close out the game? But knowing that Sumpak is still alive, I guess playing it safe is going to be the way to go, focusing on the Lord.
Yep, beautifully done for the side of Aura Fire, right? They managed to make sure that Reza was going to be untouched, didn't reveal Reza so that Valentina could steal the Feathered Airstrike, and in the meantime, they were just punishing that front line. You're too far forward, let's go and push him back, and that's what High is capable of doing with this final slash.
Now, top side as well, they're trying to trade up by Sumpak. It's going to be caught out of position. They send in Lance to keep him alive. Immortality will give him a second life, but does he have the life to do so? He's going to be able to dodge his way through. He needs to back off because the rest of Aura Fire is going to be knocking the base. This is too late. They will get the recall in, but do they have the damage to clear off the minions as well? Here comes the rockets coming from Sumpa. They clear off the minions, but the crystal down towards the 20% health. Feather Airstrike scares off Scuba. He needs to get the reset, but they do trade off Van for now, and Sumpa still dropping his AoE, but it's too late because Aura Fire takes the crystal. They take the 2-0, and they will be your next team to advance into the challenge finals.
Oh yes, we have our second team that qualifies. A little unfortunate for Archive, but man, they tried their absolute best. Their composition was designed to teamfight, but unfortunately Aura Fire just a little bit sharper.
Aura Fire just playing crazily as well, but what really surprised me was that selling off this immortality and buying it off, I don't see that very often, but you know, he's setting up for a bigger picture, and that's really nice.
Not to mention that, you know, Hai was playing Arlott as a support. You don't get to see that often as well. You would imagine that he doesn't have this kind of money after investing so much in a bunch of 8 pictures, but man, he profited big time.
Yeah, he definitely did indeed. But well done towards Aurafire, the second team to qualify into the next phase here. The only other team who's done a 4-0 thus far. Now we are going to be looking for the final 2 teams here over this next few days.
And that's going to be really important because the majority of the teams are not walking away with that perfect score anymore. It's either been tarnished, and now you got to start grinding back up in these next couple of days. Hopefully we get to see some kind of adaptation in the meta so far, because especially for some of the top teams that we've seen make it pretty much this deep into the tournament, a lot of Minotaur, a lot of Sabers. Surprisingly more than I would have liked to see.
Hey, I'm a big Minotaur fan. My first hero into this game in the introduction for Mobile Legends was just spamming Minotaur. I'm glad that it's back now, but I don't know. I feel weird about this.
What do you mean you feel weird about this? That he doesn't have the rage meter?
Yeah.
Would you prefer to have picked up Saber as your first hero?
No.
That's what I thought.
Absolutely not.
That's
not
what I
Saber.
thought. We can all agree upon that Saber is still in a bit of an awkward spot.
True. I agree. But nevertheless, that was a pretty interesting game to watch. But I feel like I wasn't expecting that kind of a high skill game.
What do you mean? These are the 2 teams that were going on with an untarnished score.
No, that's the thing. I wasn't expecting it after all the games we've seen so far.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, just based on today, because you must understand, today is my first day on my job. After 4 days today.
Yeah, you only came into the middle of it, huh?
Yeah, so I was like, okay, this, like, I'm a little bit disappointed. I wanted more games like that, but at the same time, damn, Aurafire's popping off real good.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're looking good. Towards the end of their regular season in MPL ID, there was definitely moments of like, yeah, actually maybe there's actually a lot of good things going on with this team. It's just not coming together just yet. And now here's where we see them in a much better position.
Yeah, this is something that I think most of the MPO teams is got to be setting up the mindsets, right? Like, some are preparing for MC, some are preparing for M5. So in this case, this is a very good journey for them to potentially scout out players, maybe even prepare for the next season of MPLs for each other region. And I feel like this is the best platform for every of these teams to actually kind of experience what's it like to compete with other regions. And so far, we haven't had a lot of tournaments that are given these kind of opportunities, if you think about it.
Yeah, that's fair. But also, the other benefit is that we're able to actually have a look at what the patch has done to the game in the meantime, right?
True.
The Novaria picks, how it's been doing so far.
Oh, yeah.
I still am waiting for Alpha, but it's good to see that, you know, things that have been changed, there is quite, well, I wouldn't even say quite a bit of impact, but it definitely affects the gameplay.
Yeah, I agree. We've seen a lot of variations in priority pickups. Well, we do see similarities from the previous patch as well. Joy, Fredrin, Martin to a degree, but I like the Minotaur. But for now, we are going to be taking a short break here. I know you guys want to see more matches. We are going to tune in for you guys. But for now, this pretty much concludes our faces for today. And we hope you guys have enjoyed your journey here for the SPS. But we will be airing some of the matches for you guys to keep you guys updated on all the other teams that are going to be playing here. My name is ICBaby12. He's Getting Q. We're going to be taking this short break. See you guys later. Or maybe tomorrow.
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
Your team is banning.
The falling stars brought
Your
us here.
team is banning.
Among the planes exists the
Your team
equilibrium,
is picking.
which I was made for.
I didn't cure your pain. I
Your
harnessed
team is picking.
See value in me?
Choose my own path.
You should.
I've been waiting for
Your
too
team
long.
is picking. Your team is banning.
To live is to trick the Reaper.
Your team
The
is
strongest ninja has arrived.
Need some stitches? I can
Your
help.
team is banning.
Now Akai enters the scene.
Your team is banning.
Come on, Dexter. It's our
Your team
showtime.
is picking.
Another gold medal
Your
in my
team is
pocket.
picking. am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
3,000 worlds, and not a single worthy.
Hoot hoot! Horology is my craft. Diggy is my name.
turret has been destroyed. base turret has been destroyed. Blue team turret has been destroyed. destroyed. Blue team base turret has been destroyed.
Victory!
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I feel eyes all over me, watching how I set the scene. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer, turn it up and feel the heat. Let your body talk, baby, feel the bass. I like the way you walk, come on, walk my way. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer, turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel eyes all over me, watching how I set the scene. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer, turn it up and feel the heat. Let your body talk, baby, feel the bass. I like the way you walk, come on, walk my way. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer, turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat.
Woo! You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up, They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my itch, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess it's cause my melanin. Asking questions me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that.
Whew, what a day of matches here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Everybody is playing at their best. A lot of interesting and weird picks, but of course, everybody's going to be looking to get a piece of that pie. My name is Getting Cute. This is Terrence here to close out the show for you guys and show everybody the updated brackets in just a little bit. But what a day it has been. And since it's your first day, man, I don't know about you. Most people are a little taken aback by some of these Tier 2 teams.
To be honest, I was a little bit surprised by how they're extremely creative. I know there are a lot of teams that are still adapting and trying to figure out where Novaria is kind of fit in as well, right? And based on the win rates thus far, I think we started days off with like Novaria having one of the lowest win rate. But based on Euphoria's discussion, he says like Novaria is just disgustingly good. So it feels like it isn't a place where people haven't adapted the play styles. We've seen how RSG kind of play it as well, where you call for a double snipe composition with Beatrix and Novaria. We've seen, I think, another composition where
the pick composition,
a Mincitar to try and set up for Novaria, right?
Yep.
Like if you get everyone locked down and they're all sitting ducks, you're just playing, you know, target practice all the way through a kind of composition, which is also interesting, but also, of course, there are still ways to kind of deal with it. You know, it could be Time Journey, it could maybe a stolen counter play Mincitar, it might be the Minotaur Minon's Rage as well. So I feel like it is in a place where the patch kind of varies depending on each region.
Yeah, I know we've been talking about Novaria a lot, but of course we have to talk about her. Brand new hero made legal just yesterday, but I'm very happy to see a lot more Minotaurs actually pop up here today. And wow, like the adaptive defense, so good.
Yeah, I really like the Minotaur play as well. It provides, it's not many tanky heroes can be called an enchanter, right? Like we know Lolita is one of the, you know, technically, quote unquote enchanter healers, supports, or whatever, like Estes, Yada, Matilda, blah blah blah. Tanky ones, I would say Lolita was one of those. Minotaur, yes, it's tanky, but it didn't exactly fit the meta because of that rage meter back in the days. Now without it, I feel like it fits every situation now.
It's good. I think it's really, really good. And a matter of fact, I do think, you know, a lot of teams are kind of positioning, taking up some of their old textbooks about the previous history of MLBB, what the meta was like. Because again, Minotaur has been in the meta previously ages ago, really, really long. But as soon as Diggy came in, he just fell off.
Season 1.
Yeah, this is like Season 1 stuff.
This is like 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's, oh wow, that's a long time. Whew. You know
Being
what?
old now.
I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it just yet. I'll mull over it after the stream. But yes, having Diggy come into the meta more often, and thankfully, Diggy has been unlocked in tournament rooms for teams to fully abuse.
Yeah. Now, speaking of this playstyles as well, now, if we were to go back in time here, what other heroes hasn't been meta yet? Besides Layla Mia, of course. What other heroes hasn't been meta?
I feel like you already know what my answer is going to be. It's going to be Alpha for sure, like 100% Alpha. Because Alpha has barely touched professional play, even in the earlier days, right? The Alpha was sort of there, but then as soon as Thamos came out, it's like, what's the point playing Alpha, right? The Thamos is literally the best fighter in the game, and people are playing Deathball comps. But now that Alpha is in a position where it's like, oh, you can do quite a lot of true damage. They've taken away certain conditions. In this case, all your abilities trigger.
I thought it was going to be Zilong, but all right.
No, absolutely not. I hate Zilong. I hate it with a burning passion. It is not a fun hero to play. People who have thousands of hours of Zilong really don't like having mechanics.
Isn't Zilong as like your first 5 introduction beginner guide into Mobile Legends?
Yeah, and I avoided it. I would rather play.
It was fun.
Yeah,
it was fun as a beginner.
No,
you know, I've seen people play Zilong on XP lane, climb all the way to Mythical Glory because it's so annoyingly hard to catch.
Honestly,
it's kind of like a Masha but on steroids.
Not even. What?
Okay, technically Masha is tanky, but Zilong has so much damage to actually chip away towers.
Yeah, no, Zilong is... Masha is just naturally jacked. Zilong is like on his way there, but he takes too much time. He's one of those gym junkies who goes in and is just like, yeah, pushes, does like 1 barbell, takes a picture for Instagram, and then leaves the gym. Masha is just like, I run the gym.
For a second, I thought you were going to say like, hey, I go to the gym, I lift 1 barrel, I jump I inject myself with steroids and look really, really buff, but I can't lift weights.
Yeah, no, Masha is the real deal. She is beefy. She is beefy for a reason. But moving on from that particular conversation, right? At the end of the day, we've seen a lot of metas and we've seen a lot of playstyles so far. It's given us a bit of a hint of what's going to happen during MSC, where we're going to see a lot of polished versions of it. But which direction is going to go, I'm still not 100% sure, to be honest with you. Because even Natalia has popped up.
Personally, I feel Novaria is going to be the biggest one. Like, every single season, we bring in a brand new match. You know, a brand new hero comes in. It is going to be somewhat meta. Teams are going to try and adapt. But I feel like Novaria is in a very, very peculiar situation because of its vision control. But speaking of the match here, in case you missed out on today's entire match, this is a recap on how all the teams has performed thus far for today's match. Starting things off, we had Evo's Icon going up with GPX taking a 2-1 victory, qualifying in towards the next phase. Rebellion Zion against Devo United. Devo United eliminating Rebellion Zion. Onyx PH eliminating RGMY. Outer Ego X eliminating See You Soon. And Geek Slate eliminating Red Esports for the second series. While on the bottom one here, we have Euphoria also eliminating Minana Esports. Aura Fire advances as the second team to qualify, while Archives Esports still has their second life. Meanwhile, TNC, they just eliminated Big from Beta. Yeah,
I mean, a lot of it feels like it's super unlucky for some of these matchups, right? It does feel a little bit rough, but hey, at the end of the day, if you're going to be the best, you got to be able to win your matches. Now, this is the current Swiss stage here, the updated brackets for your viewing pleasure. Tomorrow, we're going to see 2 more qualified teams into that next stage here. 2 slots available. 4 teams are going to be going into that neutral bracket, and another 4 are going to get eliminated.
Well, this is going to be interesting as well, because I do see we are going to be seeing 4 matchups right from the get-go. Evos is going to... Oh, sorry. We are going to go into the schedule. Yeah, this is going to be the official schedule for tomorrow. Starting things out, we have Evo's Icon going up against Euphoria Esports, as well as Outer Ego X going up against Archive Esports. And the second series going to be Devo United Esports versus Onyx PH, and also Geek Slate versus TNC Pro Team. Any standouts here?
The big standout is going to be Alter Ego and as well as Archive Esports, because technically their acronyms are going to be very, very similar. It's going to be AEX versus AE. It's going to get really confusing. But I am excited about Evo's Icon, who's been doing pretty well overall, facing up against Euphoria Esports after the game that we saw today. Man, Euphoria were looking clean, but Evo's Icon has a namesake to hold.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Evo's Icon definitely needs to hold on for their dear lives here. But what really catches me very, very surprising here is that I actually want to see how Onyx PH is going to fare off against Devo United.
Oh, that's another good one.
Because Indo versus Philippines, baby.
Yeah, everybody loves it. Geek Slate also versus TNC Pro Team. So it's going to be, the first match is going to be Tier 2 versus a Tier 1, and then Tier 1 versus Tier 1. I would like to see Beloyski try to go with the Saber support again against a team like TNC and see whether he gets away with it. Because he already beat a Malaysian team, and they're like, that to be expected, but against a team like TNC, can he pull it off?
Saber roll, man. Like,
Right?
I don't know how he gets away with it so many freaking times just now. It's ridiculous.
When you have a jungle like Hades winning every single neutral objective when he honestly shouldn't be, man, it really slows down the game.
Yeah, I agree. I really want to see how Geek Slate pulls it off as well. Technically, you know, I was a little bit unhappy on how they actually play their drafts, especially when they have this damage Mincetor, and technically I'm not a big fan of damage Mincetor.
You're just not a fan of damage Mincetor. That's like pretty much the end
of
the story.
I'm just not a fan where you have a team composition where instead of going for like triple tank or double tanks, you have like a single tank, and Geek Slate plays that kind of composition, and I hate it every single time.
I mean, it's about like hitting fast, hitting hard, and then backing up, right? Again, this particular playstyle hasn't been seen in a long, long time, and I think, you know, the closest we've seen was during M4 with a lot of those explosive plays from Echo, of course. But just in case you guys are wondering, when exactly is all of this going to happen? Well, the final stage of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB is going to be happening between the 21st to 23rd of July at Istora Senayan, Jakarta, where previously M4 was held. So again, book those dates.
Yep, you should actually check it out as well, and you can actually get your tickets at esl.gg/SBS MLBB tickets, and the starting price is only 20,000 rupiah, so you can actually get your tickets now and book your dates as well. And if you guys are not from Jakarta, now's a good time as well. You can book your flights, actually head over to Indonesia on those dates.
I haven't heard a lot of people. It's like, man, I need a break. I'm so burnt out in the middle of the year. What should I be doing? Well, how about if you're a fan of Mobile Legends, go check out the LAN events that are happening this month alone. Like MSC is gonna happen first. You can scan and secure your tickets with this QR code. Remember, it's free registration, so grab the tickets while it's still available. It's gonna be happening in Cambodia early on in June, and then afterwards we have the SBS happening in July. So man, everything is happening in these next 2 months.
Now, nevertheless, here, all things considered, here we'd like to thank our amazing sponsors for providing everything you've seen up on screen as well. The Snapdragon Elite Gaming winning matters with the core chip processors in all their mobile phones to keep you guys up and running, play some Mobile Legends bang bang. That's the guys you're going to be watching out for as well. And also to keep you guys energized throughout the entire thing here, we have Galaxy S23 Ultra from Samsung, where you share your epic moments and level up your gameplay, because it is our flagship phone, man. Like, have you seen that phone? It is just so sexy. I wish I had mine.
Look, every time I wake up in the morning and I'm like, man, I need a coffee, I look at my Samsung Galaxy and I'm just like, you know what? I don't need my coffee anymore. But sometimes you need even more than that. You need to be able to power your car. You need to power your house sometimes. Maybe check out Monster Energy Drink with plenty of electrolytes inside of it. You can unleash the beast from whatever device, but mainly for yourself. Go check them out at www.monsterenergydrink. And don't forget that we have DHL as one of our flagship sponsors here with their FEBot Dash Cup, a simple small game where you can win 5,000 euros, and all you got to do is to take part. It's absolutely free.
Exactly. First place walks away with 5,000 euros, man. Like, we have a world leaderboard across the game, so you can play it anytime, but at the same time, if you're number one, you're walking with 5,000 euros.
Premium
it's a lot.
currency.
It's crazy.
Premium currency doesn't take a lot of your time unless you really want to like win that 5,000. You're going to be sitting there for a while, because I saw some of the high scores. I don't know if that's changed, but I think some guys got like what, 290,000.
It's crazy. It's crazy high.
Right? I don't know, man. I am not competing with that.
Hey, that's the thing, right? I wouldn't mind competing here if I get the first place here.
Hey, after this, let's try.
I'm down for it. But pretty much day 4 is pretty much on its way here. My name's ICBaby12. He's Getting Q. We are going to be taking this off for day number 4. I will be seeing you guys tomorrow as well. So be sure to stay tuned, the same place, same price as well. And we will see you guys for tomorrow's matchup. Bye-bye.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
La 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 la. Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo. Frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermiss dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele.